My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil,
everybody, and welcome! It is the dawn of a brand new era here in Siege. It's time for Siege X, and of course, the opening competitive tournament in the entire history, the 10-year anniversary of our beloved game. It is time to reload. It is Reload live in Rio. We love to rock, we love to reload here in this beautiful city, and one of the most beautiful nations on this planet. And of course, we cannot be here without some of the most beautiful people on said planet. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are said people. It is Foxay and Laxing. Gentlemen, you're looking so dashing today, but that's kind of a given.
I mean, I like our get-ups so far, but I mean, if you're talking about Rio, I mean, I spent the entire day yesterday just at the pool. So once we wrap up the show today, I'm going right back to the pool.
Oh, it's so beautiful out here. The weather's beautiful, and I agree. I love you guys look like you're from like Florida going on vacation kind of thing, and I look like I'm like from the bayou. I'm about to take you guys on a boat ride. I love the theme we got going on.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see you be your guide in Louisiana somewhere with a lot of alligators. If there's one person I would put my complete trust and heart and life into their hands, it would be you. No. Well, yeah, kind of.
I can
in Minnesota, maybe I can definitely do that. But what a wonderful time we're having here in Rio de Janeiro. We're of course prepping things for this brand new event that has a completely different format than we have ever seen before. Reload runs like this. Now, first of all, a prize pool. There's always a lot of money on the line. 20 teams have entered the gauntlet here. Our partner teams in the share program. $520,000 are on the line in our prize pool. $170,000 for the winning team. Of course, it's quite top heavy as we have been used to, but there's more to it than just money. Why is it called Reload again?
Well, because every single team starts out with a magazine with at least 6 bullets in it, and every single game you have to risk a certain amount up. The first 2 days, at a max, you can risk 2, but after that, it's sky's the limit. And obviously, you accumulate bullets based on the time, the amount that you risk up, and then once you play, if you win, you get that same amount back plus double, essentially. And that's what makes the format so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting format. We've obviously never seen something like this in Siege before, and especially to kick off Siege X with a format like this. I mean, it creates such an exciting atmosphere, not only for the players, but even for us. It gives us something, especially the viewers at home. It gives everyone an exciting new look in how to approach this.
There's always a risk on the line with this format. And of course, the first time that's ever been done, 20 teams walk in, each with those 6 rounds, but we're gonna have to trim things down with our 5 days of group competition here in phase 1. At the end of day 4, 4 teams will qualify to the main event next weekend, and then on day 5, the next 4 to make it a total of 8 into our quarterfinals. Of course, the format is quite different, but there are modifiers that are also active and some are also passive in the way that they impact the game. So, Gabe, what's one that we really need to focus on? Because there's 6 in total.
The important one is the flawless part. That's going to be a manual one that we are going to see implemented if teams get a flawless victory. And what I mean by flawless victory, it's clearly right there. That is a 7-0. So whatever bullets you're risking that you're putting in that chamber and you get back, you are adding an extra 2 bullets to that. So that is so important and so crucial early on. Now, I'm not expecting a lot of 7-0s, but this is a best of 1. This does allow teams to hit the gate out running and possibly, again, accumulating extra bullets.
And it adds a whole element of pressure, and we've seen teams crumble under that pressure, knowing as the round count develops, if you don't get that round, you're going to be giving up free bullets to an extra team.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of today, if you put down 2 bullets, which is the maximum that you can do for day 1 and 2, plus a flawless victory, you'll go up to a maximum of 10 bullets that you can charge up. Reminder, at least this is the way that I simplify it for myself as a layman in my own terms. You have a revolver, right? It's a cowboy shootout. You got 1 revolver or 6-shooter with all 6 bullets that you're ready for. You want to have enough bullets by the end of day 4, at least day 4, to fill up 2 revolvers. 12 is kind of, it's not the be-all end-all, but that gives you enough space to survive. But of course, you want to have as much as possible in your belt.
Basically just Deimos, just dual wielding.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's
a bit of a safety net.
That's how Shaiko thinks when everything's working, right?
Can you imagine a dual wield on Deimos and Shaiko's running? That's even scarier.
It's a good thing we're not introducing balancing things, but speaking of changes, Siege X is starting right now in competition. Here's what it looks like.
Bring it on! Any day I walk through the fire, go hard when the stakes are higher, never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn. Walk through the fire. I see the tears, I want it to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it no pain. Crash in the plane. That's about the least of my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
It is a new dawn and a new day in competitive Siege history as we hit year 10 and we really hit it running. Siege X is coming, a free update to everybody who owns a copy of Siege, and it's going to be a good time. There's been a lot of overhauls. I liken it to back in our days where Operation Health came in and kicked things off and really updated the game so we could have new mechanics and new things added into it, but also it's a huge visual update, some extra flair added here and there. This is the first time that we get to see this in competitive play. Of course, the Siege X showcase happened back in March, and you were there. It's wonderful to watch.
Monumental moment.
It absolutely is a monumental moment for our entire game and our esport. But there are some things that change in the game, but others that don't as much, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, the core fundamentals of Siege is still there. That's the main focal point for me, is that it is still Siege through and through, but just with a little bit of flair, like you said. And one of the big things for me that I really looking forward to is those environmental ingredients that we even just saw in that showcase and that review.
I mean, the community loves new things, new ways to get kills. one thing I'm excited for is the new rappel, being able to run on the rappel. I would love to see something happen where a player gets turned on and shot because he was running around on the wall. It'd be exciting to see.
There's a lot of stuff that we look forward to seeing with mechanics changes, but all the overhauls that are being added into Siege X. However, there's one thing that is very important for competitive play, and that is
Operator bans.
With Siege X, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with Siege X, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing sides simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with Siege X.
Welcome to Reload here on the B stream. We're in for a fantastic week of Siege, Tim. Of course, on Siege X. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, how you feeling?
Feeling fantastic. I woke up to a swim in Rio this morning. Like, I'll be honest, I've had worse mornings.
You know what the thing is, Tim? I thought about this coming on here. Normally we prep an intro, and I feel like we're letting you guys down. We've got something funny to say, but
No, Des. They've started doing the intros for us.
What have you got in mind?
Check it out.
What?
They put a clock on the background for us because
It's Siege X time! Of course. It had to come out there somewhere on day one. It may as well be now. But as said, this is the B stream, of course. The A stream's also running on at the same time. You get a load of games you can watch. Let's take a look at what's going on here. This is the B stream, and as you can see at the bottom half of your screen, we're kicking things off with Elevate versus Furia, Cloud9 versus PSG, Falcons versus Lao. What a game that's going to be. And then BDS coming up against FaZe Clan. And again, another game I can't wait to see. And there is a 5th game of the day, Tim. But right now, it's a mystery. It's not. We just haven't got it on the graphic. But there will also be a 5th game to close out the day too.
We do know the games that we're covering, we promise, but it will be there. But yeah, like you say, a new format for us to get our teeth into as well. I think it's going to be really exciting to see how all that plays out and, you know, how the teams sort of play into that system as well.
Yep.
Really looking forward to just getting some top-tier competitive Siege back on the go.
Op bans is the one for me. Like, you saw the video about it just a second ago as well. How is that going to influence the way that teams approach the game? Well, we're going to find out once we start getting into things too. We'll talk about that first game though, Tim. We mentioned it's Elevate versus Furia. I think one of those teams doesn't really need much introduction. Elevate, though, I think need a reintroduction because for years now they've had a Thai roster. They're gone and they're in now with a full Brazilian setup featuring most notably Psycho, who was on NIP for, what was it, 7 years?
Yeah, some serious imports have been made there. Like you say, Psycho, former SI winner, knows what it is all about. There's some names you might recognise there. I'm looking at Ion and Naka, particularly Naka, formerly of Malvinas from the South America League. And then we've got Semper and Romeo. Semper had a little bit of time with MIBR, but Romeo, a little bit more of an unknown. It's going to be a really interesting one to see just how this plays out with this roster.
There's been a few teams that have come together in what I would describe as, and I don't mean it in a bad way, it's kind of the scraps of other teams when they've picked out the odd player here or found a free agent to pick up, and this team feels like one that have got a point to prove. And I think in this first game, Tim, my God, have they got to prove it, because they're coming up against Furia. If you've watched Siege Esports over the last couple of years, you don't really need much of an introduction to this team. They've won everything there is to win. They win every tournament in 2023. They won SI 24. Didn't quite make it in the one just gone by. They finished 3rd though, Tim. this is the team to beat, it's fair to say.
They always are. They've struggled with that legacy a little bit, I think it's fair to say. Since winning SI24, we've not seen them really reach the same sort of peak. Third place finish at the most recent SI in Boston, so a great performance, and maybe showing that they're just getting themselves kind of settled again after that, big event that they had to then try and follow up.
It's the SI winning curse, Tim. I don't think
It's
I know
so
any
true.
team that
It's
has won
so
SI
true.
and then gone on to have a great next event, or
Yep.
really, they didn't even make it to the November Major, for example. That's how much of a struggle it is, but they're back on the wagon, and no doubt eyes now will turn towards FaZe, who we'll talk about later today.
Yep.
They recently won, and they're the most consistent team that we've had over the last 5 years. Will they also suffer the same curse?
Well, I go all the way back to NIP winning it in 2021, and after that, the players said it's always difficult to follow that because you are held up. You're on this pedestal as the best team in the world. You're doing it the best way. So what do other teams do? They focus on how to beat you. They focus on how to deal with that strategy, that mentality. And so it becomes very, very difficult, I think, to follow on from there. And we've seen that, like you say, consistently. So Furia, as you say, going to be looking to really get their teeth into this one.
Let's get our teeth into our map bands as well, Tim. See where we're going for our first game here on SiegeX. And of course, Tim, it's back to the classic, the El Clasico map of Siege, it feels.
Love to see
Clubhouse to kick things off.
Love to see it. I was hoping we'd get one of those sort of updated maps. It's same layout and everything else, but we've got all those lovely Siege X features in there to have a look at and see how it plays out. But yeah, big matchup. The other exciting thing is, I remember last time that we were in Brazil, when we were in Sao Paulo, how well the Brazilian teams played. They love being on home soil, and we've got 10 Brazilian players here in the lobby ready to throw it down, and I think we're going to see some fireworks straight away from day one.
Oh, well, I bloody well hope we do, Tim, because it's time to get into game. David versus Goliath is what you could call this first map. We'll see if Elevate can do something a bit special here, but I know many will be looking at Furia and believing they're the ones coming away as the likely winners. Tim, we're straight into our ban phase, which means we get to see something a little bit new, a little bit fancy here to see what these teams take away from one another.
Yep, so if you missed the little explainer a few minutes ago, we've got simultaneous bans happening at the minute. So Elevate are banning to attackers, Furia are banning to defenders, and they do that at the same time. And that is how we will play for the first 3 rounds. Once we've completed 3 rounds, before we go into round 4, there will be a quick opportunity for the teams to ban one more of the opposing side of operators from what they're playing on. So Elevate will ban a 3rd attacker, Furia will ban a 3rd defender, and then that will round things out. So for those final 3 rounds, we will play with 6 operators banned out effectively. At the halfway mark, you scratch it off, you wipe the slate clean, go through the same process, because obviously you need to ban for the other side because we have the side switch.
Yeah, one of them I'm looking at and just thinking you're going to see some really creative ban sets coming out. This one here has actually defied expectation a bit, because from speaking to a few teams at the event so far, many said you're going to see these co-op bans. You'll see a double or triple shield ban. You'll see a double or triple hard breach ban, things like that. But Elevate here have changed things out a little bit and look to take away Capital, which I think is really smart for this map. You think of Capital and Clubhouse, immediately you're jumping towards Catwalk and the firebolts that get tossed up there, for example. Just taking away that extra tool that Furia could employ against Elevate here feels quite smart.
We're going to, I think, start to see the sort of difference in the banning phase. At this point, I think we're going to see fairly similar to what we would expect. Thermite's a little bit of a curveball. You wouldn't always have him taken out on Clubhouse. But other than that, yeah, fairly similar. It's going to be when we get those 3rd bans coming in for those final 3 rounds. I think that's when you're really going to start seeing that difference of like teams just, theory crafting a little bit. What can we really take away from them when we might just start seeing a bit of difference brought in, which is very exciting. It's also worth mentioning as well, Des, the coaches have an opportunity for some input in some of these ban phases. So the one that we've just seen before the game, the coach is able to talk to the team, and at the halfway mark, they are also allowed to have a little chat and get involved in that banning process, but they are not allowed to talk to the team during the ban between round 3 and 4.
I mean, Psycho probably should have had a little bit of time to react there, Herds, and he put a whole mag in towards the side of his head before he even managed to get a kill. But it is the first man down. Psycho there being picked out and very easily dispatched here. Of course, you mentioned the updated map as well. Lighting looking fantastic throughout the map.
Got JV92 just trying to work his way on in a little bit, try and get a little bit of ground established. Likely to come up against Semper, but it's going to be Ion X elsewhere who takes a fight with Philippox and wins it, but does get downed in the process. And JV92 manages to pick up Semper, and this is looking tough right now for Elevate to hold on. 4 versus 2. Furia with a strong man advantage can start now thinking about access to sites. How do they get down to that basement level? Where do they get down? Where do they choose to think about getting Herds a little bit of space to put this diffuser down?
They've made it real easy for themselves, Tim. With the Dockerby and the Jackal on side, those 2 Rover Hunter operators coming together, it's going to be a nightmare for Elevate to be able to play out around the map. That's exactly what you're seeing here in this first round. So now we're down to the 2 holding on with 75 seconds still to play. Furia really aren't the kind of team, as we spoke about the accolades they've got. They're the Goliath in this matchup. They should not be losing a 4 versus 2 with this much time on the clock. But saying that, Herds has found himself picked off for free. Naka on the castle getting rid of 1 more. If he gets it down to 1 more, Tim, suddenly it's a 2 versus 2 and you start to sweat and worry for Furia a little bit.
You really do, especially on this basement site. It is definitely defendable in that sort of situation, as we're now potentially going to see. Romeo manages to pick up KZ, 2 versus 2, 40 seconds left to go. It could be an idea for Furia to just hold on a little bit here, take that time, use it to the best of their ability. JV manages to find Romeo. That's 3 in the round for JV92. Nade picks off the last, and Furia, despite that little bit of a flurry from Elevate in the mid-round, still managed to get the job done.
It took a little bit of work there, but they managed to get away with it. And of course, with it being round 1, CJX, whole new tournament coming together. I think we've got a quick tech pause coming in here at the end of round 1. But at least to start things off, Tim, again, Furia showing all the things that we know they're good for here. Fantastic roam clear as a team. Very smart lineup, despite having the 2 bans coming in against them. Again, targeted towards what they normally do, and still managing to deal with things, even when it came down from a 4v2 to a 2 versus 2. So maybe not the cleanest end to the round, but all that matters is that the round gets on the scoreboard. And right now, it's 1-0 to Furia.
Yep, strong start. I think, largely what we would probably have expected, just given the fact that we don't know what we're going to see out of this Elevate roster, but it's also the first time for many of them on this sort of scale of stage, especially with that, I'm going to say, a little bit of added pressure for the Brazilian players playing at home on, home soil. Yeah. There is that little bit of extra expectation for these teams there. So, as it is, Elevate maybe just needing to find their feet in this one.
Give them a bit of time as well.
It wasn't a bad round from them, don't get me wrong.
No. Well, it was awful to start with, Tim.
It wasn't an ideal start, but, they certainly got themselves into it.
Now, the fact they were willing to play it as well, because you see so many teams come into games against big opponents and they just play scared. They'll sit on site, they'll turtle up and go, okay, we'll just wait here and we'll rely on playing close to each other. We won't play the more risky sort of synergy-based roams that you see from bigger teams, for example. But no, Elevate were willing to get out there and try and cause a little bit of bother. Either way, once we've got ourselves back into it, we'll see if that carries on. I think we'll go to Cash and CT for our next site as well, Tim. So up to that top floor. Feels like a very classic site on this map and a very classic map in this game.
Yeah, a fairly standard rotation, as we would expect.
You say that. Gym Bedroom's really popular at the minute.
It is. It's a bit of a regional toss-up you tend to find. And I think the sort of NA and EU teams, like you say, have really lent towards Gym and Bedroom being the more popular. I think with that Thermite ban being there particularly, that's going to influence the teams to think, let's go to CCTV Cash, because it's going to be a little bit trickier maybe to open that wall up quite as nicely, quite as well as you might like to. So that may be part of the thinking there for them. But Furia, I think, are going to be difficult to slow down on the attack here. I was saying, once upon a day we would have seen teams there maybe think, let's retry Church and Arsenal. Teams now seem to...
They tend to go for their rotation.
They tend to be stuck in their rotation. It's win or lose, we move on and we do the next site. And I can see a bit of value in that. I think it stops you getting hung up on the fact that we keep losing that site. We've lost it twice in a row. We can't go back there again. I think it, mentally, win or lose, move on. We try something different. It's that built-in refresh button almost.
I forget what map. I want to say it was a map in Brazil, or at least a Brazilian team was involved. It could have been Empire versus FaZe back in the day, where we were on Cafe and the same site got played and lost 5 times in a row, and only in the 6th round did we see a change away. And we were all stood there just like, surely after the 2nd time you give it up. Okay, after the 3rd, surely they give it up. After the 4th, oh, but guys, please stop. It's been the 5th time now. And sure enough, they changed in the 6th, and I think got a single round on the board, but I was just like, man, those are the crazy times. Like you say, these days, it tends to be more of a cycle, which is pretty good to see. Still working our way through these tech issues, though, as you can see. So just bear with us for a few moments, then we'll get things back underway.
How have you been finding Rio so far, Des?
Warm. Very warm. The thing
It is very warm at the minute. It's nice.
It's been warm back in the UK as well. Like, we've had a heat wave over the last couple of weeks, and it went very, very cold again. And I've come back out here, and I feel like I've just stepped straight back into that heat wave, and it's nice.
It's a beautiful city.
It is, but I'm also like, it's a UK thing. I'm just like, I don't want to be outside for more than 15 minutes. And then I'm just like, nah,
I've been blown away by both of the Brazilian cities that we've been fortunate enough to visit so far. Just in that they're so different, and obviously they're different. They're in Brazil, they're not in the UK, you know, but we visit, you know, we're very fortunate.
That's like saying London and Birmingham are different.
We're very fortunate to visit a lot of different cities around the world, but Rio and Sao Paulo, they're the only two I've ever been to where you go and they're so lush and so green.
They are, yeah.
For a city, you know, I go into London, I go into Manchester, I go into these places, and it's concrete everywhere. You've got a little park here and there, but, you know, that's generally, I think, cities the world over from largely what we see. But it's just... That's the best way I can describe it. It's almost like a city in a rainforest. It's like you go in and there's just, you know, so much greenery everywhere, and they really are stunningly beautiful. And the mountains around that surround Rio that we're looking out on every day, absolutely phenomenal. And
it really makes me want to go and see Vancouver in Canada, because I've heard it's very similar there, where you've got water around, you've got forests around, you've got mountains around, snowy mountains at that as well in Vancouver. I'm like, the only thing that Rio doesn't have that Vancouver does is snow, and it's no surprise at all given how warm it is, because this is winter. Like, it goes dark here at like 5:30, and I was like, this feels so weird for a country that is so warm. And ooh, what's this? Got a globe up on the screen, Tim. I haven't been told about this, by the way.
Oh, we can have a look at Rio. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, then. Yeah, see, lots of water. Cool.
You see how beautiful it is. There? You can see all the greenery and just how lush it is, and all the mountains are just completely like covered in these sort of big forests. And it's just absolutely, it's stunning. It's like I say, if you've never, you know, maybe been fortunate enough to visit somewhere like that, it's like nowhere else that I've seen on Earth as far as cities go. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
We need to get down to the beach one of our days off.
Definitely do. I think it'd be fair to say, it'd be rude not to.
It's very rude not to,
if you're going to visit Rio and not go down.
I've been told that your passport is taken off you if you can't prove you've been to a beach.
Absolutely.
And
kind of like it.
What they do.
I always worry about saying that I don't like tea. You know, being from Britain, it's usually you get
a scowl.
You're going to get called in for a meeting in Britain. You know, if you don't like tea.
Do you at least like
crumpets?
That's me.
I love a crumpet.
Oh, that's all right. I
love a crumpet.
You know what? This is a great thing, actually. Birmingham Airport, I was flying to Amsterdam and then out to here. When I was in Birmingham Airport, they've redone one of the restaurants and called it Shelby & Co. So if you watch Peaky Blinders, you know exactly what it's all about. And there's TVs in every single wall showing off like Peaky Blinders clips and all that. And all the menu items are named after characters from the show. And they had... It was like Eggs Benedict, which normally is a muffin with like a poached egg on and ham of some kind.
Eggs Benedict is.
It's really good.
I hear it.
It's good.
But for 40 years of my life, I've never actually learned what it is.
And trust me, it's really good. But the classic Brummy thing they've done is swapped out the muffin with a crumpet.
Of course.
So it's crumpet with poached egg, hollandaise sauce, and ham. And I was really a bit like, I thought I was getting a muffin. I didn't realise. I didn't read the menu properly. Shock horror. I didn't pay enough attention to something. So weird.
That is just so. It's you through and through.
It is.
I'll tell the airport delay story in a minute if we really delay.
If it's important, they'll bold it for me. Is the way I look at it. But you know what? It was actually banger. And I prefer that.
The world and menus do revolve around you. I've heard Des.
They do.
You know, they do sit there when they write in a menu and think, what does Des really need to know on this menu? Let's chuck it in bold.
Exactly, just the name of the item, and then if the thing is, it's a crap name for a menu item. Listen, it's a crap name for a menu item if it's not clear what you're getting based on that name.
I think was it just Eggs Benedict or was it?
It was something Benedict, one of the characters, and then Benedict afterwards.
Right, okay. I think, if you're going away from what would be, a standard recipe like that with a specific change, then I think it's probably fair to say you should maybe highlight.
Oh, that's what I mean. I've got a picture of the menu somewhere. I'll try and dig it up, and if I can find it.
Sorry, I'm just nearly...
It's just nearly spat water everywhere.
I was just thinking in my head. I was thinking, we won round it, and there's not too much to talk about with the game yet. I'm thinking me and Des are on a classic tangent here. We're moving away, and then Des starts pulling the menu out. I'm like, that's a stretch even for us.
What is it? The Blinder Benedict, it's called. Oh,
brilliant.
It does say Wiltshire ham, 2 poached eggs, smoked hollandaise, and matchstick fries. Oh, they were pretty interesting. On toasted crumpets. I just didn't read the on toasted crumpets part.
It's just you through and through, is that?
I looked at the picture, I saw the eggs, and I was like, yep, eggs Benedict, cool, that's what we all expect. And then there was crumpets.
So the reason that I laugh at this particularly, Des once had a 10-hour wait at the airport, despite me telling him, like, we were travelling a lot at the time, and we were on the way to the airport. He says, oh, yeah, no, I'm flying at the same time as you. And I said, Des, I'm not sure you are. I'm sure it was mentioned that your flight had been delayed because somebody else had done the booking for us, so we weren't necessarily getting all the communication direct to us. And I said, I'm sure that they said that your flight had been delayed, Des. No, they'd have told me, mate. No. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they did, Des. And then we get there at 8 a.m. in the morning, look at the boards, and Des's flight isn't on there. And I'm looking at the final time, and it goes up to about 6 p.m. And I'm thinking, that's because Des's flight's after 6 p.m. So he's like, no, mate, it's all right. No. Goes and checks in, looks at his boarding pass, 7 p.m. flight. We're there at 8 in the morning. Yeah. Oh, honestly, I've never been so smug in my life.
I tell you what, it was a great day sat in a lounge for 30 quid, though. All these drinks and
food.
It
didn't even encourage you to start listening to me. That's the worst thing.
It was a good day in the lounge. What can I say? Also, Tim, I've got not a conundrum for you, but a choice. There's a lot of power I'm putting in your hands right now.
I don't know about that.
We can go to a break or we can not. It's not that hard a decision, man. Come on.
I mean, I'm sure we can talk about Siege for another 5 minutes.
The thing is, when we're on the B stream, we just end up talking rubbish, and this is the best part. Because it's the B stream
podcast.
Exactly. It basically is. Look, there's 3,500 people watching. You've got chat open here. Someone actually asked a second ago, oh, did he enjoy it, though?
He's in the chat. Yeah. It's getting serious.
I enjoyed the crumpets. We're not even. We've got through one round and I'm in the chat, Tim. It begins already. So if you guys want to know anything, then by all means, please do ask, and you're into the Des and Ace podcast now while we wait for this rehost to go through. So by all means, anything you want to know or talk about, then give us a shout. We'll happily talk some crap. That's what we do best.
I mean, thing is, we do have the lobby in front of us. We can see we've got 1 or 2 players sort of popping back in. So don't come quote me on it. It said we're going to be back in. That's not what but hopefully we might be on the way.
Yeah. It's always a good sign we've got a lobby back up and players are joining. 5 of 10. Remember breaking it down before
once. And we've got
once.
players from both teams that are joining,
yes.
Which is the other positive.
I broke it down once. The reason why rehosts can take a long time sometimes is players have to join in the order that you want them to appear on the side.
On the side and on the camera, like the player cams, and there's all sorts of things that are like...
So rather than just like going to your listeners, invite, you have to do invite, wait for them to join, then press invite, wait for them to join, then press invite, wait for them to join.
Because inevitably, if you
someone's
invite
gone to
all the players are not going to join in the right order. They're just going to go, click accept.
Oh, there's a question, Tim. Thoughts from Persons, I like the name. Thoughts on the new BDS team?
Well, I'm excited about it. I will say that. It's always difficult with the new teams coming in to have too many thoughts, really. It's like we said about Elevate. You don't always know what you're going to get until you see that team come together. There was a day where this roster that we're seeing, on the side of Furia was the first time we'd seen them. We don't always know they're going to go on to become world champions. But there's some big names on that BDS roster. I look at Virtue particularly in there. So much experience coming in from Virtue. So, even though we've got players with maybe a little bit less experience, you got P4, you got Virtue. They've got people in there who have played a lot of competitive Siege. And then they've got some newer players that are going to be really hungry. They've got Laloon involved as well.
Helby as well.
Helby's on there. They have got everything they need to succeed.
It's funny you say
I think
that.
that's the fairest way to say it.
Because the player I'm really excited about is Robbie, because he was putting up numbers internationally, like playing in a team I think he's playing over in MENA, for example. It wasn't really like a home region thing, bearing in mind he's Italian. I actually think now that he's playing with a European team, he could become one of the players of the year, especially if he keeps the run of form that we saw him in last year, and I'm really excited to see if he can deliver. So it's a team that looks strange on paper, a mix of 4 or 5 different teams all coming together, but I think you give them a little bit of time, they'll cook, they'll do well. So I'm quite excited to see what they can deliver.
Little fun fact for you, if you're a little bit newer to maybe the competitive scene, Laloon, who, as I've just said, one of the coaches over there at BDS, also a commendee last time we were here in Brazil, back in Sao Paulo. She received a commendation at SI24.
Another question.
For contribution
Are you going
to
to participate in another episode of Fresh and Friends? I really like the last one. That was from Keknika. I think we can do one, because Fresh was saying he needs podcast people.
Yeah, we've got a bit of time. We get a couple of days off through...
What should we talk about, though? We've kind of done the whole, casting history thing now. We got into it, and lessons for casting and all that sort of stuff.
More. I think it'd have to just be a bit more casual,
Let's be really
fun,
boring.
maybe chat about Brazil.
Talk about golf. the most riveting podcast you'll
I mean,
ever
I'll
hear.
talk all day about it because I'm terrible and trying to get better. So my mind is, very occupied many hours of the day. Any people who play golf out there will understand what I mean. It looks like such a simple sport. Just hit that little ball, Des. Just hit it.
You hit it good like one
Why
every
doesn't
50.
it want to go in the hole, Des?
Stealth
That's its home.
Stealth Killer wanted to, whilst you mould about golf for a second. What are you looking forward to from CJX the most?
Ooh, what am I looking forward to CJX the most?
Operator bans for me. I've already said. I think it's
Operator
amazing.
big one. If we look at the game specifically, I like, they mentioned it on the pre-show as well, I'm looking at the additions of, those sort of environmental aspects, very exciting. And I mean, I just love playing Siege, Des.
From Tadus, I want to think that says, Ace and Des, what's your opinion on the SR transfers? And I assume that he means the Shopify Rebellion ones. Of course, not playing here, not a partner team at the moment, so they aren't at the event, but they are looking like a real powerhouse team for North America.
I feel like obviously there's been some changes there, but I feel like sort of that group, that project has been like next in line for a little while for me. I keep coming into events, prior to being picked up by Shopify Rebellion when it's the Sonics. I keep coming into events thinking, this could be the one for them. This could be the one for them. I feel like they've sort of maintained that edge. They're there, and there's some real opportunity for them to go and do big things.
I like it. I think everyone's keen to see what Spoit can do when he goes somewhere. My only worry is we've seen so many super teams built over the years.
He's one of those players. There's always a bit of magic in him. It's just one of those players that can just turn around in 20 seconds.
For sure. And
a Nesk, a Shaiko.
My worry always is we've seen so many super teams assembled over the years that just do not live up to expectation. I'm really hoping, and I do believe they can. I think they're under good management in Super as well. I think he's really got a good handle on things and will call out crap when he sees it and say, boys, this ain't working. Like, what are we playing at? And obviously with Canadian at the helm as well, you do get a good IGL in there too. So I've got faith. I'm very keen to see what they can do coming into stage one.
I'm always, as I said previously for, BDS, when we have big roster changes, when we have teams coming together, when we have things, teams need time to get established, to get everything up and running. And I'm always very, very positive about teams when they've got together. I'm not going to be jumping on them because they don't win every single game immediately. But, I look at Chopper and I think that they are definitely on the edge of potential glory.
There's a few teams that want to be like that this year, Tim. I feel you've kind of got the two camps where you've got teams that have refined or committed to what they've already got. You're looking at the likes of Furia, FaZe, G2, things like that. And then you get these other orgs that are like total rebuilds in a way. Like, Wolves, for example, again, the split up they've had, and they've had some players go different places. BDS obviously now being that next iteration of them. There's a lot of... sorry.
Just kick me. Just hit me, Des. No, you just kick me.
Readjusting my seat, and I just booted Tim in the shin.
Readjusting my seat.
Yeah, it was purely accidental, I promise.
Literally looked at me and kicked me.
Yeah, so for those who didn't know now...
We look at this tournament... Sorry, go on.
No, you just want to jump in. It's fine. Go on, be rude.
No, I was just saying, like, the quality of the orgs. We're talking about how we've got those, top teams that we expect to win, and then we've got, the orgs that are maybe going through rebuilds, that are changing things. But honestly, like, I look across, and I say this every year, but the strength and depth in the field of Siege teams just seems to get greater and greater the more that we go. It's, I look at this one, and I was doing my predictions. Of course, they had the, you can get the gun skin and the alpha packs and stuff. So I was looking at the predictions, and the first phase was predicting the 8 teams that will qualify through to the knockout stages at Reload, because we have our 5 days of group play, and then we move on to a knockout stage, and there's 8 teams that will qualify. So he was picking the 8 teams, and I was looking through the lineup that we have here, trying to pick the 8 that we're going to go through, and it was like, who do I leave out of this? Yeah. There are so many strong shouts for it.
I know what we could talk about.
What could we talk about, Des?
Fantasy teams.
We could.
So for those who don't know, Prisma is like a project where they invite a bunch of like content creators, casters, so on and so forth to play in like a fantasy league that they run. Of course, their game plan, I think, ultimately is to expand it out so anyone can play. But yesterday, we got to do our drafts. We got to pick our teams. And we had a good chat this morning. I wore a little Swims fam, didn't we, about who we picked out? Yeah. And we've got some of the same players, actually. We've gone pretty consistent.
Yeah, we do. I'm surprised we didn't have the exact same teams, to be honest.
Yeah, true that.
But yeah, you get like little points depending on how well each player does and things like that. But I've got KC in this game. That's all I've got out of this.
You're only staking this one.
Yeah.
Let me try and find Mike, because you're in the other league, aren't you? You're in League A.
I'm in League A.
Yeah, I'm in League B.
I don't mess about, Des.
All right, okay.
3-time champion.
So I've gone for Shoereap as my Platinum/Diamond pick. I've then got Brede, Users and Souls, and then Robbie are picked on BDS as well.
Oh, so
and then my coach is Kangaroo
no
Kenny.
involvement in this one.
No, I've not got a horse in this race. I'll happily see anyone win, whereas you are gagging for Furia to win.
mean, I wouldn't say gagging. You know,
I'd say you're gagging.
I'm just looking forward to some fun scenes.
Were you just fuming seeing JV92 get a 3K in round
I
one?
was a little bit because I nearly picked him. I was like, JV, calm down. Like, Kizzy, get him. No, I did nearly pick JV92 initially. Never mind.
Okay.
We move.
Well, I've been told that this tech issue is continuing, classic for day one of the tournament. So what we'll do is we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep on talking some crap and then get back into a game. See you guys in a few. Well, we are having an awful time, Tim. Our fantasy predictions are falling apart, but at least the game is back on. And just to kind of quickly go to this one as well, it is restarting at 0-0. If it was a bug in round 1, that means we're going to replay that round out. So the game is starting from scratch, Tim. Rather than a 12 PM start time, we're going for a 12:30. But at least we're back in, so I assume we'll see the same bands again. Does memory serve me right? Mira and what was the other attacker band? Capital. That's the one. Ta-da! There we go.
We do see this. So again, for anybody, I know we've had 30 minutes.
I can't believe Shuri for 0 and 5. Oh. My points are going to be tanked.
Oh, and KZ gets a do-over.
Oh, this is rubbish.
There we go. So for anybody unfamiliar with the new banning process, both teams banned 2 operators at the beginning for the side that they are not playing on. So Elevator have banned 2 attacks, Furia have banned 2 defenders, and after 3 rounds they will be able to ban an additional operator, bringing them to a total of 3, 6 banned out overall. And then when we get to the half, wipe the slate clean and start again. I didn't mention overtime last time, Des, because of course that impacts overtime a little bit as well. So if we were to get to overtime in this or any other game with the new ban phase, what will happen? The teams will not ban again. It will just be the 3 relevant bans that they picked that will be enforced. So if they are on attack in overtime, it will be the 3 defensive bans that they chose during the game that will be enforced in overtime, and that will rotate appropriately round to round.
All right, I think because it's a full restart, we also get to change the site, Tim. So we're not going to see ourselves down in Church and Arsenal, which is where the original round 1 was. We're up in gym and bedroom. We spoke about this being the second choice site, if not the primary site for a lot of teams. And here, rather than Cash and CC, that was where we were going to go for round 2 originally, now we're going to see all 3 sites. And we haven't even really finished a single one yet.
No.
A good spread.
I believe, for anybody who it's a good point there, Des, about, going to a different site, because on a rehost we would usually expect to be set. So I learned there's a difference between what a replay and a rehost. Yes. They are different situations, and a replay would allow it to be like a brand new round. You could just pick a different site, you can do whatever, whereas a rehost is where you have those, those conditions of going to the same places. So, as you say,
I don't know why we do this, by the way.
To do what they want.
I'll say like,
sit there going, oi, oi.
No, like lean, like look over the top of the wall, like like when you lean, when you lean left in the game, you lean left IRL as well. It's a bit like, what the hell? I can't believe I've just said IRL. Oh my god. When I could have said in real life, but here we are. No, KZ! You can't get kills because Tim's going to love it too much. But he has got to start. It's Ion to fall. 2 quick kills come out of nowhere, though. KZ is onto a double. No! I can't stand this. Either way, it's a 3 versus 2. Elevate looking pretty good here. KZ's found a 3rd. Stop it, man!
There's the triple that we all wanted. KZ
coming in. No, it's what you wanted.
Coming in big for Furia on this first round. Elevate kind of had them on the ropes a little bit. They've managed to get themselves a couple of kills, and this is a better defense, than the last one that we saw from them. Certainly kept themselves active later into the round. 2v2 now, so very much how we saw the actual, the previous first round go. It's getting down to that stage. Yes! However, this time Elevate managed to keep fighting. Semper picks up KV, but we find ourselves now in a 1v1, and I tell you what, Des, I wouldn't like to go against JV92 here.
First shot into a headshot, but again, Tim, it's a round where it feels like Furia should be the ones coming out on top, and sure enough they have, but maybe not quite in the fashion they'd have expected, bringing it down to a 1 versus 1. Elevate keeping them close, and yes, most disappointingly, KZ gets a 3K. For people, I'm not like a KZ hater, I want to stress here, guys. For those who weren't here before the rehost, we're playing in a fantasy league, and Tim picked KZ. He had nothing in the original round 1. 0 and 1, I was like, yeah, cool. I know Shurik's doing bad, but so's KZ, therefore it's okay. And then he's just stepped up and got himself a 3K. I am fuming.
Because I big-brained it.
No, you didn't, because the original round 1, he didn't get anything.
I big-brained it.
No, you did not.
Fully big-brained it. Psycho, just looking to maybe hide himself away in the shower there, straight away with the Oryx, gets himself into the little corner there, and we'll see whether he is droned out successfully. We've got Deimos on the other side. KZ, of course, doing fantastic work last time around. It's going to make it difficult, potentially, to keep Psycho hidden. They really need to prevent him being found, and Romeo is playing around there, trying to keep the drones out of the way, I think, so that they don't know about Psycho's presence. So we'll see. Keep an eye on Psycho. Where's he going to play in this round? Where's his movement? Is he able to pick up a little bit of a sneaky flank?
What's KZ cooking here, Tim? Rocking out the fuse. Not very often you see this operator unless you've got something particularly like a set piece play in mind.
Can you go back to the Deimos, please?
No, Tim, you can stay on this operator for the rest of the half as far as I'm concerned. Give him a shield for all else I care about. They're going straight in for it. Of course, we saw the Kai band away, which should make this pretty easy to get the whole thing cleared out here. And sure enough, in it goes. Won't find any kills, but there's a lot of soft destruction, and any gadgets in the vicinity, well, they are gone, Tim.
Yeah, we're just getting a beautiful view there of how Fuse can be used alongside those hard breaches to help clear out utility, help create that space, help get those walls opened up, and just really great lines of sight. There's so much that those Fuse chargers do. They are not really there intended to get kills. They are there to clear utility. They are there to clear space, and they do a fantastic job of it.
I have noticed a couple of people have asking about those bullets at the top of the screen, Tim, and what it means, and we'll talk about this once the round has ended up, but for now, don't worry too much about it. We'll focus on the conclusion of this round first and foremost. It looks like it's going to be a garage take here. They put quite a bit of focus into Cash CC. You've got 3 players here sat outside in the south side, one of them being Felipox on the Monty, who's now starting his cross. Nades coming in at the top as well. Lots of pressure starting to build up, but the crossfire is there. Felipox is down, and elsewhere, Hertz picks up 1.
That's actually really big, taking the Monty out there, because that's going to be the spearhead of your push, trying to get up onto Catwalk. They do still have the Blackbeard shield of Hertz to be able to maybe replace him, and that's exactly what he's gone to do in this situation. Maybe a little bit more aggressive than the Monty as well, able to drop that shield in front of his rifle and make those challengers a little bit quicker. So we get to 1 kill each and a little bit of a stalemate at the 1 minute 10 mark. Just waiting now for somebody to blink, to make a move. Do they know about each other's presence? KZ does not! He's going to be taken out by Psycho, but Hertz is there for 1 onto Romeo. And again, these two teams just battling with each other, punch for punch here.
Oh, beautiful stuff, but they still managed to get in, and like last round, Furia have kept things competitive right up until the end. They won the 1 versus 1, but can they convert the 2 versus 2? They've got both players pinned in here, Tim, on red stairs. If they can get the diffuser down, well, this is very, very a tough situation coming out for Elevate. They see 1, almost gets it, but no, Naka made the cross into a 1 versus 2, and JV closes him out. I bet now you wish he was in your fantasy team, Tim.
Who else? 2 rounds in a row. JV92 steps up and closes it out. We know how much of an impact he has on this team, and we're seeing it right in front of us. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You mentioned, Des, those bullets that we were going to talk about. Of course, the points that are available during this group stage are based around those bullets. So every team starts with a reserve of 6 bullets available to them. Now, for day 1 and day 2, the most that they can reload per match is 2. So they have a choice of reloading 1 or reloading 2.
Very apt, Tim, because Elevate have done 1 and Furia have done 2.
It's almost as if they were doing it so that we could use it as an example. So the white 6 means that at the start of the match, that was their total reserve. That's their total points in the tournament. Everybody's on 6. So we can see in red there, Furia have reloaded 2. Elevate have chosen to reload 1. They may be not as confident going up against former world champions. So if Furia win the game, they gain an additional 2. So they will go on to 8 overall. If they were to lose the game, they would lose those reloaded bullets and drop down to 4. Simple as that. And then the teams are ordered in a league based on how many total bullets they have.
Which, like you say, says that Elevate expect to lose this game, which is why they've only
They
reloaded
know it's going to
one.
be a tough one. Yeah, exactly that. So it's kind of, you know, just looking, how much do we go for on the reload, dependent on how confident we are that we can get this win here. There is, of course, Lax mentioned it, we do have cards that can be in play. There's only one that we're potentially going to see today. There are more coming through the week, but conditions only allow for one to be sort of successfully activated today, and that is the Flawless card. So if any team wins 7-0, which is still possible here in this one, they would also then take an additional 2 bullets into their reserve. So for argument's sake, Furia, the only ones now who could do it. If they were to win 7-0, they would get their 2 that they've reordered, and they would get 2 additional bullets for the Flawless card, which is automatically activated when you win 7-0.
Well, your boy's back on the Deimos, Tim, and he's been slammed at the start of this round. An entry coming in for Elevate, hopefully in a commanding position. And Ion, compare this back to the round that we had replayed, Tim. They got decimated on the top floor, but Ion here by himself has picked out 2 players. That means Furia are down to just 2 on side. And it feels like Elevate might finally get around on the board here and show Furia that it's not going to be a 7-0 rollover.
Well, as I explained the Flawless card, it looked more and more likely that we wouldn't be seeing that outcome here.
Someone's asked, by the way, how does the reloading work during the game? It basically has nothing to do with what happens in the game itself.
Nothing during the game. It's
almost
agreed
like
beforehand.
Yeah.
And it's based on the outcome.
It doesn't influence the game itself at all. There'll be cards that can be activated on future days that can play into it, like forcing out a 1 versus 1, where we have a best of 5 1v1 between a player from each team on, I believe it's Chalet we go to. It'll make things very spicy, but we can't play that card until day 3. So for today, it's just about trying to build up as many bullets as you can. That's kind of a game outside of the game if you want to think about it that way. So don't worry about it too much. On day 1, it's not going to have a massive impact. Tomorrow and day 3, it will really start to build up. For Leapox, he's left in a 1 versus 4 team, and I think this one should be pretty much shut out. We spoke about the fact that for Elevate, they've got players like Iron and Psycho have got a lot of experience between them. Some others with only a year or two's experience coming up against world champions, it can be quite hard. But even they've got the composure here to close out a 4 versus 1 and give nothing over to Furia. Elevate are on the board.
And I think there'll be a lot more value to getting that 1 round for Elevate than they will have been getting even the 2 rounds potentially for Furia. You know, as we keep commenting on, there's players on the side of Elevate, not as experienced, not as familiar playing in these sort of surroundings, getting a round on the board. It gives them that sort of solid foundation now to start working from. We're in this one, we've broken the seal, we've got the round done, and we can build on from there. So it gives them a bit of something, and they know they're not going to suffer that flawless. You know, there's all sorts of things that it'll do for the confidence of the team.
And look at the bans too. We've had 2 more bans come in here. We mentioned when you get to round 4 now, you get to ban 1 additional operator each. That's for the side you're against. So Elevate have banned 3 attackers. They've gone for 2 hard breachers plus the Capital, and Furia have gone for the Electro Bros, Kaid and Bandit taken away, as well as the Mirror. So something we spoke about was how cool that's going to be, seeing as things develop into stage 1, into the major, for example, later this year, is seeing how teams begin to counter-strat and ban away the other side, especially when you come to like round 4 and round 10, looking at what teams have done for the first 3 rounds and taking away the more problematic of those operators.
Bomb located by attackers.
And we can see, I like it, we can see how reactionary it is. You know, they're thinking we need to take away that wall denial because we're now going to have to work with Hibana if we want the hard breach, for example. As it is, they're going to move away from, you know, worrying too much about hard breach here. As we can see, they've got good soft breach option there. They've got the Flores coming along. They've got the hard breach gadgets. Again, more difficult if you've got electricity to go up against. But they're going to be a little bit more limited on their breaching ability when it comes to this site. Getting a nice big opening in CCTV wall, for example, is going to be a little bit more tricky.
Sure. Well, let's see how things play out here once again. The Maestro coming along from Naka here. It feels like a throwback to an old school comp in a way, seeing a Maestro and a Jaeger and Double Mai coming out together. It's been a long time since we've seen that heavy combo coming out. The problem is, Tim, a Fuse is the perfect response. So many of those cluster nades come out, and it doesn't matter how many ADSs or how many magnets you've got deployed, it's going to chew through all of them.
It's going to be fascinating to watch the take on this because they've got that hard breach charge, the secondary hard breach charge is used on the wall now, but like I said, it's just a lot more limited. You're having to work through a small square of an opening. Think about that combined to an exothermic charge going off on that wall that blows the whole thing open. So you like to get on the rappel, you like to hold that angle towards CCTV door to prevent defenders moving through. We might actually see more of a presence from defenders inside of CCTV here. There is the possibility. We just see Jaeger moving back through. It's allowing that movement and rotation because they haven't been able to get that big hole opened up. They didn't bring the Hibana along.
Really tried to dig themselves in. A great bit of play here as well, using the shield up front to get a bit of damage done. Erd's on for a good 2k to kick things off. Furia back in control after that last round went away from them. Look like they finally got the wraps back together here and are in a spot to start doing some damage. I was going to say Semper here on the flank could have been the big X factor for them, but JV, well, he's got that flank held down. They'll get nothing from it. And Nade forces Naka to move away, and like that, it is a comfortable closeout. Furia with a flawless round in round 4.
Yeah, really nice attack from Fury there. As I said at the beginning, I was a little bit concerned maybe about the reduction in their ability to hard breach with that second ban coming along taking Ace away. They chose not to take Hibana, but you know what? They've made it work beautifully without those operators. They were limited with those hard breach gadgets. They still got the job done. Use the shields well. Getting the Monty, getting the Blackbeard in there. Great stuff. We're going to have a tack timeout coming in from Elevate on the back of that one.
Little peekaboo there. You can see me being like a little Twitch chat moderator or something. We had a few questions come in. One was around the bullets, I guess. But in fact, the easy one to answer, are they playing on the Siege X build? Yes, they are. So I think 5 of our maps have been updated.
I was
going to
say
lighting.
That's an important point though. Yes, we are on the Siege X build, but depending on the map, you may still see some of the
old
quote-unquote
stuff.
old Siege maps.
Yeah.
Because not all of them have been updated for Siege X yet. 5 of them have. Quickly off the top of my head, Chalet, Bank, Cafe, Clubhouse and Border are the 5 that have been updated here. So then if we're playing on any of the others, like Night Haven Labs, it'll be the same as you would see in Siege.
Mizia Cast, do you have to ban operators after the round? No, it's after round 4. Sorry, after round 3 as you're going into round 4 is when you ban that 3rd operator for your side. What you'll see after we finish round 6 is all those bans get wiped clean because Furia will then be on the defense, so they'll ban attackers, and Elevate will be onto the attack and they will then ban defenders. So we have a bit of a side switch there. In total, you ban 6 operators across each team does. So you see 12 bans, but they're not all in effect at the same time. But you'll see when we get to round 7, you'll see the ban overlay come back up and we'll go through that whole dance again.
It'll become normal very, very quickly.
Where are the face cams? We had a rehost, therefore there'll be a few issues there, but we'll get it sorted in time for the next game, don't you worry.
10 seconds left before
It happens.
It does. Of course it does. Of course it always happens on day 1. We know this.
5 seconds left.
So moving into round 5 we go.
I've been
Furia.
corrected by Producer Sam. Of course, we've got a reference and break the 4th wall here to Producer Sam. No face cams today, unfortunately, on B Stream. Hopefully, though, we can get that sorted for next time.
There we go. Answers, questions asked, answers given.
You can
know,
you can look at the smiles when we end the round and we cut to the player cams in. That's when you can enjoy seeing what they're all up to.
Going to have the Hibana straight away, placing those charges onto the CCTV. Also, Soto canister will come out just to slow that down. Of course, those unfamiliar with Tuberite, it doesn't destroy the charges or anything, it just pauses them effectively until that icy coldness wears off the wall, and then they will reactivate with however much remaining time they had until detonation. So they don't start again or anything. You know, if got 2 seconds left till the detonation, it will then be 2 seconds till they detonate. So they can hold that wall for a little bit. What they're doing here is burning time. They're not going to prevent it being open, but by doing that, Semper is just allowing himself the time and space to be able to watch that outside balcony along those windows and just prevent Furia from getting onto those too soon. Once that wall opens, which it has now, Semper, he can't really play onto that window. He's going to keep himself in CCTV there. He can watch the breach for anybody coming in, but he can't really expose himself too far over onto the window. But what he might do is take the risk of, I'm going to hang around for 30 seconds. If nobody comes, I'm going to presume that they've actually just opened the breach for phantom pressure and moved away. So he might then start taking that risk onto CCTV window once he's got that little bit of intel.
For sure, and there's no need to rush it as well. I know we're halfway the round in, but you can see this is going to be an explosive execute at some point with the Ying and the Blackbeard on side. That just screams you get your prep work done and then you go absolutely bananas. And sure enough, JB's be the first one in here, and even though Psycho was expecting him,
he had a ping.
got rid of Psycho.
He wasn't ready.
Semper was just a bit too ready for him in response. 2 quick kills for Elevate as well. Now things are looking balanced on their side. Still with this Blackbeard that can do a bit of work, but he's got himself a bit of a crossfire here, Tim. 1 player to the right and 1 to the left. This is not a pretty situation to be in.
No, he needs a little bit of support, and there it comes. KZ underneath, working on the book, and the pressure is mounting on Naka. He's trying to move himself inside of logistics, and that is the support he needed. Ion manages to pick up nades, so all of a sudden everybody else on the side of Elevate can now focus towards main stairs because they know that KZ's downstairs. So right now, Herds, he's had to back off, Des.
And what I love is all the players have drawn back in together here in Elevate. They know they can play for these trades and play for these crossfires, and against the shield, it's one of the best things that you can look to do. Semper getting a little bit low here, but now Herds has gone, and KZ with it all to do. I know you're begging for him to walk away with 4 kills from this closed in for your fantasy, and that is one hell of a shot. Gets away with 1. Will he find a second? Not quite just now, but very close to it. As that clock runs down to the last 10 seconds though, Tim, it feels like we're a little bit cooked.
He's playing, he was quite literally playing with fire there. We could see one of those new environmental aspects. The pipe had been shot out next to that double wall. He had to move in anyway, but he was, you know, taking a little bit of a risk there, and it was nice use of that from Elevate, assuming that they had taken the opportunity to take that shot, but they get themselves a really nice round there as well. Like I say, what I liked about Elevate in that round was their awareness of the positioning. Herds at the top of main stairs on the Blackbeard was a thorn in their side. He was a real problem. But as soon as that kill goes down onto nade, everybody refocuses to main stairs and forces Herds back because the call has come. Buck's down below logistics office. He can't challenge us directly, so they know they can focus. If anything, that's the priority. Right, let's try and hit this Blackbeard while we've got him solo. They couldn't quite manage to get that done, but it was enough to get them established and to get them formed back up, ready to continue defending. Good stuff from Elevate.
Let's go and look at my My boy Sharip's in the other game. See how my fantasy's doing.
How's it going, Des?
He's 0-9.
Oh no! I mean, oh no, genuinely for sure.
I'll be having words in the pool later.
But for your fantasy, I can't really worry about that too much for your fantasy.
No, it's terrible. Oh, okay, it happens. It happens. That's right, Tim. Start slow and then warm up. That's the way we'll approach it.
Oh, it's the best way.
It's kind of almost what Elevate have done here, to be fair, because let's not forget, Furia were up 2-0. I thought they were going to really struggle to get a single round out of this Elevate, and sure enough, they got the third when they were in the downstairs, and I thought, okay, maybe they get a couple out of this half. It could yet build up towards being that, but I think we're more likely to see the 3-3. They're back down in the basement again here, where they've already won before, and Furia, the last couple of attacks, have looked a little bit shaky at points. Herds here, chewing his way through that Goomon, but still wins the 1v1 onto Romeo. Really could have done better there.
See, Blackbeard is always going to win that 1v1, and that's a really good contrast to how I said they dealt with him last time when they had him trapped at the top of main stairs and they kind of put pressure on from multiple sides, applied a couple of people to that problem. There, in a 1v1 like that, Romeo is always likely to lose it. So the plant is going down. JV92 Herds, however, is taken out. That's a big kill from Psycho, but they can do nothing to stop the diffuser going down. And now Furia just need to hold on to this in the post plant. JV92, he's doing it all, Des. He's getting a diffuser. He's getting a double. Make it a triple. JV92, unstoppable.
He's a bit on one today, isn't he, Tim? I know it doesn't count because it was in that first replay round, but he had a 3K back then as well, and he just will not be stopped. I think he's now up to 8-1 on kill, even higher than that, thinking about it. It'll be even crazier, but we'll see, of course, when the stats catch up. Now, I did mention that we have this whole reset now on the bans because the sides are swapped. They're done simultaneously, so you aren't taking forever to get through a ban phase. It's basically 3 bans, each all taking place at the same time.
Important thing as well, you couldn't maybe quite see it clearly because you weren't probably looking for it there, but you could see the coach in behind the players talking to them, and that's because through this second banning phase the coach is allowed to speak to them. It's not taken as a tactical timeout or anything. They still have that to take if they wish to. Elevate have already used theirs. Furia will still be able to use theirs. It's just an opportunity for the coach to give a little bit of feedback about maybe what they see in the bans, what can we do in the bans, but I'm sure there's opportunity there as well to maybe talk about a few other things.
I just like how we saw this come out when we had all 3 bans coming through back in the first half, but we've gone straight for both of the electrification operators taken away immediately. Kaid and Bandit off the board here for Elevate, just not wanting to deal with that on their attacks here, and it might prove to be a good shot. It means you haven't got to worry about bringing something like a Maverick when you've got that taken away. It means they can lean into, as they're doing here, bringing the Hibana along instead. Now you might be looking at that and thinking, why the hell has smoke just gone through? That's because we have these destructible ingredients around the map here, the environmentals. The ones that you'll often find going down is that when they are going to influence the attacking game, i.e. they can use it to their advantage. That one there, really good to smoke off dirt tunnel, for example, and be able to shield yourself when going for a plant through kitchen hatch. You get rid of those in the prep phase. You don't want to deal with it, you just get rid of them pretty much immediately. It will be the same for the attackers when they get into the map. They'll want to get rid of any ones that could impede them later into the round, super early on, so you haven't got to worry about it in the dying few seconds when it can have a mega impact. And we kind of saw it back in the last one with that fire going off, of course, the gas pipe. I think Casey was in a spot where he had to make his move, otherwise he was bound to get blown up or run out of time, one of the two, which is why he got forced into a difficult situation. It's just another little layer to the game that you've now got to consider.
In we go to the action phase of round 7 then. Furia defending the basement to kick things off. We do see a presence from them around the map, as I would expect from this Furia team. They're certainly not going to give up any ground too easily. We've got Herds just up in there and Lounge. Philippox is going to be the interesting one on the Scorpos. So he's inside of Strip at the minute, and he's probably going to play his life here for a little bit, try and burn some time, but the real kicker for him will be if they don't find him and he can work in. It's often forgotten is that wing of the map, and if he can work his way into their flank, absolutely beautiful. But of course, playing the Scorpos there, it gives you that opportunity for that free kind of teleport, essentially. There's 2 robot shells, one of them will be positioned down inside, and Philippox will have the opportunity to shut off the one he's using and relocate himself back down into that basement shell and activate it. So we'll see whether he does that. He's taken a little bit of damage now, so they're aware of his presence. He needs some help, does he? Casey's there! Philippox finds one, and that is a huge start from the roaming duo of Furia.
That feels like a real Siege timing moment as well. Oh, it's horrible. Because Iron had got to this point on main stairs, was ready to get the track onto the Valkyrie, but just as he hits the track, while he's crossing towards Bathroom, managed to get a kill onto the Hibana on the other side. It's unfortunate for Elevate, but super well played here by KZ especially. A 5 versus 1, and Furia, as you'd expect on the defense, are looking impenetrable. Romeo's got it all to do in a 1 versus 5, Tim, but it feels to me like this is going to be a 5-2 scoreline coming up for Furia.
Yeah, it certainly does. Romeo, low health as well. It's going to be a big ask for the Buck here. Got a little bit of utility that he can use should he need in the form of that skeleton key. Maybe get himself a little extra line of sight. He's got a good idea that one's inside a kitchen, I think, here. He's probably heard the gunfight, but it doesn't matter. KZ steps around the corner and slams his man. Picks up the final kill, and that's going to be, indeed, another round going to Furia. They're looking good.
I mean, Casey barely looked bothered there. He was literally, he probably moved, what, 5 meters around a pinpoint at the top of those main stairs, or at the midpoint of them, dashing towards kitchen a bit, and towards bathroom to take a challenge onto the Hibana, picking up kills left, right, and center. Elevate got to get their ideas together here if they're going to shut down Fury and be a little bit quicker on the push in, and maybe with what they've currently, it's got Hobbit, of course, they can change away from this, but we're seeing things like the Sens, the Capital, the Lion, you've got Psycho back on the old faithful Monty. This could be a real blast from the past, Tim.
Furia might not even get another ban here, Des.
No, they could do it all in the 7-2.
If they get the next 2 rounds and it's over in round 9, they won't, of course, get that opportunity for the 3rd ban that comes at the start of round 10. So we'll see whether they can get this done without needing it or not. Like I say, it's been a very good start from the former world champions, not current, of course, that's FaZe. But Furia just looking pretty solid. I don't feel like Elevate have ever really pushed them. There's been a couple of rounds that they've won, obviously, but it feels like, yeah, they've picked up a couple of sort of 50-50 gunfights around the map and then been able to use the man advantage. There's no rounds where I've looked and thought, wow, Elevate really won that. They really were, and this is where we're going to see it more on the attacking side, but I'm waiting for that sort of wow moment of that was a great strategy, that was really well executed, they've gone in and won that, they've taken that round away from Furia. I'm kind of waiting for that.
I've gone to the game again, so I wish I hadn't. Should be 0-10.
I mean, I feel for him. I genuinely do.
Do you feel for me, though?
Not for you. I never want to see players struggling like that inside of the game.
Man,
I don't feel for you.
I mean, otherwise, I think JB has had a bit too much fun. He's up to 12-2 in this game, Tim. And now he's got himself across the plane on the dot. KZ got a bit aggressive here, wanting to get his KD padded out, but not able to succeed. Romeo instead being the collector of his scalp in this round.
That's the difficulty that Elevator will face now, of course. Furia 5-2 up, they start feeling like they can take a few risks here. They can go in there and get involved and have a little run out, see if they can get an early pick. They're going to feel emboldened. They're going to feel confident that they can do so. As it is, they've been punished, and all Elevate can really do here is just dig their heels in, make it as difficult, punish them every time. If they're going to offer you a tasty morsel, like somebody running out of lower garage, then you got to take it. You got to eat it up. And that's exactly what they've done. KZ lost. Castle not the end of the world. Those barricades will already be in position, so it's not really utility loss. We can see the Monty is pushing up here. Psycho is just choosing to take damage from the barbed wire rather than having it cleared out.
At this point, though, he's in a real dangerous position, Tim. The thing is, as the dock here, you know that there's someone going to be challenging along with this Monty, or at least trying to benefit off the fact that it's creating pressure. You can drop that shield and knock the dock down at any time, which is where the respect has got to be given. So it's a lot of pressure to be put under, and sure enough, here's that player. It's Romeo below, looking for his man, and now the dock knows where he is. In fact, it's Romeo taking a lot of shots. Tim, there are 3 players here trying to get rid of one guy. Steps up and gets rid of one. They get the trade, so it's something. Romeo on for a 3K, and maybe here with the shield still in hand, Elevate can get something done.
There has been quite a heavy cost for them there just in clearing out that dock. It's not just about the manpower, the loss of Ion and Semper along the way, it's also the loss of time. They're down to 45 seconds, but they should have what they need now. Romeo is the big question mark because he's got the diffuser in hand, and they want to get him in here with Psycho so they can plant him behind that server rack realistically. They've got the cover on there. You can see now he's moving up, he's getting himself into his spot that he needs to be. They've got the cover from the breach, but Philippox gets a big kill and drops the diffuser on the ground, Des.
This is the hard one now. They've got to make this work, Tim. They had a spot in the 3v2 to cook something special. They might have drawn out the C4, but they're in this 2 versus 2. He's in for a plant, and with no C4 on side, yes, this can go down. Doesn't matter what the cam shows them. Without the control they need, this is going to get stuck, and now it's looking real sticky.
It just shows how easy this site can be to plant on. You really don't need very much. You just need that cover from the wall. Elevate have understood that, and they've played it beautifully. Naka just holding that angle to prevent the push through. As you say, the nitro already used has been a critical moment against Furia here, despite that fight back, and you would expect now that Elevate are able to hold on for this final 10 or so seconds that they need. Naka manages to cut down Nade. It's all going to be up to Philippox. 13 seconds with a Monty in his face. Not a chance, Des.
Absolutely not. Psycho just kind of bait him out here to make sure he can't get on it, and now there is no time left. The most he can play for is kills, but Elevate have pulled it out to a close. I think as soon as they knew that C4 came out from Philippox, they were like, that's our time. This is it. We can get this plant down. That's exactly what they did. And sure enough, Tim, they'll get another round on the board here. Not quite caught up to Furia yet, but at least being competitive.
No, I was saying I was waiting to see Elevate really come out and win a round. I feel like they did with that one. It was close. Philippox had that moment where he took Romeo out, dropped the diffuser on the ground. It was maybe a little bit slow from Elevate, even once they'd taken that catwalk. They still didn't kind of rush their way in, but that was fine. They used the time that they had, and even with 2 of them, they just showed such a great understanding. I know it's a pretty basic concept for anybody who's played Siege for a long time. You're aware of holding that angle across and how it prevents anybody pushing into CCTV and the safety that it creates for Psycho to get that diffuser down. But Elevate had to take account of certain factors, and the Nitro particularly was one, because if you haven't cleared that out, with only 2 players, it's then very difficult to plant in that spot, because Philippox just runs downstairs, Nitro on the ceiling above him, and clears it out. But they knew that wasn't possible. So really well played, and I will say, Elevate, that's a round that they definitely came in and won.
All right, let's see if they can get any more on the board, Tim. Keep this one competitive as we go through. I think our game over on the A stream is also coming to a close, or probably a little bit further ahead in schedule than this one is right now. Last I checked, it was 6-3 to FearX against Cyclops. Pretty dominant in terms of performance. I think it's 6-4 it currently stands. So things are staying close over there, Tim, here. It's, again, competitive, but it does feel like Furia are the ones pushing themselves towards a win. Let's see how things shape up though in this round. Flores coming along for Ion, no doubt identifying there's a few things to chew through in this round. The barbed wires, you've got the Maestro cameras to go through, of course you've got the Kiva barriers to be concerned about too. Lots they can look towards here to get busy with all those drones they've got on side. Also with Psycho playing on the Twitch, there's a few things to try and zap out as they run through the map too. Things like those FNATs from JV need to be taken out.
Just seeing great examples there of how this new banning system is going to impact on the game. How quickly that wall has got opened with the double electricity ban, able to just work their way through very, very quickly, and just taking full advantage of that, full understanding of, hey, this is the space we've created with those bans, and we're going to make sure that we use it to full effect. Twitch drone goes up, will take out 1 FNAT, so getting some value out of that utility as well. I think that's something Elevate have done well so far on the attack, is how they've used that utility, whether it be the shield of Monty in the last round, whether it be the hard breach and the Twitch in this round. They're definitely focusing on it.
That's what they do from here though, Tim. It's all good moving fast, but are we at a point where we've got ourselves moving fast enough? Haven't yet moved Philippox out. You've got JV dug in too. I'd expect really by 1 minute 45 for you to have been able to move as a team and pressure these players away, but they're still stuck here as we're coming down to the last 75 seconds, still with utility deployed around the map. Yes, you've got a lot of drones you've got to use in Ion's back pocket, for example, but just feels like they might be leaving things down to the last 20 seconds or so before they even look at the site, let alone actually hit it.
Yeah, I mean, time was something that I did mention in the last one. We were kind of at that 30-second mark before the execute came in. Like you say, something that they need to be conscious of. Maybe something that newer teams do suffer from sometimes is
they've got it now.
A little bit of indecision. You know, it slows them down a little bit, but like you said, they've got themselves established inside a construction. Herds is still holding on! Manages to do a little bit of damage there, and this is the problem for Elevate. They keep getting those bullets in, tickling them, taking away HP, little bit, and that is ultimately going to cost them the round.
And the problem here, Tim, I was going to say that Evil Eye is still up. They haven't been able to destroy most of this utility despite all the time they've had in this round. And I feel it's going to sting them. JV going down here. Semper finishes him off with the pistol. A 5 versus 4. Elevate could do this, Tim, but the clock is the 6th man here for Furia.
That's a big swing from Semper. From Romeo. Felipox was there to trade it out, but 2 kills come in. Surely he can't hold on. 12 seconds left to go. We know this man has the ability. Felipox moves in.
Oh my God.
KZ with a kill from beyond the grave. He makes it even more possible for Felipox. He downs the diffuser. Des, he's going to do this. The clock runs out, and Felipox completes a 1v4.
What more can you say? They moved so fast at the round start and everything ground to a halt. They didn't get rid of the Evil Eye that was there the whole round being a nuisance. Keeper barriers stayed up, and all Furia had to do was play to the clock. I said it becomes that 6th man, and that's exactly what we've seen. Now, Tim, we will get that extra ban that you mentioned. We might not get a chance to see, so we'll see what the 3rd operator each team will ban away is going to be here. 1 defender, 1 attacker to close things out, and it starts the conversation about an interesting ban that you can pick out here, because do you look to ban an operator away on the strongest site or pick the weakest site to guarantee that you win it? That Monty going away because they know that Psycho's been leaning on it, and Mira going to be the final ban taken out too.
This is what I like about this ban system, where you have that ban after a few rounds. After 3 rounds, you get that extra 1. We're going to see that sometimes kind of pre-planned. We saw it earlier when they took away the 2nd hard breach. It was Thermite was the 1st ban, and then Ace was the 3rd ban. And so it's kind of completing a plan that you've already got. However, here, it's a little bit more like, that Monty has been a real problem. And I mean, you're going up against Psycho. You know Monty's going to be a real problem. So they've then experienced it and said, you know what, we don't need any more of that. And so you're going to have these reactive bans sometimes rather than the prescribed ones. And it'll really shape the game. I love that. So Furia 6-3 coming into round 10. They looked good in the last round. Felipox looked good. Furia didn't look fantastic, but Felipox was on it. 1v4, and he just played it. There was nothing flashy about that clutch from Felipox there.
Nope.
He just did everything right. And if you want to say to me, Ace, how do I clutch? How do I clutch like Felipox? Just do everything right. Simple as that, really.
Absolutely. I had a quick question come in a second ago from someone, actually. Are matches only on the rework maps or any? They are on any of the 9 maps that we have in the pool, but you are right in what you're saying. Only 5 of our 9 maps have been updated to the Siege X graphic standard, and that's not because it's a lazy thing about it. It's more that some of the newer maps that we've had have either been reworked recently, like Consulate, or the other maps are already at a good standard. Things like Skyscraper, Lair, and Lab, some of our newer maps are already at a good level, so they'll be following, of course, as we get towards the launch of Siege X, Tim, which is going to be very exciting over the next month or so. Not forgetting, of course, we've got the year roadmap on the 18th of May, so next weekend you get to see what is the plan for Siege X this year. I'm really excited to see what comes. I always love seeing the year-long roadmaps and what's coming up over the next 12 months, and we get to see that here. Can't wait.
We've got Tommy just trying to lock themselves inside a kitchen. Herds, however, manages to pop up from Lounge and find one onto Romeo. Ion does take down the somewhat indomitable JV92, 14-5 this game, absolutely flying, but will be cut out of this round. 4 versus 4, and Elevate just again having that little bit of a moment of a pause. What is going on here? Where are we working towards? Are they aware of KZ up above them though? That's the big question, Des. He could have a big impact on this round. I think they know that he's in there. They're just going to give themselves a little angle from Lounge and at least let him know that they know that he knows that they know.
Stop it. That hurts my head already. One was enough. Well, Psycho, of course, taken with the Monty away, is straight onto the more aggressive pairing of the shield operators. We mentioned you might see some co-op bans where a lot of shields get taken away, a lot of hard breaches go. He sees his man.
KZ's in trouble here.
Broke. I mean, a good bit of team play coming out. Fair enough, he was pinned in there. Not an awful lot he can do, and that is what Blitz does best. Yeah. Creates a lot of pressure, always a threat to you. When you've got a teammate up nearby to support that shield operator, well, it's hell on earth for the defender.
Just forcing that movement as well. KZ would never have moved his position there unless he's got the blitz in his face, so he didn't really have a choice. 3 versus 4, Furia might not be able to get it done inside of this round. It is Church and Arsenal, so time is less of a factor. We often see those final 20-second executes for Elevate to come in here. They don't need to worry too much about how much sand is left in the timer as it sort of runs through. They are ready to go here. They do have a man advantage. Utility that they're going to be playing against. We can see there the Goyo canister just being popped on the door to prevent that push coming in from
And
Mortal.
smoked.
Damage
Oh.
being done. Herds finding a kill. Furia holding on, Des.
It's the clock again, Tim. It was a 6-man for them in the last round. It's building up to be the same for Leapox onto Semper and Psycho and Naka. All that stand between Furia and the first win here at Reload. They might get one back on side, but there's 5 seconds to go. Naka in a temporary 1v2 while this diffuser goes down, not being pushed, and Furia might let this one stick. Sure enough, they get away with it, and now Psycho in a 1 versus 2. Push from the left, push from the right. He can do nothing. Furia going to take this map 7-3 and lock in those 2 bullets for themselves.
Yeah, Furia have played that absolutely perfectly there, recognising that they were up against a blitz. We push together, we push from opposite directions. There's nothing that Psycho can do. So a tough finish there for Elevate. Look, they haven't played terribly. They've played okay. They've come up against a very good Furia today. As she said, they reloaded 2 bullets from their reserve, so they take an additional 2 and move up to 8. Elevate lose the bullet that they reloaded and drop down to 5.
I mean, let's talk about Elevate here a bit, because they're the new team as well, right? Positively took from that game. I think on defense, they looked really good in a few of their rounds. Took a couple to warm into it, but they got there. On the attacking side, I think is where things came to a halt a little bit. They found themselves stalling out. They kind of know that coming to a moment where it's like, okay, guys, what do we do now? And that's something that takes a little bit of time to build. You're always going to struggle to come up against Furia, who are one of the best teams in the world, unfortunately.
I don't think anybody would have wanted to play Furia today, let's be honest. Day 1, we're up against Furia. Yeah, great. Look,
first map of the
always
tournament. Let's get the hard one out of the way, shall we?
Clubhouse as well. Furia are always going to come in and look good. As we progress through, it will be the lower ranked teams in terms of the points that will choose their opponents for the following days. So that will offer, Elevate have lost some points there. They've lost one of the bullets, but it is going to mean potentially, we'll see how the rest of the day shapes up, they may be getting an earlier choice as to who they go against.
And of course, we get to see at the end of today's show over on the A stream who they pick to play against tomorrow. So make sure you check out that a bit later. But we've still got 4 more games to go here on the B stream. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, it's Cloud9 coming up against PSG Talon. See you in a bit.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. You real ready for a reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJEX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber? Plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition? Plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Ghost 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7X! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
there, and welcome back to the B-Stream here at Reload. Going into our second game of the day. It's Cloud9 coming up against PSG Talon, Tim. And if you hear that Cloud9 name and think, whoa, what year am I in? Very fairly so. Last saw back in 2021, Tim, with an APAC team. Now they're repping the red, white and blue with an American team.
Yeah, they've pulled players from kind of a little bit all over the place there. So they've got, you know, players coming in. We saw Dream on Unwanted, did extremely well.
Fourth place
top
finish,
4
yeah.
At the Sixth Invitational in Boston.
And a crowd hero.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, you know, Kobe, Packer, both seen on top teams previously. You know, we've got a little bit from all over the place.
And Silent, there's a lot of hype about him as well, and the player that he could grow to become.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of like this Dream. Someone look at this team and be quite like doubtful and be like, oh, it's Dream and the rest. By the way, I've got to touch on how cool their jerseys are.
I was going to say, but I also
saw them outside.
I
saw them outside, and I was like, bro, these jerseys are so good. Like, I'd love one. They're amazing. But yeah, you look at this team and say it's Dream and the rest. But I actually think between them all, it's one of those teams that will carry limited expectation, and so the pressure is off. They can really show what they can do. And given that everyone's got a little bit of experience, they've all been to at least one event as well, there's hopefully enough here that they can do a little bit of work. I'm really excited to see what they can bring to the table. Hopefully different expectations here as well. Again, for Cloud9 being back in the game, hopefully it's a good thing and we see these guys really hit the ground running. And to be fair, it's not a bad first game to have. They're coming up against PSG Talon, who have had a big change in the back room, Tim. Fabian, no longer their coach.
No, and the thing is, Fabian's imparted a lot of knowledge here, so the players will undoubtedly have grown and, you know, be the better for his involvement, and so are still going to take some of that, you know, that has been discussed, has been learnt. It's going to come through into this and, you know, all of the fixtures. But we know there's some real quality on this team. We've seen them. We've seen BDS know all, the old BDS roster know all about this team. You know, they are there to play. There are upsets possible. I would still, of course, edge towards Cloud9, but this is kind of experience consistency as a roster versus a team that have just come together, so you kind of never know.
Yeah, don't count them out, but of course limit your expectations. We'll see how things play out. For now, though, we'll take a look at what map we're going into, and Tim, it's going to be Nighthaven Labs, one of my favourite maps. It is worth noting it's one of the ones that hasn't had a visual update for CGX yet, because it's one of our newer maps that we've had in the game recently. Didn't require a full update on the scale that some of our older maps did, so it will look a bit more like, dare I say, conventional Siege, Tim. Not a bad thing, because it's still a beautiful map.
It's going to look like Nighthaven always has, but as you said, it's always been a beautiful map. So one that we definitely enjoy a lot. I think I don't think it's a bad battleground for these two, to be honest, because it's a technical map, it's a big map. There's a lot that you've got to cover, there's a lot of boxes to tick, you can't waste a lot of time. But I could find difficulty for PSG on that side, maybe. You know, they've not always had the best sort of, you know, in-depth strategy, but also C9 are a team that have just come together. You know, we often talk about this. It takes time to build as a team. It takes time to build up that knowledge, that strat book. And so a map like Nighthaven could prove a little bit of a challenge.
And they both have come in reloading 2 bullets. We'll go through that mechanic again in just a moment. For now, of course, we can touch about something else. If you are only just tuning in, you won't have seen before our new map veto. Operator veto phase, you can look at it if you want to be. The attackers will ban away 2 defenders. The defenders ban away 2 attackers. We get to round 4. They ban 1 more each, which is that extra empty icon that you can see off the right-hand side of those 2 bans. And then we get to the second half, and we do it all over again, but of course, you switch. So now, as a team, you aren't banning an attacker and a defender at the start. You only ban operators that are on the opposite side that you start on. So if you're a defender, you ban attackers only, and again, the reverse in this one. But it does lead to some really interesting counter bans we expect. For now, what we've seen, Tim, is hard breach bans. We saw a couple of those back on Clubhouse earlier, and from pretty much every team I've seen so far, we've seen Kaid and Bandit banned away as a pairing in every half we've seen.
I mean, we knew it was the impact it was going to have as well, but I would also say that it felt then, particularly I noticed it, really rapid just getting into game. Because you've got half as many bans. Because they're doing them simultaneously, we've only got 2 instead of 4. So it's like,
it's done in 60 seconds rather than 2 minutes. It's way quicker.
You know, it feels a lot quicker. So we're going to be up to the top floor to kick things off. PSG Talon are on the defense, and they're going to try to hold on to the upstairs. There's, you know, as with everything in Siege, there's pluses and minuses with this. One of the negatives I think that you get with defending top floor is it kind of takes your roam game away from you. There's not too much roaming you can do. We've got Misa underneath at the minute, and of course with Nitro in hand, some damage can be done on the verticality, but you can't, if the attackers kind of decide to just go to site and play around you, there's not too many ways that you can get yourself involved. Maybe coming back through warehouse, you can be a little bit tricky, maybe that little meeting flank, but it's easily watched, it's easily dealt with generally by the attackers, so we'll see how that progresses through the round.
It's one of those, I think, where it's more about the 4 to 5 positions that you set up and hold, right? I'm looking towards Garage here, and his army, as you're seeing here out of Ryder, is no doubt. I love, by the way, we've got Soldier Reload and Ryder Reload as well, which rolling their names in towards the end of the tournament. Can't complain too much. But this position you have to break down, and then having things like the castle, I think, is a big one too. Really creates a lot of frustration for the attacking team to have to chew their way through. No doubt the mirror doubles up on that as well. It means there's not a lot of map to clear, but it's hard to clear.
Already starting on the attack here, Cloud9, with getting rid of some of that utility and just forging that path, clearing the areas that they want to move into. We've seen a lot of use of the shield from Packer to do exactly that, getting in towards meeting corridor, forcing them back out of control, just getting that space, getting through to electrical, trying to move around and support that push on the breach as well. PSG Talon, they're pretty comfortable right now. They're sitting themselves back in sight, like you said. They've got their stalls set up, they've got those areas that they want to hold on to. They're trying to play in behind that utility. To do so, this is where it's going to get difficult though, when Packer's that blitz can start pushing forward. But like you say, with that low health, makes it very difficult for him maybe to be as aggressive as he might like.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful here. Like a ball play C4 or a single bullet to the foot will see him down, and that's really their edge in the round gone. But they've got to do something, Tim. 2 minutes have gone by. A plant is going down, actually. I was going to say in a 5v5, plant was going down. Has been stopped away, and a great C4 from Gotti will find his man. This is what I mean, Tim. These fortified spots are so hard to battle through that at this point, PSG Talon have said we're going to sit and hold, and C9 are convinced they can get through, almost getting away with it, but Misa underneath has not been cleared out. PSG Talon with a flawless first round to start things off.
Misa's done a great job for them underneath there. At the beginning of the round, I commented how difficult it may be from his position to have a big impact in the round, and that Nitro needed to find its spot if he was going to do so, and they manage exactly that. Gotti gets one with the Nitro, and then we've got the line of sight there to deal with Packer from Misa. Just fantastic stuff from PSG Talon, really getting some value out of what can be a very difficult position to find it in.
The thing is, if they get the plant down there, it's a very different conversation we're having. And there were 2 chances where they had to get it stuck. If it does, then it's really hard for PSG Talon to retake. I spoke about these 4 to 5 positions. Think about the days of old. You hold up inside a castle, it's hard to break down the walls. They're about to abandon that position and come and chase you into the field. It was a similar game plan here coming out from C9. So yes, it looks like an absolute mess given that it's failed, given they got flawless rounded there. But if they're pulled off a plant, if they've managed to stick it, we'd be having a very, very different conversation right now. So don't look into it too much, but it's a good start for PSG Talon up on that top floor. Now we go down to the ground floor, Tim. Gonna see ourselves inside of control and storage, a site that I've seen go wrong so many times.
Yeah, quite often we would see defensive teams choose to go down to the basement as their second site here on that Even Labs, but PSG Talon looking to maybe get what could be considered the more difficult of the site rotation done and dusted early on. What are we going to see from the attackers? Well, there's a couple of things that they need to pay attention to, and that is pressure from above and pressure from below. They need to watch IT particularly, as we see there, and they also need to consider the basement as well, because the plant spot in behind Pillar can be dealt with from both of those locations. So that's number 1 job for the attackers. Open up those walls, IT wall and basement wall, and make sure that PSG Talon can't play in those areas, and they've done it rapidly with the basement at least. They'll be looking towards top floor as well, get garage open. So this right now screams to me from Cloud9, Pillar plant inside of that window.
Absolutely. You see a shield, you see the Ying together, you know it just screams utility dump and playing around that shield to make something happen. With, of course, a lot of vertical control to come in, which is something they missed out on in the last round. Yes, it was more about the threat from below. This time it's the threat from above they're worried about. Same thing sounds true though, Tim. There's a lot of positions to break through here first on the PSG Talon side. So for C9, a new team that have come together. We spoke about this on our last map when we had Furia against Elevate. Furia taking that win away, as you'd expect on Clubhouse. Our concern for Elevate was that we aren't yet seeing the team move with particular pace or purpose as an attacking side. In defense, they were okay, but just couldn't quite make it work against a former world champion team on the other side of things, and I think you might see both of these teams struggling with that to some degree here. So for C9, they've got to figure their way through. They'll start things out with the entry onto the Azami, a good pick to find at this stage in the round. 5v4.
Yeah, that's a great start for them. Just gives them that foundation, but also that bit of space as well. Dealing with that top floor. As I said, that is somewhere that PSG Talon will have thought is key to hold on to try and prevent that plant going down. C9 don't necessarily need to kill everybody here. All they need to do is create enough space, enough safety to be able to get in behind that pillar and put the plant down. So it's about gaining storage control. Still fighting with Gotti up on the top floor. He misses his opportunity, but Kobe does not. He takes him out, and that's advantage Cloud9.
Siege timing moment there as well. Like, just so a matter of pixels, and he gets a kill onto Catwalk, and maybe gets away from the Blackbeard, but he then dies through the software when the Blackbeard's pressed up right into his face. And this is the fear of these shields, Tim. It's less that the shields themselves are lethal, don't get me wrong, they are, but it's more what happens when a teammate supports the shield and gets kills off the back of it. At least one in, one back here. Yas getting one, Soldier another. PSG have kept things neck and neck, though. I say that as Yas is finally put on his backside. Soldier in a 1v2 to hold things out here. 30 seconds to play, Tim. That clock is going to become his friend. He could do this.
Potentially, but he's going to find himself in a fight very, very quickly here as the man comes around the corner, manages to pick him up. The Twitch finishing out the round, and it was a good pivot from Cloud9 as well. They started out, as I expected, getting garage wall, getting basement wall, getting IT wall, all shaping up towards that pillar plant, but then it wasn't really working for them. So we see them switch and move more over to the control side of the map, find a couple of kills. Great play from Cloud9, great adaptation.
A couple of questions have come in, by the way. Did they change Nighthaven in Siege X? No, it is the same. It will get updated at some point, but because the other maps that had older lighting and graphics, they needed to get updated first, and because Nighthaven is more of a newer map, there wasn't a massive driving need to get this one updated. So nope, hasn't changed yet, but yes, Chalet, Club, Bank, Border, and what was the fifth? Cafe? Yeah. Have all been updated, and you'll no doubt see them all throughout the tournament as we go by. The second one from Ayaji was, wait, where is the unwanted roster? Well, I hate to tell you, friend, they're gone. They've been tossed to the high winds. The players have kind of had all their parts picked off and sent out to different teams.
They were wanted.
They were very, very wanted. Yeah, just all on different places. And as you can see, Dream is on this team. But yes, unfortunately, Unwanted is no more, despite an excellent finish. They wanted to stay together as far as I understand, but didn't quite get the offers for the whole roster to get picked up, which could be hard to do when a team has already got existing players and needs to retain some of them.
Looking at the format just as we get into the action phase here before it all kicks off proper. We've got our reload values up at the top of the screen, so just next to the team names you can see there we've got a 6 in white with a bullet and we've got a 2 in red with a bullet, so that is the points system for the tournament that we play in here. Every team starts out with 6 bullets in their reserve, so that's what the 6 in white represents. How many did they have at the start of this game? And then the red 2 is how much they have chosen to reload for this game. So basically that signifies how much they can win. So if they win this or lose, if they win this one, then they gain an additional 2 bullets, so we'll move up to 8. If they lose, then they will lose 2 and go down to 4.
Oh,
talking about losing 2.
How has Misa got away with that?
Cloud9 are going to lose 2 early. Packer manages to find the kill, which was essential after the damage that Misa had done there. But I tell you what, he will take that trade all day long.
That is just lethal. The fact that he's got away with not 1 but 2 is criminal. Now Packer's going to have to try and force something here to try and get his team back into it. Doing his best, but it's a team kill. Silent going through his teammate to get rid of Soldier on the other side. It's actually not a bad recovery for a C19. They've got things back to a 2 versus 2, but there's basically a whole round to play. They can't do vertical destruction with Kobilats because he's gone, and this is why as defenders it's so worth going for these early trades, because the attackers have now basically got no utility to work with outside of Dream's back pocket Selmas. And even they've gone as well, so it's guns up now, and that favours the defenders massively.
Yeah, they've literally got to work with what they've got, you know, bar a couple of nades and soft breaches that are not going to necessarily change the course of the round completely. They're just doing their due diligence here, using the time available to them, and that's the sort of experience coming in from a player like Dream there. We know he's going to be, you know, having a big part in how the shots are called, what are we doing here, how do we use that time, let's get on the drones, let's see what's going on. Siege timing at its finest again there. Just a slight missed opportunity for Cloud9 just based on the timing, but they'll start trying to open up some verticals, clear out utility. They know that they've got plenty of time left to use. 50 seconds, they can soften sight up a bit, but ultimately there is going to come a point where they have to push and they have to try and find those kills.
At this point, stack up as a 2 and push in the same angle together and hope that you can at least guarantee a trade and force out the 1 versus 1, but Gotti's here, shotgun in hand and ready with the sight on top, waiting for them to come around the corner, and sure enough, round he steps. Dream is in all by himself. One more to round the corner. He knows that his man's here, but he's got to win this fight. Not going to be able to do it. Gotti and Yas with the close out. Now, Remorse did ask in chat a second ago about how bans work. Do you ban on rounds 1, 2, and 3? Not quite. You ban 2 in round 1, and then a third operator gets banned in round 4, which is what's about to happen now. So, producer Sam, let's get it up on the screen so you guys can see what this extra ban's going to be. Both sides taking away 3 operators each. That's what you'll see coming up here.
There we go, we can see. So Cloud9 as the attackers get to take away a third defender, having already banned out Kaid and Bandit at the beginning of the game. And PSG Talon, they can take out a third attacker to sit alongside Maverick and Monty. Simultaneously done to save us a little bit of time, a few seconds. We have Valkyrie and Blitz both being taken away. So the use of Blitz from Packer, you know, which is no major surprise really, to see him using that operator. So PSG Talon, no, that's enough now. We're going to take him away, so that's the double shield ban taken out. And guess what? Packer's going to move on to Blackbeard.
And also seeing the Valkyrie taken away, because in rounds 1 and 2 we saw PSG Talon play that operator. In round 3, Cloud9 had enough and decided to bring along the IQ, but that was the round where PSG Talon didn't play Valkyrie. So rather than playing cat and mouse with the Valkyrie, they've chosen to ban it away here. This is the beauty of this ban system, where you can see across the first 3 rounds, the first 3 sites typically, because teams tend to play a 3-site rotation in the first quarter, then a 3-site rotation in the second, in the same order. You're just saying, we know what causes issues in that half, we want it gone, and that's why the Valkyrie's gone away here. And I think this is my favorite thing about it. You'll see very targeted bans based on how those rounds have played out. Wonderful stuff and a really good change.
10 seconds remaining.
I heard that slurp.
I was spilling water. I
tell you what, I'm so not used to this. We drink bottles of water elsewhere. Here I've got a can, and you've got like a plastic cup with a foil lid on.
It's quite difficult to open.
It's not what I'd normally look for to drink water from, to be fair. It would normally be a plastic bottle, but I'll give it. It's better for recycling.
Good to quickly prevent the spill. So, moving into round 4 we go. Back up to the top floor. So the defensive rotation will just continue as is. That's something else I'm kind of watching over the next week or two. With this new banning system, are we going to see that maybe the rotations and the way we see, you know, site 1, 2, 3, site 1, 2, 3 as your rotation, are we going to see that change a little bit? Once we have that third ban come in, there could be value in potentially switching your rotation around a little bit. And so, whilst, you know, historically over the last year or so, particularly, we tend to see pretty fixed rotation through the sites and then back through them again, we might start to see that order sort of switching up after that third round as we move into the fourth round.
For me, it's what you target ban. Do you see the thing that you see most across the rounds? Do you target ban an operator that's been a nuisance on the strongest side for the defenders? Do you target ban one that's been the weakest so you can make sure you win it again, for example? I imagine you'll want to capitalize on weaknesses and try and play for the sites that you know you can win. Anyway, in this round, Misa starting out strong again. I almost put him in my fantasy team, so I'm gutted that he's doing so well. He's up to 6-2 at this point. Tim really starting to cook in this half. Almost more kills than the rest of his team combined, and is keeping PSG Talon in the lead right now of 5 versus 4.
Just looking to make himself a little line of sight to work with there. Very conscious of the catwalk. Doesn't really need to be too much yet. He's got Yas downstairs protecting him. Yas, I think he's hidden away here. I'm not sure that Cloud9 are aware of his position, and he's just going to keep himself sat in there. And whilst he does, he could be a real threat, because as we can see, Cloud9 are moving into IT. If they move into warehouse and onto that catwalk as well, and Yas suddenly appears, that could be 2, 3. It could be round ending.
Not forgetting as well, the defenders have basically brought out an entirely different lineup here. Before, we had the Mirror, which was on side fine, but things like the Azami have gone away. We've got the Mozzie on side, we've got Smoke now, we've got Goyo here. So even through that ban coming in, it's forced a totally different lineup coming out from the defenders. And again, it's just that strength of the system that you're going to see. Different ideas having to be brought along by teams. Not that they didn't have multiple strategies before, but you're going to see more experimentation, I imagine, given that you might see one of your power operators banned away. Backroom from the backside, Soldier's falling down. It looked for a second like C9 might have something going. In fact, it still is, because Dream is keeping things even. Well, even ahead for them. A 3 versus 2. Just got to hold on, along with Ride. Finding one, can't get the second. It's a 1 versus 2 for Gotti. He's been going well so far. Almost manages to get Giddy, but can't finish him off. It's him and Dream here to get C9 over the line.
Cloud9 have played this really well, created space where they needed it, and they're now using that space. Gitty manages to find the final kill, but you saw the way that Dream was able to work into warehouse, was able to do that because Cloud9 had found Yas. They'd gone in and got the kill, they dealt with him, and then created that bit of safety for the late round, so Dream has the room to work to start hunting down that last man. That's going to be round 4 going to Cloud9. Levels things up at 2-2, and we are very, very close between these two. Both having good rounds, both coming in and winning respective rounds, rather, I think, than the other team losing them necessarily. And they are certainly both here to play.
That's the way it should be. I mean, again, both teams came in and put in 2 bullets into the chamber. They thought, you know what, we feel pretty confident we can win this one. That reminder, if either team win, they'll go to 8. The loser will go down to 4 because they've both put 2 bullets up for this game. Then like in the last game, we had Elevate putting up 1 and Furia putting up 2. Well, Elevate, because they lost, only dropped 1 bullet, whereas Furia gained 2 because they chose to stake a little bit more in that one. So as things are staking up here on day 1 and day 2, as a reminder, you can only put a max of 2 bullets up. On day 3, that goes to, I believe it's 8, Tim.
Yes.
So in a single game, you can find yourself careering towards the point where you're in the lead and able to qualify on day 4. So I believe on day 4 we have 4 teams qualifying, then day 5 the 4 highest teams then qualify.
Not forgetting our cards that can be played as well.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of like sort of power-up cards, if you will, that can be played.
I feel like I'm playing a game of Balatro, honestly.
Some of them are automatic. Some of them have to be like a decision needs to be made by the teams to say we're going to play this card. We won't get into too many of them because we don't. It's a new format. We don't want to confuse you with everything all at once. And I think day 1, it's a real nice starter today. We've got, quite simply, a 2 bullet limit on your reloads, and we've got 1 card that could be played, and that's the Flawless. It's an automatic card, you don't have to choose to play it, but if any team wins 7-0, then they will gain themselves an additional 2 bullets. So if they've reloaded 2, they would win 4 overall.
It'll all start to take shape over the next couple of days. Day 1, no one can get eliminated or promote their way through to the live stage, so don't worry about it too much today, but again, tomorrow and day 3, things will start to get spicy. Let's focus on round 5 though. It's back on this first floor again. So like before, we're going to see this top floor focus coming out from the attackers. Defenders have got a couple of players up here to try and waste a little bit of time. It did turn to a bit of a bloodbath, Tim. Remember when it came down to a 1v1 or a 1v2 before we'd even started to think about the sites itself? And that's because there was such a strong contest on this top floor. I think you're going to see the same, though it looks like PSG Talon are a little bit lighter on the hold in this top floor and may just drop away when the pressure starts to get a bit too much. Before then, though, the focus is to try and drag away as much utility as they can. Misa on the smoke going down is not good. Gotti also falling. It's all falling apart, Tim, for PSG Talon. They're down to just 2 players already, and there's half a round still to play.
Yeah, it seems almost like that third ban really seems to have had a bit of an impact. The Valkyrie being taken away, and now PSG Talon sort of floundering a little bit, struggling to get themselves into these rounds, and there's no specific reason for that really when you look at the Valkyrie going, yes, they've made good use of it, but it's not in the late rounds that they lose in them, it's in the early rounds that they lose in the fights. Potentially a little bit less intel for them to work from with no black eye cameras that can be put out there, but other than that, you tend to expect your nitros and your vertical challenges from a Valkyrie coming later in the round, but we're not even getting there as Cloud9 managed to find themselves another. That's round 5 taken, and they get themselves into the lead 3-2.
I think that's what stung them a little bit, honestly, not having the Valk, because the Valk is dual purpose in a way. They had 2 bulletproof cameras in that round. They would have had 3 more black eyes. Not only is that information to let you know when you're being pushed in from, the bigger thing to it, I think, is that when those cameras are getting taken out, as you know where a push is coming from. And so in a way, Cloud9 have capitalized on the no Valkyrie and pushed in, caught out 2 players completely unawares as to what is going on, and everything has crumbled and fell apart from there. So it was really good of Cloud9 to exploit that gap in the setup and now put themselves in the lead up to 3-2.
Going to be heading down to the basement then for the final defense. We've got Yas bringing along the Goyo. We've seen some good use of Goyo already here on the B stream, particularly thinking back to that Furia game. KZ, one of those canisters did manage to get a kill after death. So again, JV92 playing a lot of Goyo as well, so plenty of usefulness being brought along. Interestingly, we've not had any Raura yet. We've not seen any Raura yet.
You have to think about how to say that one.
I had to think about my pronunciation, make sure I got it out right.
Yeah,
not seen any Raura yet. I think we will as the tournament goes on.
I was speaking to a few teams yesterday and they were saying, yeah, there's some really interesting use cases. Like, you definitely will see the operator brought out at this tournament. Just maybe here on day 1 while teams are getting a bit of a feel for things, you won't see too much creativity coming out just yet. But make no mistake, you will see Raura throughout this tournament.
Going to be just having the Twitch drone raining through, looking to take out a bit of utility. Looks like it's going to be a top-down clearance here from Cloud9. I like to see that. A good bit of
I was going to comment and I thought, I'll leave it. Ice Cole's just said, is there a cricket in his mic? We actually think there is a cricket somewhere in the room, but we can't tell if it's like squeaky aircon or if it's a cricket. I'm pretty sure it's a cricket somewhere.
I think it could be. I did say this
I'm pretty
earlier.
sure it is.
I think it could be.
And don't get me wrong, by the way, we're not like in some weird backwater venue like
we're
this.
In a very nice arena.
A very reputable Olympic arena. It's dead weird, but we're not sure what it is. But I'm glad someone else has seen it, so thank you very much, Ice Cold.
We'll keep you updated, as we normally. If it jumps on our desk at any point, we'll let you know. Still looking around the top floor here, I'm just a bit bothered about Cloud9 being a little bit slow here. We're nearly halfway through the round. They're attacking onto the bottom floor, but still working their way across the top there. Still haven't got themselves, I think, confident control. We can see that PSG Talon have still got at least one player up on that top floor. I'm not sure that they've been found. They certainly haven't been dealt with. So this could be problematic for them if they're unable to deal with that player. I've said it already. It's Yasu's actually in that position last time. He was taken out, and Cloud9 did a good job of that when they were attacking onto the top floor. But this time, it seems like they might just have slipped through the net. So watch out for that flank as this round progresses. Gitty does manage to find Misa, and we see Cloud9 heading back up towards that top floor. But with only a minute left to go, they could be leaving it a bit late.
It could be. It's the timing. It starts to sting as you get towards this point. I spoke about it on the last one, and we saw it sting elevating a few of their attacks, Tim. It's the clock becomes that sixth man. Now, at this point already, with the way things are shaping up, it's not looking awful for them. 5 versus 4. PSG Talon, all you got to do is hold here. You've got 2 C4s to play behind. You've got some glow canisters you can pop out. There's a lot to work with, but there's also tons of utility in the back pocket of C9. But here we go. It's all about the guns. Dreaming for 1. It's down to a 5v3, and they know that there's one more. Sure enough, has punished the vertical at the exact time required, but it's a bit of a bait and switch. Soldier there himself to trade on the vertical, but sight is now in the hands of C9. That plant's going down, and there's nothing to stop them.
Dream is going to find the final kill. They don't even have to put that diffuser down. The time is done as the round is ended before they manage to do so. Dream closing it out, and that's 4-2 on the first half for Cloud9. I think they're going to be very happy with that start. We go through the half, through the side switch, as we always have, and we go through that quick, that sped-up banning phase that we've got now, as they will ban 2 each again. Looking towards the second half this time, so PSG Talon on the attack will ban the defenders and vice versa. We can see on the screen in front of us there that Kaid was the first one to be taken out alongside the Blitz. That's going to be gone. We can see Cloud9 wanting no part of that whatsoever, given the success that they were able to find with it from Paka in the first couple of rounds, the space it was able to create. Double shield ban as Blackbeard goes as well, and a double electricity ban as Bandit will be taken out alongside. So we move into the second half. Interestingly as well, I mentioned it earlier, so we have an opportunity there at the halfway phase, and you might see it when we see in the player cams there, and don't scream at your monitor going, the coach is allowed to talk, it's during the game. During that half-time banning phase, the coach is now allowed to speak to the team. They're allowed to speak to them during the first banning phase at the beginning of the game, and they're allowed to speak to them during the banning phase in the middle of the game. They're not allowed to speak to them during the round 4 and round 10 singular banning phases, but in those first and half-time ones, they can do. So it's kind of like a little bit of extra sort of tactical time that they get in to have a little chat with the team, whether that's focused on the bans or maybe something else that they've seen. It's something, you know, both teams get the opportunity. They still have their tac time out to use, but if you do see the coach's headset down and talking during that halfway banning phase, that's why.
And hopefully, they've got them set up for success here in the second half. The C9, the thing is to... Speaking about Labs, it's one of those maps that we've seen pretty split, to be fair. It's pretty bang on 50-50 in terms of attack and defense win rate. But as we spoke about these two teams, you know, PSG Talon have struggled to find that form at international events. C9, a new team coming together. It takes a bit of time to make attacks stick. And so I always look at this and now see a 4-2, where Cloud9 have done really well in their attacking half to get the 4 rounds. I see a pretty big mountain for PSG Talon to climb to be able to match them and get a 4-2 and send us into overtime, let alone even think about winning out the game outright before we get anywhere near that point. So keep a close eye on how this plays out. Soldier is going to be the pinpoint, the spearhead of their attack on the Monty. On the defending side, well, they're pretty tucked into him. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Azami, you've got the Warden to deal with any smokes that might come on the way through. They're pretty well equipped here to deal with whatever PSG Talon might throw at them.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, a real key position. Kobe on the Azami, on that warehouse catwalk. He's kind of playing in behind the Mirror, moving out. He's got himself a little bit of cover as well. That position needs to be dealt with by PSG Talon. And to be honest, I'm a little bit more concerned about them on the attacking side. Your defense, you can come in with your plans, you've got your rigid strategy set up, everybody knows what they're doing. When you're on the attack, you've got to be playing a little bit more fluidly. You've got to be moving and playing what's in front of you, responding to what the defenders are doing. And that's where PSG Talon might start to struggle a little bit. 4-2 down, they need to be fine in this first round, and that nitro is not gonna help. Packer manages to finish off Soldier, and that gives us a 5 versus 4.
It's a bit of a weird one where Soldier's been all alone here pushing in, has had very little support. I don't know where Ryder was at the time, but the fact he's being challenged from below by Packer, had 2 players pushing in from inside of sight. He's very much been left on an island all by himself, and they've now lost again that spearhead of their attack. I worry for PSG Talon here as we come in towards this last 60 seconds. They simply haven't got the strength, the ability to push through and break open this defense that's coming out from C9.
Just going to spot the drone there and take it out. And like you say, Cloud9 now happy to pretty much hold their positions, sit back. They've got 50 seconds left to go. They've still got utility working for them. We can see the mute jammer just catching that Selma and preventing that wall being opened up. And PSG, where are your answers? Where's your plan? They managed to get the Flores drone in. The Rotero is going to take out one of those Kiva barricades. Yas manages to find one. We've got trades going back and forwards. And ultimately, it still finds us with Cloud9 in the ascendancy. 2 versus 1. They just need to hold on. 25 seconds. There comes the final fight. Packer, he finishes what he started. And that is going to be another round for Cloud9.
Well, a little bit too easy there, wasn't it? When it came down to the bitter end of things, I think PSG just once you lost the shield, you again lost the ability to really put pressure on the defenders. And sure, a couple of kills came through for PSG Talon, fair play. But Cloud9 dug in deep and really didn't have to do much more than wait for PSG Talon to present themselves at these riskier angles. The thing about this map is sometimes it can be very, very bottlenecky. A lot of single doorways to push through. It just makes things a little bit simpler for the defenders. But don't take it away from them. It was a good defense coming out from Cloud9. Now we go down into the basement where they have the chance to go up to match point and open up a 4-round lead against their opponents.
Starting to feel like it might be a little bit insurmountable for PSG Talon here, Des. It's a good few rounds since they were able to win one. And it feels like the snowball is rolling down the hill. It's gathering some real pace, some real momentum here. And I think it might have just got away from them a little bit. Cloud9 looking more and more comfortable. As I said, coming in, a new team that's been put together. You know, they don't have experience playing on this sort of stage with each other in this way. And so, yes, it will take them a little bit of time just to get settled in, just to get solidified. But to be honest, they're already looking like that towards the end of their first match here on day one.
They are. Again, it's sort of the early days where you don't want to assume too much about a team. You want to give them a few games to really warm into things, not forgetting that when you lose Tim and you fall down the leaderboard with those bullets, that you then get to pick your opponents. So you imagine then you'll start to see some of these lower teams who don't want to gamble too much will find themselves in a spot challenging a big team and saying, cool, we'll put 1 bullet up. We don't mind if we lose this one. It's when you get towards the later days when then you start seeing teams with very few bullets challenging teams that have got loads of bullets that things start to get very interesting, because 1 win could propel you to the top of the leaderboard and see you going through to our live stages.
Just using that Monty there for intel gathering. Just have a little look in through the window, see what they can see. Through the kitchen, they're going to be looking to get control of that floor, make sure that they can work above, get the verticals. You want to be in storage, you want to be comfortable doing so you can open things up and just create a little bit of space inside a site. One thing they do need to be careful about is it's the Monty of Soldier who's roaming around there on that mid floor at the minute, trying to create that space, trying to provide that intel. Does have the diffuser in hand, so need to be careful that they don't get caught out by anything like nitros on the side of Cloud9. They could find that diffuser down in no man's land.
All right, well, let's see if they can keep the Soldier alive for longer at this time around. I've mentioned before that they generally see a Monty. He'll be the spearhead of your push. Hasn't always been the most successful for them, but at this point, hopefully he's not getting himself bullied in a 1 versus 3 as he was last time round with no support from his team. Has got himself here down and ready to start bearing down on this opponent team. However, there's things like the mirror to deal with. The team's got to be mindful of that. Not the end of the world, but with the softball next to it, expose himself for a brief second and he is pretty much toast. Smokes it off and starts to walk on forward. Right idea, baiting one out there. A Gumine comes on through, but 2 kills have come through for PSG. Talon looking good here, Tim, with still over a minute to go.
Yeah, that's good stuff from them. They're obviously confident that they've got that mid-floor controlled, and now they're working through. This is good communication, good teamwork from them. They've got the space that they need to put this plant down here, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing in the next few seconds. Just signaling that he needed a little bit of cover there, Soldier. Nitro goes out, cannot find its mark, and they will not stop this plant going down. But how about that? A huge double from Dream. But Monty manages to get his shield back up. Maybe just in time.
This is going to be a measure now of Soldier's capability too, because if you can dance that shield around properly, you can get away with this. But look, he's a bit doomed here, Tim, at 1 versus 3 to play through, and Monty staring at him, 2 players nearby. PSG Talon will find their win. They knew what they wanted control of, Tim, didn't take any more of the map than they needed, and they pull it off beautifully, even with Dream almost pulling off a flourish.
Yep, good stuff. Good stuff from PSG Talon towards the end of that round, particularly picking their plant spot, creating the space. It's just the basics, and that is what you've got to do well at a tournament like this to have any hopes of picking up results. Is you've got to have your basics absolutely nailed down, and then you need a few special moments along the way, and that was a great example of basics. Mid-floor control, so they know they're not going to get challenged from above. Just control that space inside of that breached wall, and then use it to get the diffuser down. Had the cover for the Nitro. It wasn't close enough anyway, but there was, the possibility there for them to shoot it out had it been a little bit closer to the planter. Great stuff from PSG. They managed to get themselves one back. Will that stop the rot? It's been a little while since they won a round. Hopefully that's going to give them the bit of confidence they need to push on and get themselves back into this one.
It's a bit nervy, isn't it, still? Like, one single thing goes wrong, they catch out the Monty early, or you lose a key operator, your hard breacher goes down to a spawn peak. We've already seen Misa in that first half getting out and getting a 2K, for example. C9 very, very capable of doing the same back to you. And the whole attack can fall apart, and then you've got 3 rounds in a row that you need to win. It's a big stretch, Tim. And this is down this first floor as well, control and storage, so you're going to have to break through the top floor first and then worry about the site itself. So time becomes an issue you've got to think about, but at least the starting parts of the round aren't too bad. For example, getting the garage wall opened up. Very easy with someone like Gotti on side. I believe it's already been done here, so now they can move away from that, have it as phantom pressure, and think about using it later into the round, probably with Soldier pushing his way through.
IT wall is going to be opened up very quickly to just, again, prevent access to that catwalk, prevent access into IT itself. The attackers can start moving through and putting a little bit of pressure onto those top floor players. There's consideration towards meeting and electrical as well, really wanting to make it difficult for Cloud9 to commit to this top floor, to really hold on. But we can see Cloud9 at the minute, they're happy to just drop a little bit deeper, but to keep their presence up there on the top floor. They are not backing down just yet.
And why not? If PSG Talon aren't putting enough pressure into challenge for the ground and take it away from you, why give it up for free? You can keep on running that clock down. And they've got to still chew through things like we've mentioned. The keeper barrier is being in place. Yes, there's no mirror available in this round at the very least, but even the Monty's having a bit of bother here, just stepping inside of the building itself. Problem is, well, we've got you off towards the one side. They've got a good bit of crossfire they can employ. We've already seen Shields being that spearhead with a second player to support. But look at this, C9 is still dug in and are giving nothing over to PSG Talon. That puts all the onus on the attackers here to make something happen, and sure enough, a swing like that could be a way to get things moving, Tim.
Going to see the flashes going in. Will the attackers follow them is the question. You got to get some value out of that utility. Good shotgun play here, just taking the quick peeks. Flips onto the secondary and gets his man. Packer with a beautiful double, and that might just swing the tide as kill after kill comes in for Cloud9, and they've just decimated PSG in a matter of seconds, Des.
I love how in chat people were bigging up Packer, saying he's going off today, and when you need it most, that's the round where he steps up and will very much guarantee put his team up to 6-3. Soldier may have managed to keep himself alive until the end on the Monty this time around, Tim, but there's no one left to support him. 40 seconds still to play with, a smoke still in back pocket, but this round feels pretty done unless he can pull off something miraculous here against Cloud9.
On the Monty, only pistol to use. Very unlikely. We know the shields are powerful right now in the Siege meta, but I don't think they are this powerful at half health to go up against 3 on the side of Cloud9 and come away with a win. 20 seconds left to go, pressure from above, more damage done to Soldier, matter of time, and who else? Packer, a big round, closes it out, finds himself now on 6 and 5, goes positive overall, and gives Cloud9 multiple match point opportunities.
This is kind of what I expected. I spoke about it earlier, and unsurprisingly, by the way, a little timeout coming in. I think it's because we're going into our bans as a reminder. Round 10 means that we get to see another operator taken away. I'm wondering here if Cloud9 ban away a shield, or if they say, you know what, you guys aren't doing too well with the Monty, you can keep it. It would make sense to ban it as the last operator out of the 3 when you look at shields, but who knows? And maybe on the defensive side, well, there's a whole host of things you can pick. The Azami, though, has been a real nuisance for them. It's going to be the Mirror and the Ace taken away, though.
I mean, we always know that there's a lot of value to be found in Mirror or in banning Mirror, but like you say, the Azami has been a real thorn in their side, choosing that they are going to continue to attack into that Azami at least, but they had to choose one of the 2. Cloud9 looking great in the last round. I just want to go back to that double from Packer. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The reason I called at the time, beautiful shotgun play. Just how quick but accurate those peaks were. Just getting himself that right distance and just firing that shot exactly onto the doorway every time. Enough chip damage to get him downed. But then the speed of thought. I've downed him. I've got another one coming from electrical window. Hits the deck to change his angle of attack. Flips onto the SMG and gets the kill. Just beautiful stuff. A beautiful, beautiful double for Packer.
And enough, like you say, to put his team up to match points here. 3 bites of the cherry they've got to get this one right. And the painful thing is for PSG Talon, you've got to be right every single time. C9 have only got to be right once. A well-placed C4, a run-out that I spoke about earlier on. Anything like that to disrupt the other side can be enough to see it done. But being honest with you, Tim, I spoke about them maybe not banning away the Monty because they're not seeing much success from Soldier playing this operator. It feels like they're doubling down on that and saying, you keep playing it because we haven't really seen you put it to great success yet. Outside of the one attack on the downstairs. But guess what? We're not going downstairs. We're up on this top floor. We've got these fortified positions. Yes, there's no mirror for us to do it with. We don't really care, though.
A big loss as well for PSG Talon. Let's not forget they have reloaded the maximum available number of bullets in this round. Day 1, day 2, the most you can reload is 2. PSG Talon doing that, obviously thinking there was a possibility that they come away with a result here against Cloud9. That's going to see them dropping down to 4 overall, which is as bad as it's going to get for any team today, so it will put them definitely down at the bottom of the league. So it's a big blow for them at the beginning of things.
I love how there's although it's written, it's not quite the same as having it in the halls of Boston, of course, at SI, but Dream is sexy. The chant that we heard non-stop for Unwanted has carried on into the halls of Chatsing.
I can't see it going anywhere, Des. You know, I can't see that stopping anytime soon.
No matter where you have an event, I'm pretty sure someone somewhere will be chanting it, regardless if he's playing on stage or not. It seems to be a new thing in Siege. All right, then. This could be that last round that we were speaking about for PSG Talon. Got to get it right here and now. In fact, you've got to get it right the next 3 times round or you are screwed. Main thing I'm looking at, Tim, is going to be this Deimos. Normally paired up with something like a Dokkaebi as a pairing. They're really good at hunting down roamers and removing any sharp edges that defenders might have lurking away in the shadows somewhere throughout the map. Here, though, you're really relying on Ryder to get that job done for you all by himself. But, as we've often seen be the weakness for a Deimos, you can only trap one player at a time, Tim. If someone else is playing in wait to support and baiting you in, essentially, it's a freebie. There's nothing else you can really do about that unless you're someone like Shiko, who plays the living hell out of this operator and makes it look easy. Though, that said, that team are one that also use an awful lot of Dokkaebi to pair up alongside it. So I'm just a little bit worried here that Ryder might get sucked into something and end up paying the price for it.
The Deimos there, as we can see, Rad just holding that long angle, looking to try and pick somebody up through Garage. But Cloud9 are using the utility well. We can see an attempt at Deathmark coming in from Ryder there, but it's not going to work. The mute jammers being brought in. Just move through those and prevent that tracking from happening. And right now, it feels a little bit, with 120 left to go, that PSG Talon are just scrambling a little bit, Des. They haven't got themselves established anywhere, really. Everywhere they go, there's new utility for them to try to deal with. This time, Silent has a little bit of support from Dream as well, and PSG Talon are just stalling out at this door.
All right. Oh, this shot to the shield. This is good. He's got a win, though, and sure enough, gets away with it. Like that, Tim, they've broken the Aqua hold to a degree. C9 lucky not to lose a second player. I say that as Elsewhere Mies has now managed to find out Packer. So, by coming together with 3 on Aqua, making use of that distraction to get in on the other side and get a second player down, PSG Talon are into a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, Cloud9 backs to the wall now. They do have those Kiba barricades. We commented on the fact that PSG Talon hadn't banned it away. Is that going to come back to bite them? 2 versus 4. Ooh. But they managed to cut down Dream. He was in a key position. Ryder finds him. 1v3. Gitty keeps battling but cannot do enough. And PSG Talon close out the round and keep themselves alive in this one for at least one more.
It's another effective use of the Monty as well, Tim. I know I said that for 2 rounds we've seen it fail and it worked out for 1. Just down into the basement was where we saw the most success. That was a really effective round, I think. Didn't try and go too aggressive, didn't overplay it, even with the lesion up in his face, didn't try to get like panic or anything, and even the player playing behind him was really there just to force a distraction, and that was when Ryder made himself known coming up from the bottom of Aqua. Somewhat surprised the Warden didn't hear him coming up there and go for the challenge, but I think he was too worried about the player coming in behind the shield at the same time. Really good team play from PSG Talon, kept it simple, even with C9 sticking 2 players in Aqua and trying to contest. Now we go down to the basement. It's going to be on C9 to try and trip PSG Talon up, I think, on this first floor, on the second floor, to stop them being able to execute like they did last time on this site.
Like you say, there's still a lot of work ahead of them here at PSG Talon. They've been getting kind of 1 round to Cloud9's 2 over the course of this game, and that is not going to be good enough for them. They need another 2 back-to-back here without a single loss. You feel like Cloud9, with the opportunity to go anywhere in the map, are going to be able to close it out somewhere. They're going to try down in the basement once again. Packer just opening up those lines of sight. We've got Kobe up in the kitchen as well. A lot of work for PSG Talon to do here, and it's going to revolve around clearing out this mid-floor. They did well last time to do so, and it gave them the opportunity to get that diffuser down. Can they do it again? They've got to win those same gunfights.
They have. I think for me it's Silent and the Cat Can that eyes will fall to here, though. Of course, it's very rare that you see these traps pick up a number of kills throughout a round, at least in the top level of playoff. On a drone, we'll see 1. You know, there are 5 more to figure out and find throughout the map, and that's not so ideal. I had no idea that Ryder was inside the map at this point, and Silent, clearly making a bit too much noise in the top floor, has been picked off for free. Now, those cat-can traps are still down, of course. They can still deal a little bit of damage here. Likely to catch someone out and kill them? Probably not.
As soon as they know they've killed the Cap-Can, they're going to be very, very aware of any potential traps in and around that area. The droning will be going on. They'll be making sure that they check every doorway. I don't think they'll get caught out with that now. It'd be almost unforgivable if they do. A great start for PSG Talon. As I said, they needed to be coming in and winning every single one of those gunfights on that mid-floor, just like they did last time, so that they can apply that pressure. They've got the intel on Gitty as well. They know where the guy is. He's been forced away, and he's going to have to consider getting himself back towards sat here. PSG Talon, they are taking what's given to them, and they're taking quite a bit of what isn't. They are going in there and forcing these players to move, using the verticality of the Deimos as well. Here comes the next challenge. It takes a few seconds, but Misa gets the job done. The trade is there from Gitty, but still advantage PSG Talon.
And what I like is in this round, I know he's gone down now, but Misa brought along the Dokkaebi that I mentioned, and pairing that up with the Monty and with the Deimos makes for one hell of a threat going around the map, trying to clear out roamers. Sure, Silent kind of gifted it for free. They've removed Packer down to just 3. A couple of smokes in the back pocket of Dream to play behind 2. And with 60 seconds on the clock, this is where PSG Talon have got to start being respectful of how much time they've actually got left to make this one work. Droning out the drop, you can see what the game plan is going to be. There's also a Goyo canister to go through, though. This could get a bit messy, Tim.
They're just going to be popping that, making sure that that utility is not available. 50 seconds left to go, so there'll be plenty left on the clock after that fire burns down, should they want to move through that area. Kobalax has just come in to try and see if he can manage to find anything on a flank. Did the drone see him? That's the big question. The drone flashed past in front of us, but if Talon weren't paying proper attention, Kobe might just be able to get off a huge flank here.
Sure enough, they've managed to get their way through.
He's got to move, though. He's got to move.
It's the 2 smokes in the back pocket of Dream I'm worried about, Tim. They'll start getting the plant down. Out comes the smoke, but he's down. He got a chance to pop it, I think. No, it's not even tagging onto Soldier. This is great for them. They've dealt with Dream really well. Yes, Kobalax is upstairs, Tim, but he's got it all to do against 4.
I just don't think he moved quickly enough, and that's not a criticism of Cubby. He's moving through carefully. He's going to take a lot of damage and be cut down there, as you can see. It was just that PSG Talon were doing too much too quickly inside of sight. It's one of those. It's probably a catch-22. If Kobe does move more quickly, he probably gets picked up and they know he's coming on the flank and they just deal with him easily. So he can't really win in that situation. But he was just kind of 5-10 seconds behind the action there. And by the time he got into a position to be able to do something about it, it was too little too late. The damage had been done. And with 2 back-to-back rounds, there's PSG Talon. They just need one more. We're on the verge.
This is the thing, because C9 have had the chance to go through so many sites, and they're paying the price here, Tim. It looked unfathomable at 5-2 that we'd see a way for PSG Talon to battle their way back in, but as we said, this map's quite well split between attack and defense, and PSG Talon have found their groove here. C9, they're struggling to adapt and respond and can't see a way through it. From at least what it looks like from here, they'll keep on running that shield. They'll change things up here with things like Yas coming along the ingot, the Dokkaebi coming on outside once again. I just worry that C9 have got their number figured out here, and they're not going to be able to hold off PSG Talon. Overtime could be inbound.
With the potential of overtime, Des, I think it's worth explaining the banning system and how it works moving into overtime, because you would be quite right to say, yes! Do they ban again? Do they have to go through that? And the answer is no, they will not. Under the new banning system, what will happen if we go to overtime is the operators that you have banned during the game for the relevant side will be used on your overtime rounds. So, as an example, and I don't know if this is the way around or not, but for sake of an example, if Cloud9, when we move into overtime, if we do, if they start on the defense, then the bans will remain as they are now. In round 14, when Cloud9 move on to the attack, then it will be their defensive choices from during the game earlier on that are their 3 bans. So there will be 6 operators banned for every round of overtime, and it will be those operators that have been selected earlier for the relevant sides.
Spot on, Tim. Makes things nice and flowy, at least with the bans. Here we go. Soldiers in pretty quick here, straight up against the door and trying to force these players back. You're always looking for that second player that's on support, and sure enough, one is here, but look at the response. C9, 2 players straight up against the door themselves. Packers found one. Hopefully it doesn't all crumble for them here, because, Tim, they're only going to have one call-out from the Dokkaebi. They're in trying to find more, and sure enough, they try their best, but Tim, C9 has simply won out in the gunfights. They've removed basically everyone. Yas is on his backside, got him with it all to do, and PSG Talon, in trying to move a bit too quickly, may have just paid the price.
They just tried to brute force it, Des. They just tried to work in with that Monty shield. They showed so much patience using that shield previously. This time, it was like trying to just get in there with a sledgehammer and crack this one wide open, and it didn't work for them. Cloud9 were able to stand up and win those gunfights when they needed to. They're going to know that he's in here on the balcony. It's going to be very, very difficult to get this pickup. Will manage to, so that's something at least. Yas back on their feet, leaves us in a 2v4, but with a minute left to go, this is almost certainly Cloud9's.
One below, one in IT, players inside of, like, not really even sight off towards their left, just everything's looking rough at this point, and they know exactly where they are. And they've burnt the flashbangs to try and make sure they get the pickup off. They've got nothing else to work with except these Candelas that Yas has now got in hand. They could maybe make this work. There's no Warden on side, for example, but they've really got to capitalise.
Kobe's very low health. I guess that's something if you're looking for the side of PSG Talon. What are the positives? Kobe's one shot away, but even with that, he manages to get the trade. Takes down Gotti, and that's a big loss. Out of the 2 that you wanted to lose, it wasn't Gotti. Cloud9 managed to find success. They take down PSG Talon after they did come back at them a little bit. 7-5, that will secure them 2 bullets that they reloaded, Des. So they now see themselves sat on 8, which will be up towards the top of the league table. And unfortunately for PSG Talon, they lose their 2, drop down to 4, and will find themselves towards the bottom.
And probably for them, one of them, Tim, where they came in having those 2 bullets on the line. You look at our first game, Elevate only put 1 up, for example. They'll stay above them, which means at least from the games we've had on B stream, yes, PSG Talon are at the bottom, but of course the games that we've had on our A stream will also play into that, and we've still got 3 more games to go across both streams. I think some promise being shown by both teams, similar to what we said about Elevate in the last game though, Tim. Just a few issues around like coordination on the attacking side. I think bit both teams at points there. and hopefully we see that build up over the next couple of days because there's still a lot of Siege to play.
Yeah, we're going to see that consistency and cohesion building up as we go. We know this. You know, the teams have had a little bit of time off since February. We've had plenty of changes going on, so they're getting back into the groove. But Cloud9 looking like they were well in the groove during that one, I think.
I think they were,
pretty good.
Definitely moments as well where it slipped a bit, as we mentioned, like getting PSG Talon back into that game could have closed it out very comfortably. They were up 6-3 and I thought, surely this is theirs to take in. So no doubt a few things I'll go and look at. Question marks will be around that extra ban they made, the third one they brought in rather than Monty. We said, okay, well the Monty hasn't done too well, it makes sense to leave it up. And then the next 2 rounds, it really punished them.
It did do a bit of work, so yeah, certainly something to look at. But again, we're in that banning system where you look at it, can you really take all 3 shields out and leave everything else up? Risk and reward.
Absolutely. We've still got our stats that we're waiting on as well, by the way, so we can talk a little bit more crappy if we want to as well. We've seen 2 maps, and obviously Clubhouse being recently, not reworked, but graphically improved map. We've seen Nighthaven Labs now as well. I know over on the other stream we had a chalet earlier as well. We're seeing a real good mix of maps coming out, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at that Clubhouse game that we saw with Furia, obviously on sort of, let's call it a CJX map, we've got that new environmental elements, and we saw some, you know, good use of that. You know, sometimes a few get popped out at the beginning of the round to sort of create a bit of safety for the defenders, but used one brilliantly. They got a kill with it. Yeah, the pipe that was on fire to, you know, stopping KZ moving in because he knew he had to do something because the explosion was going to come. And so yeah, we've seen some good at working examples of CJX in play as well. So it's been a great day so far.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm terrible in terms of remembering our schedule. Do you know what our next game is?
No, I think it's Falcons. Is it not Falcons? Falcons is game 3 or 4.
I think it's game 4.
I think Falcons is 3 and FaZe is
cheat
4.
And find out. But actually, yeah, it's Falcons versus Loud, one of the games that we can see. So that's gonna be a very good fun. And over on the other stream, it's DZ versus Fnatic. So loads to look at. But in fact, here you go. Producer Sam has got us covered. That's our schedule for the day. Falcons versus Loud coming up next. That feels like a massive
next,
game.
FaZe after that. I'm sure somebody said that.
Just an absolutely mega game that we've got coming up. And then at the end of the day, across both streams, we've got W7M versus M80 and Secret against Liquid to close out the day. No doubt some teams in there that people are dying to see what they can do. As mentioned, it's been roster mania. Pretty much every team here, bar 3 or 4, have made roster changes of some description. So it's one of those where you're just like, what can that team really achieve now they've made the changes they have?
That's been one of, for me, was coming into this, I'm thinking, what am I looking forward to day 1 and 2? I'm excited to see the new format playing out, and it's, I think, for me, I'm finding it very exciting. It's going well so far. And the other thing was, so many roster changes. Let's start seeing a few of these teams. Liquid is one. I mean, they've made, for my money, probably the biggest roster change of all. You know, Palu moving away to W7M is one of the biggest roster changes we've had in a long time in Siege. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Liquid play at the end of the day.
Well, that's it for game 2 here. Of course, after the break, we've got that big game between Loud and Falcons coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's Time to dive in and see for myself. Are you ready for reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
found a bomb.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. You real ready for a reload?
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with Siege X.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Well, you've done me dirty there, Sam, haven't you? Big time. Welcome back to the V-Stream here at Reloads. Going into our third game of the day. This one's an exciting one. Are you done?
No.
Do you want to have some more? Come on, I'll give you 5 more
I'll
seconds.
Save it. It's all right. I'll save it for later.
All right, see yourself. I'm Des. This is Tim.
It is.
As you can probably tell. This game's a big one for a couple of reasons. One, we've got Old Luck BDS now on Team Falcons. One of the world beaters, the most consistent team last year, finishing second at every event. Heartbreaking for them. Won the Esports World Cup. They're right up there. And they're coming up against... I think we should talk more about the org rather than the team for a second, Tim. Loud are now in Rainbow Six Siege. Huge organisation across esports. I mentioned it yesterday on Twitter. The most follows on social media of any Brazilian esports organisation. The second most globally. I'm not sure who's in top spot, to be honest with you. But this is a big org to have in the game. So first and foremost, welcome to Loud. And the team they've picked up is the team formerly known as E1. Of course, then became Raza Company Academy. Had a great showing at SI. So... one that you look at and kind of go, you scratch your head a bit and think, is this a team befitting like Loud? Would you not expect a more top-tier team? I think it's more the momentum of these guys recently, Tim. Seeing how they performed at SI is what has got Loud very interested, because they have got incredibly impressive over the last 12 months. You look back to the Major 12 months ago in May, everyone was like, what are they doing here? How the hell have they made it? Didn't make it to the next one, and then SI put on a lights-out performance. So we've got a bunch of boys very much on the up and up. One key change to note, though, is Daffodil coming in for Perez. Perez has gone to Black Dragons. Sorry, not Perez. Flash 3. So there's a change in this roster. However, they don't just go and pick up someone for no reason. So clearly they've got a lot of faith in Daffodil. So very excited to see what they can do under this banner.
Yeah, Daffodil coming from Keyed Stars has moved across. So like you say, we'll see how that one pans out. This one needs very little or even no introduction, I would say. Formerly BDS, move across to Falcons now. We've got Shaiko, Lickpack, Breeders, Solotov and Users. Nearly their team over the last year, I think it's fair to say. A team that we expect to be in finals, a team that we expect to be winning events. They haven't quite managed to do that just yet. You still have a feeling about this roster that their time will come, though.
It's the thing, though. We've said it for such a long amount of time now. It's like, how long can you be the bridesmaid, never actually have your wedding? Because that's what it feels like for these boys. And part of it, I think, might be a mentality thing. You can see when games get tough, the heads drop, communication drops down, and Leakafat can go off at his team. But there's no one else, really, except for Solotov, that will speak up and make themselves known, because Bride, Shaiko, and Users are three pretty quiet players, phenomenal players. But when you need them in the moment most is when things tend to go a little bit pear-shaped. And hopefully, we don't see that being the case this year. I'm with you. I hear, though, Tim, that our maps are ready, so let's take a look at where we are going to for our third game of the day. It's going to be one of my favourites, Skyscraper. Now, one of the maps that hasn't had a visual update, but it will get one over the coming few months.
Yeah, it's a map that we know Falcons are very good on. Happy to play here. It's going to be a tough start, I think, for Loud coming up against them on Skyscraper. But as I've said, we know, all the way back to being E1, this is a team that can compete. We saw them extremely competitive inside of Brazil, taking points off all the big teams. So
for fun, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody can do it, they tend to be one of those teams that will take somebody to the map you don't really expect them to be taken to, and then they'll turn out a result. So wouldn't surprise me if they got something.
Maybe, but it is a pretty scary team to do it against. The said Falcons are probably considered by many to be, what would you say, top 3, top 2 team? Yeah, FaZe probably right now hold that spot as number 1. Then it's kind of Furia and Falcons fighting it out in second. They're definitely in the mix for best team in the world regardless. So let's see how this one shakes down. They start on the attack, Loud on the defense, and Skyscraper is most definitely a defender-leaning map. First ban coming out is going to be the Monty. I would like to see them ban Dokkaebi because it is something that Falcons play to the absolute death. It's not going to be a thing here. Instead, Tim, understandably, it's a target ban against Shaiko and the lethality that he has with that Deimos.
Yeah, looking at the overall game and its position in the format as well, we can see up at the top those red bullet figures for you. Both teams in this one choosing to reload just the one bullet. I think just recognising a little bit of respect towards their opponents there. They know it's not going to be an easy game. So they've only gone with the one bullet reload. Of course, the limit today on day 1 is 2, so you've got the option of 1 or 2. They've both gone with 1.
There was a funny debate yesterday about how many teams actually get the format and then are saying, well, we'll just chuck a random number, roll a dice and pick a number of bullets to reload. But at this point, I think 1-on-1, as you say, is showing a good bit of respect to one another. Drone Bug, I believe, so going into a rehost here before we get ourselves properly underway with this game.
$150,000 on the $170,000 for the winner. Certain that they're going to be paying plenty of attention to how many bullets are getting reloaded.
Absolutely. And this is the thing, like, even in this case where you're looking at that and going, well, surely, like, Falcons would just reload 2 here. Like, it's not the end of the world. You've still got 4 going into tomorrow. On day 3 is where you can really start having some fun and racking up big points. I think it's more just being cautious while you assess the field and exactly what's going on across the whole group. Because, again, that reminder, if you are lower down in the standings come the end of the day, then you get a pick of who your next opponent's going to be. And let's be honest, Tim, very few teams are going to pick Falcons as their next opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a bold team, wouldn't it? They're likely to be getting left towards the end of that draw for teams to not have any other option than to play Falcons, like you say. It's going to be interesting. All teams will make it to day 3. If you've done your quick maths, any team that reloads 2 today, reloads 2 tomorrow, and lost both games would lose 4. So would still have 2 bullets left coming into not Wednesday, into the 3rd day. I'm really struggling with days of the week.
It's weird because we started on a Saturday, yeah. That's not a normal thing. Normally we start on like a Friday for a major. SI would start on like a Monday. I keep thinking of days of the week, 3rd day, Wednesday. I've been having a real problem over the last 3 or 4 days with what day of the week it is. That's just old age, mate.
I know.
How old are you now?
Don't worry about that.
39?
39.
Yeah. When are you 40 again?
This year.
What are we doing for it?
I don't know. What have you planned?
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Me and Chambers were talking about some plans. We've got no idea what those plans are yet, but there will be plans.
There we go.
We'll find something.
But yeah, so, up until day 3, everybody is going to be here. And then day 3 is the day where, in theory, we could start seeing teams. It starts to change then a little bit, as we've discussed. You can start to reload more bullets up to a maximum of 8, but it's also based on how many your opponent has. You can't reload more bullets than your opponent has.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little bit of balancing, is that, because if you go and choose what you think is a really easy opponent because they've lost a bunch of games and they only have 2 bullets, you're limiting yourself in what you can potentially win because you can only reload 2 because your opponent only has 2. So it kind of removes some of the incentive from just going and picking the easy teams because it restricts what you can do.
Because if you're not careful, you come towards the last day, day 5, for example, which will be on Wednesday, and it's the top 4 teams that go through. If you aren't in that top 4 because you've been taking the easy games, then guess what? You're in hot bother. So I think it's very much going to be a case of being mindful of where you might sit down to, being able to pick out your opponents and really trying to harvest as many of those bullets as you can on the final day or 2. I think all our players are now back in lobby, by the way, so should be able to get going any second now.
Yeah, we'll get round 1 underway as soon as possible. Reminder for everybody who hasn't maybe seen the earlier games, we are working with our new operator banning system as well. So 2 bans at the beginning of the game for each team for the side that they are not on. So if you start on attack, you will be able to ban 2 defenders at the beginning of the match. And then after round 3, before round 4, you are able to ban a 3rd operator of the relevant side. So if you're on attack, you ban 2 defenders, then you ban a 3rd defender.
Remind me there, Tim. I'm going to check chat and see if any questions come flying
you have a
on
little
through.
Check. When we get to the halfway, we wipe the slate clean and we start the banning process again because obviously the side switch comes into play. Interestingly as well, at that halfway mark, not at the additional round 4 ban, but at that halfway mark, the coach is allowed to talk to the team as well, which is obviously a little bit unusual to be able to talk to the team outside of tactical timeout. So that's something that's a little bit new as well.
There we go again. Have our bands come back through. Imagine we'll see the same ones, Monty and Mira. We'll see the Deimos coming out also from Loud. And I forget what Falcons' second defender ban was, Tim. Do you remember?
No. But we're about to find out.
We're about to find out.
Valkyrie and Deimos. There we go.
Yes.
Yes, I do, because we were talking about Dorkaby. I had Dorkaby in my head. We were talking about Dorkaby, but they went with Deimos. Another attacker that Shaco particularly likes to use, of course, the Deimos.
Yes. I mean, Deimos, if you've watched, formerly BDS, now Falcons, watch this roster at any point over the last year and a half or so, you'll know how scary Shaco can be. And, of course, since you've seen Deimos come out, it has been his go-to bread and butter. I remember back when he used to play the living death out of Iana, Tim. That was his go-to operator, and things have changed around now, arguably for the better, because
that was the
Deimos
grenade changes that took him off Iana.
Yeah.
I remember it was, I think we might have covered one of the, I think we cast the first game, or one of the first games that he went with Iana, and he was like, I can get kills with these nades. This is great. And then he just never went off Iana again and was an absolute menace.
Well, we're going to see him being a menace throughout the tournament. Regardless of what you're playing on, this round it's going to be on the Lion. Now, whenever I talk about this roster, and it frustrates me to death that more teams don't ban it away, I speak all the time about Dokkaebi because they absolutely love playing it. 3 players have got this operator in their top 3 and they use it to great effect. Alongside something like a Lion or alongside the Deimos, it doesn't matter what it is, they'll really be able to push in and punish any would-be roamers with that operator on side. So, keep a close eye on when those calls come out because that is when this Falcon side spring into action and start their charge on forward.
Just going to be holding that angle through the hatch for the time being. Falcons, of course, starting on the attack, looking to, I think, work their way in towards office. We can see them there on the VIP wall, just looking to breach that. They do need to deal with the electricity. They have got the impact EMP wrong. They've not had the intel that they needed. Solotov dumps the impact EMP towards the bottom right of the wall, but it's an electroclaw on the stairs, and it will foil that approach. We can see that Falcons have basically dipped away mostly from that side. We're going to have them taking the opportunity to open office wall, but I'm not sure how safe they're going to be entering on in here without VIP cleared out.
No. I mean, nothing else. It's very early in the round still, so it's a case of getting things opened up, but you still got to then swing your way across the entire map. But forcing these away is the main thing, and it's too easy. STK getting a freebie, and with that, Tim, they'll get out of here, because sure enough, Shako calls in the E1D straight afterwards, trying to catch someone out on the retreat back, and sure, he actually has got someone pincered out here, Tim, around Shrine. He's in a good spot, but they see his man. STK's being pincered from a couple of sides here. He's got 3 players around him, Tim, but he's still going. Has now got a nade at his feet, a C4 going off. He ain't getting out of here, Tim. He's got a second. Shiko now gone. Also got the Goyo canister on the wall. Is still being held down, but for now, he holds on with 2 kills to his name. Finally finished off, but the damage has been done.
SDK's just given him a masterclass of how to play over in VIP. Absolutely beautiful double from him. And that is Falcons paying the price for not getting that wall open, not getting the drone in, and not being aware of where the electrical was being placed. And it shows just how small the margins are that we are dealing with at times here. They've managed to level things up 3 versus 3, but only 45 seconds left to go. No impact on site whatsoever so far. No control of Geisha. This is going to be a tough attack from here on in.
They've still got 1 phone call left in the back pocket of Solotov as well. Of course, you've got to worry about the mute being on side. Will jam away 1 or 2 of those calls if they're not careful. But when that call comes out, like it is now, this should be go time for the team. They've only got 25 seconds to work with, Tim. Another Goyo canister popped out to run down time further, and just see Falcons start to sweat in the dying moments.
User's just trying to get aggressive and get himself on into Karaoke. Is able to do so behind that Blackbeard shield, and you can see Daffodil just not going to be engaging just yet. Goes back for a look and will wish that he hadn't as Brede cuts him down. Basetto finds Solotov. Users onto live. Plant going down. Can Users continue to cover? Basetto is there! With a huge play! He manages to stop the diffuser going down, and that's what I love about Siege. Where there's a will, there's a way, Des. Shotgun through the wall, creates the angle that he needs, and that is a great first round from Loud, just hanging on.
Users had to cover, what, 2-3 angles there while Brede was getting the diffuser down, placing his trust in his life there and his teammate, but there's only so much you can get away with. And to give it to Basetto, Tim, he's a player that many over time have looked at and said, oh, is he quite at the standard that this team needs him to be at if they want to be a top contender? Well, clearly he showed some of that back at SI, and here, yes, it's only round 1. But he was the difference maker and has got them on the board. Loud at 1-0, but it was a pretty close affair. I'm imagining this half is going to continue playing out exactly the same.
Just going to be setting up basically the reverse of what they did there. They're going to, I would imagine, have a presence over in T and Karaoke on that side of things, just to, again, burn a little bit of time. We've got a few over there for the time being. Perez on the Azami maybe just going to be setting up. If nothing else, maybe just to give the illusion of a little bit of presence over there, just barricading absolutely everything at the minute. And whilst it might not slow Falcons down massively, what it does do is give you a big sound cue. If they're going to be coming across from that side straight away, if you're playing in drum, if you're playing in shrine, you're going to hear those barricades getting hit. So if nothing else, you might as well throw them up if you're not planning on playing over that side, because it's going to give you that noise cue. But look at this, Perez. He is right there on the black stairs door. He's waiting for a rappel. He's desperate for this, but he's not going to get any joy Goes for the barricade, but here's the rappel. Drops back. Good little bit of a cat and mouse going on there.
Admittedly a bit better for both sides than last time. I mean, it was SDK playing on the guy previously that tore through some of those Falcons players early in the round. More of a small exchange than anyone being taken down or seeing any craziness ensue. And once again, you're not going to see a Dokkaebi onside for Falcons, and this is where I wouldn't say that they're nothing without the operator. I know I keep on harping on about it because it is a really important point. It's not the end of the world when they haven't got it, but I do worry about their capability to be able to clear through a map effectively. Because they're going direct towards site here, they don't need the Dokkaebi on side. They'd rather have the extra utility. So you've got things like the double hard breach, you've got the Ying on side, you've got the Grim available at the same time. A lot here they can work with.
SDK is going to be punished early in the round this time. We've got Brede working on the Maverick as well to try and counteract that Kaid a little bit, that tricking that we see in from the electric cores. Not too successful yet. Still don't have the office wall open. Still don't have the small bar wall open if they wanted it. So right now, again, Loud are doing a good job of burning down a bit of time. Leakafak has got himself up drum stairs over towards T and Karaoke side, but as I said, he cannot get through for free. He has to open up the barricade.
Perez.
So they're aware of his position. And Perez, he misses his opportunity, and Solotov's there to punish.
Oh, Leakafak must have been watching The Matrix recently. Them bullets just didn't hit him, man. Perez only put a full mag into him, walks away alive, and they're punished for it. Very understandably so. Solotov into a 3K in the round. Leakafak's bringing up to collect one more. This one looking much more like what we expected back in round one. Absolute Falcons domination.
Yeah, 5 versus 1. Dafo got it all to do. Just going to try and hold himself in behind that bomb chassis. They'll know exactly where he is. Users manages to pick him up with a headshot. 3-0 start for Users. Solotov on 3 kills in the round alone. And like you say, Falcons looking much better in that one. Stuflex looking very happy behind his team.
Sure is, and us looking very happy with our fantasy. I think it's worth touching on, Tim. Both got Yuzus for cost, and I've got Brede in there for, I want to say it was another stat. What did I have?
Survival, I think.
Yes, Survivor got him in there for, and he did die in round 1, which is not great. Obviously lived in that round, so I'll take it. But it's in line with what you expect coming out of this team. Palau got to buck up their ideas a bit here. I don't want to harp on him too much there, but for Perez, that's the kind of kill you've got to be netting when someone presents themselves full form in front of you. It should be the freest kill in the world, but could not find his man.
It wasn't just that it was presented to him, it was exactly what they'd set up to play for. I said it at the beginning of the round, he's barricaded everything on T and Karaoke. He's going to play in around Shrine or Drum, and then guess what? He knows if somebody's coming from T and Karaoke.
Yep.
And exactly what he'd planned happens, and look, Leakafak's there on Ash. And he just couldn't land his shots. It was a little bit windy up there in the Drum area for that one. And he's going to be ruining that. Solotov was great on the support, to be fair. Leakafak maybe does lose that fight if it continues, but Solotov being able to impact on it from Terrace was really big for him.
Let's see if that carries on and we see more of the same. So now very heavily leaning in towards the denial coming into this round. Or a barbecue kitchen defense. I'm looking at the mute and the Mozzie. All about the intel denial, locking away what Falcons can achieve, and spoke about it in the last round. Now that we're back onto a site that requires more of a map clear, Dokkaebi's back in the field. So again, you've seen that pattern of play emerging from them time and time again. It's the way they like to approach the game. And Shaiko onto, I think this was his most played operator, because they must have often banned away. He plays something else. I want to say Nomad was played more like twice as often as his next played operator at the last event at SI. Just one of his go-to bread and butters. Clearly loves the gun, but also fantastic as an operator. The team take map control with the Dokkaebi and then lock things down with that Nomad. It's so hard to get a good flank off against his team as a result.
STK once again just over in this position, opposite side of the map, just looking to try and burn time in and around office, in and around VIP. He needs to be very careful here, Loud, as they start to be challenged in and around Terrace. Falcons surrounding that, but how about that? Lived outside will be punished by Leakafak on the exchange, on the trade. 4 versus 4. A mute is lost, a Dokkaebi is lost. The loss is definitely bigger for Falcons.
Yeah, losing that Dokkaebi, you don't get the second phone call on side. That's the real stinger. You might have taken a C4 off the board, but it's not really what Loud are pushing into here. They'll hope for those C4s to catch someone out when they lose control of Karaoke T at some point in this round. I think for Falcons, they'll be feeling the pain more than anything else. At least stepping their way back here, Loud, happy with what they've collected. A couple of players dropping down, still one holding on the upstairs. And those Goyo canisters you just saw burning out, running that clock down further. We're coming towards the last 60. And of course, Shaiko gets a kill like that. That is just disgusting.
Game sense is absolutely unreal from Shaiko. It's
Come
one of the
on
things
now.
that's been fantastic for him over the years. He's going to be looking to move down drum stairs here. See if he can find anybody else.
Do you remember the similar kill that he got on border where he just like put 2 bullets into the main doorway, like double door? Shot once, shot twice, and got a kill on the second. Even he paused and was like, what just happened?
Yeah.
It always seems to be him.
Just going to be getting a little bit of a vertical angle from the Selma there. Rather than opening the hatch specifically, just seeing if they can get the space, the line of sight that they need, but they're just struggling a little bit here, Falcons, to find that next kill that you feel would be the real momentum boost that would start driving them forward. Paceto just with some fancy footwork avoiding the damage, but he goes back for more and he'll be taken down. Users picks up Dafo in a trade after he manages to find Shaiko. Again, it's 3v1. 9 seconds left to go here. Breede, however, he's going to be putting that diffuser down, Des.
That's what he does, Tim. Users being taken offline, but like that, Leakyfack is there for the trade. And of course, there's some loud noises to come out of the team as a result. Another good round coming out from Falcons. And in round 1, of course, it all got whittled down. STK with a big 2K at the start. Paceto with a brilliant play to round things out. But since then, it has felt all Falcons.
Just going to have the ban phase coming in, so we will have an additional ban each. As we can see, Falcons will take out another defender, Loud will take out another attacker. We will see which ways they go, and it's going to be Kaid and Dokubi, respectively, that are taken out. It's no surprise to see the Kaid taken out after the trouble that Falcons have had with it so far. They've been tricked. They've struggled to get the impact EMPs to find the electric claw back in round 1, and you would argue that, did it cost them the round? It was certainly a big part of it, as STK was able to then play in VIP and got 2 kills from there. Wouldn't have been possible had they got that correct. So, no real surprises to see the Kaid go. It's just going to give them maybe a little bit more flexibility on the attack to get those walls open without having to bring along the Maverick.
All right, let's see what we can do now that extra ban has come on through. I did hope we were going to see a Dokkaebi ban, and indeed, that is what has dropped in. This is where now I think these sites that require clearing more of the map might start playing into against Falcons here, because for Loud, they haven't got to worry about being hunted down once those phone calls start coming on through, and hopefully can get a little bit more done. It will force Falcons to rethink their ideas here and come up with something a little bit different. So really like the bans that have come out from Loud. Very targeted and very, very sensible.
5 seconds to insertion.
Heading into the action phase of round 4 then, still a little bit of late setup going on as we just get that rotation opened up into sight. So last time around when Falcons were attacking on to this side of the map, onto T and Karaoke, as I said, it was STK that caused them some real problems. He played up in VIP, he did the damage from inside of Dragon really. This time we see him just playing underneath in-house for the time being to start things out. Not sure how aware Falcons are of that. They're going to spray out the window near him, but not an unusual thing to do, really, just to clear out that line of sight, make sure nobody is there. So that forces STK back upstairs. Now, how do Falcons go about dealing with VIP? They've got to learn that lesson. They know that that was the problem last time. And look at that aggression coming out alive, right up onto the breach to shoot away the second detonation of that Selma charge. I don't think it really helps him too much, because Falcons don't necessarily want to move in through there. They just want the line of sight to make it difficult to play inside of there.
The thing is now, it means that the only real angle that Falcons can push in on that side of the map is going to be into the single wall, which require making use of an exothermic. Or, of course, the Selma's getting over there, which you now can't use because Leakyfack's gone. It's just going to make life difficult. Otherwise, it's the display window, and it's like, can you really do enough with that? I don't think you can. So this actually is working really well for Loud here, where Falcons have just assumed, yeah, the wall will get opened up and they'll move away and we'll catch them on the pinch in construction. But with no one forcing them to move, Loud don't actually need to pull back here.
Yeah, exactly that. It's once again, Falcons struggled with the clearance of the office side of the map. Last time they attacked here, and they're struggling with it again. It was STK the first time. It's Live this time around. They just can't seem to force them out of position and get in and take that ground away from them. Usus is going to take a bunch of damage. STK is going to do even more onto Solotov as he cuts him down. That's Grim gone as well. So that's your B's lost. You're not going to be able to force those players out. It's utility that could have directly helped them to get into that position. We've got Shaiko just doing Shaiko things, walking on into sight, but he can't find anybody yet. The challenge comes in and he's cut down. SDK, Perez, this is all going in Loud's favour as they find a flawless round.
Certainly not what I expected, Tim, but I'll come back to what I said about the Dockerby ban. They can't force these players out from that east side. Like, yeah, cool, the breach is one thing, but they can't easily push in and force these players away. They're stuck trying to make use of a Grim, and those bees, as we saw, just missed, didn't add anything to that attack. And they were very much stung at that point, pushing in blind. I've long said that I really wish teams would ban the Dockerby away more because it hamstrings Falcons, especially when you see they make a call, they push forward as a team, everyone makes things happen at once, and it's very overwhelming. Without that, you're seeing them struggle. So here they're going to have to go back to playing the Lion, for example, to try and make this work, but I think Loud might have just found a good response here to try and keep Falcons out.
So if you remember, I said this roster is a roster that is willing to take teams to their good maps and just have a plan. And they've come in here with a plan. Take Dockerby, take Deimos away from Falcons and see what they can do on the attack. And the answer at the minute is they can struggle a little bit. And that's what we're starting to see. They just can't get hold of that office side of things. They just could not get the push on in there. We'll see whether they can manage it in reverse here. It's going to be a mirror attack. They're likely, as we saw last time, Leakafact moving in through T and Karaoke. They're going to look to try and get that office wall open again, put a little bit of direct pressure onto site itself, but they've got to come up with something different here, the Falcons, at the minute. They can't rely on just winning gunfights. I'm
enjoying the aggression coming out from Loud. Like, Live especially has had a couple of rounds now where he's really gone bananas. Like, the previous one there, stepping up to try and tag onto the Salma to get rid of it. The one before that, when it wasn't actually the round before, it was a couple of rounds prior, where he ran out onto the Dokkaebi making the phone call. Like, he's just willing to take those risky plays and make something happen. And sure, he's died a few times for it, but it's the willingness to keep Falcons on their toes and being constantly worried about these threats that is giving his team at least a bit of an edge in a couple of these rounds.
Just going to see that aggression once again, this time out of Paceto. Just keeps taking the quick peeks out onto the balcony, wants to know whether Falcons are there or not. This time they're taking it a little bit more slowly. It looks like they're going to be working for that cross-map clearance rather than looking directly towards sight. We can see them, you know, trying to get themselves into Geisha, trying to get themselves a little bit of a beachhead established where they can move on in, and now finally they will start thinking towards that soft wall that opens up into office, towards that sort of position. But again, having to jump the Rotero drone to avoid it being shot out, having to just get it on the wall, it's not the best opening that they've made.
It isn't, and this is where they might start getting a bit stuck here, Tim. It's where I start feeling nervous for them. They've got to employ something to make their charge forward. And I start thinking here about, you know, would a blitz be a better plan for them? They're running a lot of Blackbeard, for example. The Monty's banned away from them, so they can't play that to achieve the same thing. I think a bit more pace and aggression might be what they're missing here, but we'll see if they can get it done. Still only halfway through the round. You can see the tag coming on through from the Grim Bees of Solotov. Still got another one of those E1Ds to pull out as well in Shaiko's back pocket. And they've also found the entry. SDK taken offline, and a 5 versus 4 begins.
Perez is pinged out as well. They know his position. It's going to be Shaiko managing to get Dafo Solotov onto Perez, using that information from the Grim Bees to make sure they get in and get the kill. And this is BDA. Sorry, Falcons just looking much better here. It was inevitable at some point. Shaiko and BDA managed to get themselves two. And that's going to close out the round. At the minute, it feels like each of these rounds just goes heavily in favour of one or the other team. They just seem to get in there, get a few kills, and just run away with it. And this time, it was Falcons.
It does quite literally, Tim. We've had, what, 2 flawless rounds. That round just then was really dominant too. In fact, the only 2 rounds that haven't been that way was round 1 and 3, where 1 survived and then 2 survived. It's been a bit mental between the two. Like you say, really trading blows with one another. Though, at least as it stands, with it being the attacking side, I'll give it to Falcons and say having 3 attacks on Skyscraper. I'm very, very pleased with that. Last side of the half then is going to be Barbecue Kitchen. This does mean there's a lot of map to clear here, and I think in the last round, despite not having that Dockerby on side, where we saw Loud struggle, was they're wanting to play that aggressive style that I mentioned Live has employed a few times throughout the half. Trying to do much of the same again. Falcons were just willing to be patient and let them make the play onto the other side once Loud tried to get a bit too aggressive about things and with the one swinging a bit wildly. So really good response. Falcons in a spot to close this out 4-2. But if Loud can get it back to 3-3, I think even with that, Falcons will still feel happy about the outcome of the half.
5 seconds to insertion.
Perez just going to be doing the work to get that reinforcement.
They love this east extension, by the way.
Yeah,
like, even on downstairs on the
just
west.
doing the work to create that sort of safe space for them to play over inside of Office and Exhibition and just try and create as many hurdles, as many obstacles as possible for Falcons to work their way through. They've got a presence out in Geisha, of course. They're going to want to keep hold of the vertical, and so Falcons here. The difficulty is, I almost prefer this site in some ways to Tea and Karaoke, because it's like Tea and Karaoke, but with an additional step. You know, once you've got that top floor, you've also then got to get down into site. You've pretty much got to get control of about 75% of the map here of Falcons on attack, so it's just so much work for them to do.
Just dug in for the most part. This time around, not looking to get too aggressive. You'd maybe expect to see that with a Solus on site. You know, Perez wants to get out there, take away the intel away from the other side. We've seen Mute and Mozzie employed in this site previously to try and achieve the same outcome. A little bit different, a little bit more mobile, a bit more aggressive, of course. Not in a great spot right now, Solus. I believe some future changes to come to help bring her back into the meta a little bit more confidently. But you will see teams every now and then employ her in a spot where they feel she can have the most effect. And clearly that's what Perez feels that he can get away with here. Demonstration of the new repelling mechanic, by the way, around the corner. And we'll get off the repel, then straight back on it again. Wonderful.
Love to see it. User's just going to be getting onto that window now, try and cut down any movement, any rotations. Try to punish them. Dafo does manage to pick up Solotov, though, and it's not the start that Falcons would have wanted in the round. Like you say, 3 attacking rounds is not the end of the world on Skyscraper, but wouldn't a 4th be wonderful for them? Just missing the tail end of Leakafat there. He gets the ping. Can't find his man as he's pinched between 2. Basetto finishes him off with the shotgun. 5 versus 3, and Loud are in the driving seat. And what did I say, Des? These rounds, they just go all in favour of one team or the other. 5 versus 2. And Falcons are on a major back foot.
Felt like a little bit of a, I don't know, unsynergized round really coming out from Falcons when Breede's got himself in no man's land and got picked off in a 2 versus 1. When Shaiko's gone hoping for the best down backstairs, it has crumbled. And to be fair to Loud, Tim, I said it previously, they didn't go aggressive and try swinging everything they possibly could. They were waiting to see what the other side were doing. So the patience game has rewarded them, but I feel like Falcons will be happy that they've walked away with 3 attacks here on Skyscraper. Now they switch onto the defense, and it's on to Loud to show us what they can do.
So as we are at that halfway point where the sides switch, we will go through the banning phase again. So each team will ban out 2 operators simultaneously. Loud banning the defenders, Falcons banning the attackers. The coach, of course, is allowed to speak to them at this point as well, just through that short banning phase. So again, maybe a little bit of wisdom that they can impart, just remind them of what the strategy is going to be for the second half, what they're expecting out of the opposition on the other side of the coin. We're going to move into round 7. We've got Blitz and Ace are going to be taken away by Falcons, and we're going to have the Electro Bros, Kaid and Bandit.
I like he started saying that now.
Yeah.
I've heard you say it before.
It's catchy.
Yeah, the Electro Bros.
So we're going to have Kaid and Bandit taken away by Loud, so that should facilitate them getting in the map a lot easier.
I love how they just knew Loud what they were playing into here by not taking the mirror away, that we were going to see Falcons step across and play it. And sure enough, that's what we've got. No Castle on side to make it a triple Architect lineup, but you do have the Keeper barriers coming out of the Azami alongside the mirror to be a bit of a nuisance. And an operator we don't see tons these days, Tim, but when you do, you're always expecting a bit of magic and fireworks. Breede going across onto the Echo.
Okay, we'll keep a close eye on those yokai drones and the usage of them. We know the value of the operator. It can be absolutely decisive in any round that Echo is brought along. It's going to be really important that Breede makes sure that he stays alive and that he's in position to be able to do something about it. Doesn't want to be getting wrapped up in gunfights and holding angles where he can't use those drones to best effect. We see them used in 2 different ways, the yokai drones. Sometimes we will see them used purely for intel and plant denial, just kept safe and brought out in the last 20-30 seconds to prevent those plants going down. Sometimes we will see them used much the same as an attacker drone, going ahead of roamers, clearing areas for them, feeding intel into them, getting them primed and ready for fights. I think of Deepek when I think of them being used like that.
Deepek kind of pioneered that playstyle over on Fnatic, of course. The player surviving from the roster that won the Berlin Major back in 2022. And it was actually there where he showed a really effective use of the yokais, sending them out through drone holes to be outside the map and jumping up to scan what was going on around things like Clubhouse or Cafe, you name it. And really just showing that, you know, you can use it aggressively sometimes to even drone in your roamers. It was quite innovative at the time, and now a number of teams have started trying to employ and use it as C4 out from Solotov. Catches out Daffodil. Off he goes. That one won't be growing up anymore.
Let's not forget that Loud are attacking over onto T and Karaoke. It's not actually an office site that they are looking at, and they're losing bodies, they're losing time, and looks like they're losing ideas at the minute. They don't really have too much of a response. STK does manage to pick up Leakifact. Perez onto Solotov. The caster curse strikes true as Falcons start to crumble a little bit there. Loud applying pressure elsewhere. They've got themselves in now. Falcons have had to dip back towards site. It's going to be a long 1 minute 20 to try and hold on. The next kill is essential for Falcons.
So it takes some time. There's a couple of kills that had to come in, and the momentum of the round completely flips. Because again, we've got that Dockerby on side, we've got a cool in-back pocket, we've got a Monty to bear down on any of these players that would dare not be playing near a teammate. Loud have really got all the tools to make this round work for them, but we're into that last 60 seconds or so, still got to work their way through the middle of the map, you know, pushing in through Terrace, in through Shrine, and of course these Yokai still loom large.
Drone heads into Drone. I don't know if it quite caught the feet of Shaiko on the Azami or not. I would imagine they've got a good idea that's the position that he's in, given that they're going to be playing into Kiba barricades there. They've just seen him move back across as Basetto looks to get on in towards site. Damage taken here. Need to be careful. The Yokai drones could well come into their own. Users picks up a beautiful headshot. Shaiko set with a 1v2. Cannot do it, as Loud managed to get another round over the line, and Falcons could be having a wobbly start here at Reload. It's not too unusual for this roster. We do see them sometimes, you know, pick up those tough results at the beginning of tournaments and kind of grow into them. But right now, Loud are looking good.
Yeah. I don't want to get too excited by it because it's the first round of the attack. And I said earlier on, for Falcons, I think you'll be pleased coming away with 3 attacks from your first half. Where I start to get nervous now is if Loud win this next round and start to put a bit of a gap between them and between Falcons. That's when you start to feel a bit nervy for them. What I will give to Loud, though, is their attack at the end of that last round was brilliant. They knew they had the man advantage, didn't rush things, gave themselves about 30 seconds still to work with, and all executed as a team. So even when they lost a player or two, when there were Yokais disrupting the Monty, for example, there was still someone ready to capitalize and get a kill elsewhere. Really good stuff, and showing that composure that we've been wanting to see from them. I think Daffodil so far, yeah, sure, his numbers aren't spectacular, but he's fitted into this team really well, not forgetting that he's come from Keyed Stars. You know, a lot of work to do to get into the way that this team works and the habits of players and synergize with them better. It was the thing we've said that we want to see from a lot of teams at this event, is how they're going to gel together when they've only had a few months to work things out. So far, at least from what I'm seeing, they're not looking too bad here.
Not at all. We're going to see Falcons now defending the opposite side of the map. Going to be Office and Exhibition that they try to hold on to. Going to need to do a better job than they did in the last round. Loud, although it looked like a good start from Falcons, they made it very difficult for Loud to get in. You saw Basetto on the Monty kind of shifting around, trying the minibar door, not working there. The wall was reinforced, moving back across to the Office breach. Just couldn't really seem to settle, but then all of a sudden, I think it was Perez who managed to get himself one along with STK, and it just opened things wide up for Loud, created all the space they needed. It was still a little bit of a close finish maybe, but
what is going on that wall?
Falcons know that there is more work for them to do in this one.
I don't think they get the middle bit because of the angle off towards the side there. It's easy to shoot those X-Kairos off the wall, so they're in a bit of a difficult spot here, Loud, where I don't think they'll have full access into VIP without first moving that player away. But with it at least partially opened up, they should be able to force him back in a way so they can finally get things done. Not forgetting here, Tim, that this is just to get in towards VIP. There's still various other things I've got to worry about, like the main breach, making sure there's no one holding out towards Terrace. Still lots of movement to do. In fact, you can see the Legion of users out towards Shrine or around Toaster, whatever you want to call that down towards the other side of the map. So for now, Falcons largely unbothered, just waiting to see where Loud are going to start their push from.
And as far as Loud are concerned, they are completely stacked up around site. They're on the balcony, they're at the breach, they are just completely in that position, and they need to find kills from there, which they will start to do. Live manages to find Breeder. Shaiko can't quite find the feet. STK is down and out as Solotov finds the finish, but Live and Perez one apiece. Basetto's in there with the shield on his back, putting the diffuser down, but he doesn't need to, as the kills rain in, and Loud take another round. And right now, 3 attacking rounds to Falcons. Des, it doesn't look good enough.
Not when 2 of 2 possible round wins have gone to Loud so far. Falcons are crumbling a little bit here, Tim, and understandably...
And this is where they struggle.
There's a Falcons tack timeout coming in here because they need to get this fixed and fixed quick.
They looked, I commented on it after the first couple of rounds. Stu Flex was happy, he was smiling, the whole team looked, and we've talked about how they are a team of energy and emotion. And when the going's good, they are great. But when the going's tough, sometimes they struggle. I think in longer series, that is less of a problem. They have more time to kind of reset and to come back at it, and it's like, yeah, maybe we just lose this map and we go on to the next one. They don't have that good grace here, Des. It's best of one. You either shake yourself out of it now, or you're going to lose in 2 rounds' time.
Hopefully this is where they shake themselves down, brush themselves off, and go again, Tim. Got to make it work here. They're even going back to Karaoke and Tea. Rather than rotating onto that 3rd site of Barbecue Kitchen, going to have a go at these 2 primary sites. Across those last 2 rounds, though, I'll give it Loud have looked like the far superior team. And I imagine already Falcons are thinking, God, we've got to ban away one of these operators because we are getting suppressed across the board here. There's not an awful lot they can do. I don't want to rag on him for this either, but Shaiko had a golden chance to get 2 kills from that terrace spot where he saw 2 players out on Balk. Sprayed away at the legs, but just couldn't quite get enough damage down to finish either off. That could have been the defining moment in the round if he got away with 2 kills there, but unfortunately did not.
Heading on into round 9 then, it will be the final round that we play before those next bans come in. So at the end of this one, Loud and Falcons will get another ban each. Loud will take another defender and Falcons another attacker. Looking at the minute, I would expect to potentially see another one of those shields taken away by Falcons. I think Bassetto particularly is using the Monty and the Blackbeard fantastically well. He's attracting a lot of pressure. He's causing a big nuisance that then players like Live, Perez, STK are able to take full advantage of the space they're being afforded because of the focus on Bassetto. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons take a shield away, but how do you solve the problem? By taking the ace, he's just going to play the other. You take Blackbeard, he'll just play the Monty.
That's the problem. I mean, they've already at this point banned away. They could have gone for a double shield ban. We spoke about these co-op bans where you ban 2, in this case, Electro Bros away. You ban away 2 hard breachers, 2 shield operators. And at least then you've got flex on that 3rd ban in case you need to ban away another one like that, or if you can afford to be a bit more flexy. Whereas by banning away one or the other here, like, you still leave yourself so wide open. I think that it might come back to bite them if they're not too careful. One thing's for sure, though, Loud are the ones in the driving seat here.
Yeah, you look at, I look at the ace ban and I think how much has that really gained Falcons? And Hibana's been brought along. The attackers haven't had any real problem breaching, and I don't think it's gained them too much. But hindsight is a wonderful thing. We're going to have Leakerfact just watching these black stairs for the time being. From above, I'm sure that Loud will be more than aware of the potential danger of that position. Breeder is on there as well, so Leakerfact just trying to support his teammate there, make sure that they can hold down this position. We know that smoke on these stairs can be a real power spot. It's difficult to move in and attack him because you're always at short range, whether it's from the sort of balcony door or whether it's from the bottom of the stairs. You're always in range of that shotgun, so it's a tough challenge to overcome for the attackers.
Just want to be careful here that Breeder doesn't shoot through these smokes too soon. Bearing in mind there's still 70 seconds of the round to play here. Ideally, you want to save that Morse force for the execute, but he's using it in response to utility coming out, whether it's the Grim Bees, whether it's drones coming on through. No doubt flashes will start to follow soon too. Here comes the first phone call coming out from the Dockerbee as they start their push on forward. This is when they need to try and capitalise and pick up a player 2 on the side of Falcons. Sure enough, they get 1, but there's trades coming back and forth down to a 3 versus 3.
I thought Breeder had made a real good move there, getting up to the door. I wasn't sure Loud were aware of it, but they really were. Perez stepped in and managed to get that kill. 3 versus 3. They're starting to work in behind the light screens of Sensia just to try and get a little bit of space up at the top of Black Stairs. They're aware of the player just inside of Karaoke. They've got to shut down Leakerfact. If they do that, Loud might just have all the space they need to think about getting a plant down.
They've got so much utility here between the Capitao and the Sens coming in and the Grim. It's horrific. Finally, Leakerfact taken out as well. They knew that he was there off the back of this, and now making the Sens use to get the plant down as well. well at 3 versus 2, and we could see Loud here, Tim, going up to match point.
Perfectly played. As I said, just get in there, get the kill onto Leakerfack, create the space that you need to put the diffuser down. Leakerfack was the linchpin in that situation. And how did Loud deal with it? In typical Loud style. We've seen this roster, Des, in Brazil do this so many times. We'll just walk in. We'll just walk in and kill you. If you want to hold that position, that's fine. We will just outgun you. We will just outmuscle you. That's what's happening to Falcons right now.
So well coordinated as well. It's a beautiful thing to see. And Falcons are getting no joy here on the defensive Skyscraper, a map that you figured they would. However, let's take a look at what our bans are going to be coming in. It's the Ying and the Azami, Tim. Not quite sure that's going to be enough here to save Falcons, being completely honest with you. And in case they felt like there was any kind of solace to hold on to in the back of the Azami, that's been taken away from them too. Another go-to Shiko operator off the board.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they've got to ban something. They've got to have a plan. They've got to have something behind them. I don't think it's going to be enough. Like I said, is there really much value in taking away one of the shields from Bassetto? I don't think there is, because you take the Monty, you'll just take the Blackbeard. So I get that, but do I think that banning phase is going to be enough to save Falcons? I don't honestly think it is, because right now, no matter what they do, Loud are finding answers.
Got a rehost coming on through here, as you can see, so we'll get ourselves back into things shortly. I can tell you that we went down to barbecue and kitchen for that site on the defense. So in that case, Falcons were saying, let's step away from what we've tried, because we've lost karaoke twice, we've lost exhibition, we've got to try something different. As I've said, I feel like it's too little too late now. You've got a 3-round deficit to play through. You've got to go back to those top 2 floor sites after this, unless you're willing to go out there and really go on a limb and play out towards bedroom side. But I just don't think you're going to see that, Tim. And I think Loud will find a way through.
That's the problem at the minute. I don't think the question at the minute for Falcons is where, it's how. That's the far more important question, because where is not going to be the answer. No matter where you go, Loud are going to find answers. They are going to find a method to break down whatever you've built up. So it's about how you do it. It's about going in and winning those gunfights. Falcons have got a couple of players that have been a little bit quieter than we might expect so far. They need to be getting involved. This is the time. It's now or never.
That's worried that it's a bit too late for that, Tim, to be honest with you. Again, there's a lot of work to do. This timeout might play in there. Technical timeout might play in their heads a little bit too. Know that they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. It's not the end of the world. It is day one, but it's more about the message that it sends, Tim, that again, Falcons last year were consistently that team finishing second place at every event. They won the Esports World Cup. They show what they can do. But when it matters, or in this case when it doesn't, it just shows that there's still these weaknesses that resurface from time to time. And I'm going to keep an eye on them, because I'm really interested to see how much the change to the operator ban system comes to punish them, because they have relied on this small group of operators that now you can ban away 3 of them. It's going to be punishing them. We saw it from the Dockerby before. You're seeing it a little bit in this half as well with the hard denial that they've had taken away from them. It feels like Loud might have at least got them figured out here on day one.
We're going to be heading back on into things just as soon as we can. Just a little technical pause going on at the minute. So, as you can see, a reminder for everybody, the coaches will not be interacting with the teams. We will not be talking to the players at the minute. They are not allowed to during the technical pause. The only times they're allowed to talk to the players is during the ban phase before the game starts, during the ban phase at half-time, and during any tactical timeout, whether it's called by them or called by the opposition team. Whenever a tactical timeout is called, both coaches are allowed to speak to their team. So it's always something that they've got to consider when they're going to call that timeout. Is it a good point to be letting the opposition coach talk to their players as well? Always a little bit of a balancing act. But Falcons right now, it's not about balancing, Des. It's about overrunning. They've got to tip that seesaw in their favour. And they've got to do it every single round at this point. The best they can hope for is overtime. 3 rounds they've got to survive without mistake now. Are they capable?
Yeah,
of course. Are they going to do it based on how they're playing today? No. Something's going to have to change.
But don't forget, we also thought the same about Cloud9 and PSG Talon early on. We thought, oh, Talon, like, they're down 6-3. There's no way they catch back up. And they did win 2 rounds in a row. Like, it's possible. But ultimately, the outcome was still what we expected. And I do think Loud can take this one away. And also to get back into the game in just a second. All players are back in the lobby, so should be able to get moving any second now.
The other thing I would say about this Loud roster, you know, whether that's with Daffo or Flashtra, you know, whatever we've seen from them, they're always good at winning when they're on top of people as well. Once they get ahead in terms of the scoring, I think they're very good at staying there. They're ruthless. You know, we see those teams that will get 6-2, 6-3, and always let teams come back at them, always let it go to overtime. Whereas I feel with these players, they seem to grow in confidence more and more. It's like, yeah, we know we're on top of this. We know that we're beating you up at the minute, and they will just completely ruthlessly finish this one off.
Sure.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
I'm quite sure our hold-up is here as well, as we are basically ready to get back into things. I think we've got to do, as I say, switcheroo is the most important part. We had Loud on defense for a second. I was like, no, they're on attack at this point and should be rolling their way through. I think almost there. A couple of last moments here for Leakafat to review the strat book. A written strat book is a new one. Normally it's diagrams that teams have in a massive like stack of paper, but here it's more written.
Yeah, it's always fascinating the way that different teams do different things. We, of course, saw them wanted at SI with their big like landscape pages that they had printed out for each different map, and everybody does it in different ways. And then we've got some sort of blue squiggled writing for Loud.
I'm told we are basically ready to go again. It was sorting out the stats, which have now been corrected, and we are good to go. Here we go then. We'll see if Falcons can fight their way back in. They are 3 rounds down. Loud sit at match point. This one could be a very, very short ending to this game, Tim. Oh, a little sound effect with that.
It's very nice. So it's a little reload sound effect.
It is. Well noted.
Just a reminder of what hangs in the balance for this one then. Both teams have reloaded 1 bullet each of their 6. So whilst Falcons may come away with a loss here, it won't be as bad as it could have been. They could have gone for 2. They've chosen to go for 1. Loud will gain 1 if they win. Head up to 7. Falcons would move down to 5, so not the end of the world, and certainly not a tournament-winning performance immediately from Loud either.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Wouldn't there be any reason why, for example, Falcons would come into this playing 1? Because you go down to 5, which means that you're, if you lose, of course, you are more likely to still have the pick of your opponents tomorrow. Like, you'll be...
You should
down
be,
at 4.
in theory, you'll be in the bottom half, because half of the teams are going to win,
yeah,
top half of the table. Half of the teams are going to lose, bottom half of the table, and it's the bottom half of the table that will choose the opponents for tomorrow.
If you lose your first 2 games and you go down to 4 points, you're still very likely to get your selection without falling too low down to being at risk of elimination the following day. The exciting part for me, at least, is that means the next day they're likely to be able to pick their opponent. You pick someone at the very top of the table and play your absolute heart out and try and batter a top team that's got, I don't know, 8 bullets.
And you might just find yourself reload 8, and you could be jumping
and
right
you get
up
straight
to the
up to 12 at the very top of the board, and then you're qualified. You're looking good at that point.
Yeah.
So it could be. I'm not saying the throwing games, of course, but more that they know if they lose
not at
games.
All. It's just. It's gaming the setup, isn't it? It's looking at what's the structure, what's the how can we reduce our risks whilst
if they lose games, then they're in a spot to be able to make that kind of play. If they win, then cool, it's still bonus. You're walking around with more bullets than you started with, so it's not the end of the world. But of course, we'll see what the strategy looks like over the next couple of days as the team starts getting in towards that point. Pasetto struggling with this wall. It's going to be jammed away, so the need to get rid of that mute gemmer from Solotov that will be underneath, surely cleared out by someone at some point. And that VIP wall can get opened up and they can start their push in.
And they've got the impact EMPs that will come in.
That works too.
Yep, that's going to do the job.
Trigger it
quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's going to get the job done. I was very concerned for a second then that wasn't going to happen.
Pasetto was like, hang on, man, I'm on my drone. Leave me alone. Like, no, do it now.
Pasetto is going to be using that second exothermic charge. That's going to be, I think, Geisha wall getting opened up. I'm not sure, or is it the minibar wall on the other side? We will see as we progress. STK manages to pick up Leakafat, and it's not looking good for Falcons. There's
Sharko half. Losing Legion, not the end of the world, but still a gun that you are down. And in a half where you struggle to find kills, let alone rounds, it's not feeling good if you're this Falcon side. Half the round now elapsed and down. A couple of C4s they can play behind, assuming of course they need them or even have the chance to use them. Now could just steamroll their way through. First phone call coming out from the Dokkaebi. Now to start the march on forward, at least for a couple. Grimbees over the top. And one thing Loud have been really good at this half, Tim, is overwhelming with utility. I've really enjoyed seeing their use of the Sens alongside the Capitao, alongside the Grimbees here. They're really good at this stuff.
Brigade manages to pick up Perez with a headshot. That's going to give Falcons at least something to work with inside of this round. 4 versus 4 as it stands at the minute. Still with users in position inside a drum as well. We'll see how aware of this Loud are when they come to move in, but he could absolutely decimate them if they just come come through that wall, they're going to get hit hard. Usus is waiting for that, but it's going to be Solotov underneath to pick up live. 4 versus 3. Falcons could be holding on for another round. STK is going to get caught up in that FNAT mine as well. And right now, Falcons utility and gunpowder is all working for them.
Liquor stability coming on through, but another one goes against them. Brede also low on HP. It is not looking good for Falcons here, Tim. 30 seconds on the clock. It does mean that it becomes the 6th man for the defenders here. It starts forcing the attackers into forced errors. They've got no choice but to take a risk. I know earlier on we had Solotov holding this angle that we've now got Basetto approaching. He's still there. There's 2 players nearby, but look at the drop coming on through. Solotov gets his man, and they get her down at the same time. That is just what you need. Daffodil not going to have enough time here to pull this one back. Not got the diffuser in hand. 2 players off towards his left and right. Might get one for a bit of fun, but this round is done. A 3K for himself, but Falcons, they hold on.
There was a little bit of me nervous there.
If it swung, I'd have been like, please don't.
Shako,
please.
You really don't need to go for this.
Ugh.
But I think the conversation had been had that the other player was Solotov was nice and safely tucked away behind the shelves, so Shako had the freedom to be able to go for that challenge, but still a little bit of a hair-raising moment for Falcons fans, I'm sure. So they get one more. Still 2 rounds needed for Falcons. As I said, is the capability there? Of course it is. We know that. But the way that they've been playing so far today is going to need to improve if they want to get 3 rounds back-to-back. It's not something that they've been able to do as of yet. We're going to see them this time moving to T and Karaoke. Loud have done very well so far at attacking this site, getting themselves into that top floor, getting control of Office Exhibition, moving across, just causing problems. Every time Falcons have fallen back to site, they've fallen back to site with 2 or 3 players left. They've lost a couple on that other side, and that's something they need to avoid this time. We also saw Loud doing a very good job of attacking via Black Stairs, clearing Brede out, clearing Leakafak out, getting in and putting that diffuser down. They've done both very, very well. So if you're on the side of Falcons, it's difficult because what do you do? Should we set up for the cross clearance and try and hold that? Should we set up for a Black Stairs hold? They've had success when they've gone up against both.
Disrespect being shown to the Valkyrie from live here, jumping across onto that IQ. Stepping away from his previous pick, which I believe was going to be the Striker. Of course, bringing along 2 sets of secondary gadgets or utility there would have brought a lot more to the team. I've remarked a few times on their effective use of utility. Very good at overwhelming the other side with the Dockerby calls, the Grimbees coming on through, Capital Firebolts, you name it. It's very, very good at overwhelming Falcons and picking up kills off the back of that distraction. Here a little bit less effective, I guess, because they've turned instead towards Basetto on the Monty. That shield being the spearhead of this attack and looking to help them take ground. The Falcons, like you remarked, I think I'd rather see them play a little bit tighter here rather than risking getting isolated. There's 2 players out here. Dipping back together around Shrineside, wasting a bit of time.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. Absolutely, they should have a presence out there and be trying to slow down this attack, but they've got to make sure that they fall back in a more structured way, that they keep themselves alive, that they don't overhold this, because they don't want to be losing the bodies. The flashbang comes in. Good support from underneath as STK takes some damage, but there's the first death. And now's the big question for Falcons. How do they deal with this? How do they fall back, and how do they keep that manpower alive?
SDK knew that he was dead to right, so had very little business getting away, and it was more of a confirmation from Falcons that they managed to push him. We've gone chasing a little bit too much for a kill and paid the price as a result. 4 versus 4, those shields still alive, and they've got control of this east side of the map, what they were looking for earlier on, Tim. Going 1 for 1 there and losing the Dockerby is not the end of the world, but you do miss out on that second phone call.
4 versus 4 then, and time works in the favour of Falcons at the minute. Just going to be trying to hold on to Drum, prevent this push coming across from Perez. And Loud, for the first time, I feel like they not stalled out, but everything has slowed down a little bit for them. They've got Office and Exhibition, but they're moving very cautiously across. I think they're very worried about Leakafak underneath because they know what could be coming. And that's beautiful placement of that FNAT. It's just preventing them seeing whether that Nitro is coming up from underneath or not. Leakafak tries to use it in a different position. I'm not sure he's going to get any joy. No, he won't. Just goes a little bit early. Live manages to escape any damage there, but 4 versus 3, and Falcons are holding on well.
Well, this also in a good spot here. This could be a nice little challenge onto the player sat inside a goal. It's going to force, I believe, it's Brede away from that spot. Can't afford to stay for much longer. Indeed, a smoke comes out and forces the Monty back, but the pressure is building on this site. As soon as the second player gets rounding in towards Breeder, this could start going from bad to worse. Shoko goes down, Users hits the deck. 2 players, Tim, suddenly are on their backside. Leakifak and Breeder to do it all here. And there's a plant going down. There's great cover coming through on the breach. Leakifak to do it all, but I don't think he's going to have the chance. Gets it for the spray, over to the shotgun, but it was only a delay in the victory that Loud were after. They bring down Falcons and win their first game here at Reload.
I'll repeat what I said earlier in that game, and that was that Loud always found the answer. And they did it again. They were in a difficult situation, 3 versus 4, Leakifak underneath. Falcons seem to have everything they need to win that round. But again, Loud come in and they find a way. They find the answer and they cut them down, create space. Yes, they didn't get the plant down, but it didn't matter because it put Leakifak in a perilous position whereby it was then easily mopped up. Really well played from Loud. Falcons, they're going to have to improve as this goes on. It's certainly not the end of the world. Like we said, it's day one. It's 1 bullet that they've lost. They'll move on. It's not a problem, but a tough start for them.
Question marks about the defense more than anything. I thought their attack was good. Defense is where they really crumbled there. And I don't want to take it away from the other side here. Loud's attacks were really, really good. As said, I thought their use of utility was fantastic. The team play was there. Where we've kind of seen them struggle a bit historically is trying to do too much as a team. They attack from 5 different points of the map, and before you know it, you're losing 1 or 2 players. Parts of the map go dark and it crumbles, but this was a real team effort today. Really impressed with what they've shown. Plenty of aggression, focused aggression at that, and I really want to see what they can do tomorrow.
I don't think teams are going to be too quick to pick Loud to play up against, to be honest, because how do you play against that? No matter what you set up with, they just out-aggress you, out-gunfight you. Very difficult to play against. Very, very difficult.
What I'm kicking myself a bit is I was looking at the fantasy team yesterday. Of course, we've got to talk about this. And live as a player, I was like, I've always liked him. Do I pick him? Do I not?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, because we went for BDS players, Falcons players instead. And I'm not saying we're fully regretting it. They had some good moments in the game, but there's definitely more to come from them.
There is, definitely. Well, you would hope so if you're a Falcons fan. We know they've got more in the tank, and I think maybe just a little bit of shock and awe coming in from Loud.
Certainly, and here's the stats in case you want to see how this one is played down. Pretty balanced across the 2 teams, to be fair as well, Tim. Like, no one standing out as the out-and-out best performer. Live player I was talking about there a second ago, having a pretty good one. 3 entries to himself as well. Certainly nothing to scoff at.
No, not at all.
Not against Falcons.
No, it's never going to be easy when you're going up against a front line. You know, I was going to say 3 of them, but really it's 4. You could meet up with users Solotov, Leakifak, Sharko, anybody out there looking for those entries. And so, yeah, coming out on top of that is particularly impressive as well.
Slow start. You're given day 1. Tomorrow, though, you've got to see a different team. It's important, I think, if you're going to have your bad performances, get them out of the way now as well, because while the bullets can only be set at 2 for a game, when it starts becoming far more than that and teams can really start dragging loads out of you, that's when you start feeling a little bit worried.
Yeah, the pressure definitely starts mounting from day 3, because that's the point where teams could, in theory, start going home. So, you know, the first couple of days, they've got that grace to find their feet and get themselves into. It's one thing I like about the format, you know, get yourself in there, and then it starts really ramping up towards the end of the week.
And the cards start to come into play as well. But we'll go to a break. When we come back, Game 4 awaits. See you in a little bit.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is AlexGold47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for a reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing sides simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Rio ready for a reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with Siege X.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber? Plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition? Plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
a rave here before these games, aren't we?
Love it.
We were doing it back in the green room earlier. It came on and we were all there just like...
It's a vibe.
mental. It's absolutely bonkers. Just like this game coming up in a moment. We've got BDS coming up against FaZe. And a few months ago, Tim, that would have felt like the two best teams in the world going head-to-head. And to a degree, it may yet still be.
Still could be true.
Unchanged, BDS, whole new roster, but one that you really can't turn your nose up at. We'll take a quick look at that roster is now so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Here they are, a mishmash of Secret, the old Falcons roster. We've got Wolves in here, we've got the back room of Wolves. It's like 4 or 5 teams all coming together in a mishmash here, and it feels a bit messy at first, but when you sit and look at the quality on this team, Tim, it's kind of like, you can see how this can work. Virtue, a world champion. Robbie, one of the best gunners of the last calendar year. P4 and Lasmo, of course, coming over from Wolves, so have got that synergy. And Fret, one of those players on the up-and-coming that everyone's quite excited about. If this clicks, this could be a really special team.
100%. We talked about BDS a little bit earlier, and I said you've got this really strong foundation with Virtue and P4, an absolute wealth of experience, supported by Laloon and Helby in the back staff as well. And then, you know, you've got 3 players there with sim plenty of them at events. They're building that experience, but just a real raw talent amongst them as well. So it's a roster that certainly could do things. Will they do it immediately? Who knows? But they definitely have the power to do so.
Speaking of power, Tim, here is the power team. Your current world champions, none other than FaZe Clan. This team hasn't changed now for a couple of years as well. They're one of the only 2 teams to not make a change since 2023. I believe it's these guys and Furia that haven't changed a member of their roster in that entire timeline. And it's fair to see why, Tim. Consistent top 4 finishes at events. They've only ever lost at tournaments which they haven't won to the teams that have eventually been in the grand final. This is the kind of caliber of team we're talking about here. If you want to make a statement as BDS, this is the kind of team that you need to be beating, but I just don't think here on home soil it's going to be that easy an affair.
But it's going to be a tough ask. We all know, you know, it's not just about their ability. We all know about their resilience to come back from that heartbreaking loss at SI to then win the next one. And the year that they've had, it just shows, you know, such mental resilience to that. They're going to come in here, I think, really strong. BDS, they better be ready for what's coming.
Well, our map man is ready, so let's take a look at where we're going to for this spectacle. Game 4 here on the B stream. It's going to be Nighthaven Labs for our second time today, Tim. A good map, and I think about FaZe in this map, and I think back to that last dance back at SI24. Of course, it was heartbreak for them back then, but I'm pretty sure they've learned their lesson, and this will be a hard one for BDS to break through.
Yes, I would agree. I always... As I've said before, I break the maps down into kind of, you know, strategy-heavy and more simple maps. So something like Border, I think, would have suited BDS because there's not a lot of strategy going on there. It's a small map. You just get in there, you have gunfights, and as a new team, that's going to help you a little bit because you're not having to bring loads of different strats to the table. There's not a lot of prep required for something like Border necessarily. Whereas Nighthaven Labs, it's just so big, it's so expansive, so many different ways it can be played. It's really going to stretch any team, let alone a brand new team. So, yeah, I think this could be a tough one for BDS.
It's funny because FaZe are one of the slower teams that we tend to have in the game as well. And that's not said as like a bad thing. They play the style very well, but they're not particularly explosive or crazy. They can have those moments for sure, but they're one of the more composed teams that I think we see in the pro scene. They're such a refined product that it can be so difficult to actually bring them down. But I'm sure here they're going to feel very confident starting out on the attacking side of Nighthaven Labs. We'll be getting into game in just a second. Again, most excited to see what this BDS new look team looks like, how Robbie can perform. Has Virtue still got it? Are we seeing the Wolves boys with a completely different set of players around them playing to a different standard? Lots to see, lots to savor, and I can't wait to see what they look like.
We'll be getting into things real soon, and we've got everybody in the lobby, so we're just waiting for the admins and everybody else to be ready to go.
Got a headset change to sort out, and then we're in game.
There we go. So we'll get that one done quickly, and then we will be right on in. I really like Nighthaven Labs. As you say, it's not one of our maps that have been updated for CJX.
Nope.
Not yet. It is still one of the, we'll call them existing maps.
I love the jerseys for BDS, by the way.
Yeah, they're really nice. They're proper classic 90s sort of football style.
It is with the collar, proper collar and all the rest of it.
G2 have gone for a similar style as well. There's a kind of very similar. They've got the... I'd say
G2 had the full like cream colour at the back at SI. Now they're all dark colours.
The fit reminds me of 90s football, but very specifically, I'd say 90s Italian football as well. It's very Italian.
Which is funny because they're a French org.
Yeah, it's just the
But it's a cool look. I won't knock it at all. The game is getting underway. Nighthaven Labs awaits for Game 4 of the day here on B Stream. We do still have one more game waiting for you after this one has concluded, but for now, Tim, let's focus on these two Titans coming head-to-head.
I'd love to.
Is this new look BDS going to be able to pull this off against FaZe, or are FaZe going to continue the dominance that we saw back at SI? Because let's not forget, Tim, every team that wins SI, they go through a bit of a rough patch for the next 6 to 9 months or so. Hopefully, FaZe can be the ones to break that curse.
I mean, you can't really get a stronger test to kick things off as a brand new team, as a brand new roster, to turn up and play the reigning world champions. It is literally, you're starting at the top. Everything's going to be downhill after this. Don't worry about it, BDS. So we can see in terms of reload amounts, BDS have reloaded 1 bullet, FaZe have reloaded 2, showing a little bit more confidence in their ability to get this result done. So they'll be aiming to move up onto 8 if they win. BDS would move up onto 7 if they win. 5 if they lose, and 4 if they lose for FaZe, of course. So that is how that will play out in terms of the league standings. At the end of things, we've had our ban in FaZe. That's gone through. As a quick reminder for everybody, BDS banned 2 attackers, FaZe banned 2 defenders, and then as we go into round 4, they will ban an additional operator each. So we've got Thermite and Maverick have gone, so a bit of a double hard breach ban there from BDS. And to counter that, we've got the Electro Bros. I know you love it, Des. We've got the Electro Bros. Kate and Bandit have both gone by the wayside. So Hibana will almost certainly be, along with maybe a little bit of Ace, the flavour of the hour.
Got a big question for you, Tim. Are any of these players in your fantasy team?
10 seconds to insertion.
Surely you pick a FaZe player. I know you.
Handy.
5 seconds
Handy
left.
in there?
Yeah. I have Handy.
Let's have a look, shall we? Should we do a double check on that one?
But I don't have anybody else.
Huh? You've definitely, you've got Handy as your Diamond Platinum pick. Very nice. I think I've got a couple of players actually in this game, you know? I've got Robbie and I've got Souls. I think they both have a good game.
Both good shouts, to be fair. I think, honestly, I look at the list. You've got 10 great players in the lobby. You know, 2 fantastic lineups. One, you know,
I think some
tried
have got
and tested, one new.
Some have got something to prove. I think,
Yeah,
like, you know,
100%.
People's been in the game for a long time, and many have kind of seen him have like a lights-out performance where he's going like 14 and 5 and absolutely destroying the server. And other games where he's going like 2 and 11, and everyone's like, where the hell was P4 this game? That consistency, I think, has been the challenge, and I'm hoping for him at least, as the IGL of the team as well, that with a new environment of players around him, under a new org, for example, we're going to see a different P4 emerge.
Seeing the clearance coming on from Vidaking there, just getting straight in on the Monte, using that ability to smash through the barricade, to work in through electrical quickly, does chase the Goyo of Robbie away. He's going to drop the hatch back into that mid 4. Lasmo manages to pick up Cyber, and that's a really big start. 5 versus 4 for BDS, and they're almost at a point. It's maybe a little bit too early in the round, but they've got the option now for when they start falling back. The decision is kind of in their hands rather than being forced back.
The blessing is they've got rid of the vertical destruction here. The buck's gone. Like there's only, the word
really
charges to play behind. They're now gone. Souls had those in back pocket. So as far as it stands, they could fall back to site here and just let them play behind the shield. They've got a couple of C4s they can play. Oh, sorry, 1 C4 impacts to play behind as well. It's not really going to be enough to stop Vidaking getting up in your face and causing a bit of bother, I think, but it doesn't guarantee they can win the round. So for BDS, I'd just be mindful of losing any more here than you need to. And sure enough, they lose 1. Elsewhere, though, that trade gets guaranteed. Robbie picking up KDS. They can keep playing this 1-for-1 game all day long if they want to. And if hatches hadn't been picked up now, Tim, well, they're probably not getting open. To say that, there's the 2 hard breach tin openers in the back pocket of Vidaking, so they could get them if they need to, but not ideal to lose another gun.
A point to the credit of FaZe, the FNATs will be locked in position as they are now with the Fenrir dying. They're not going to be able to adjust which of those mines are active at any time if they wish to, so that's at least something in favour of FaZe, but kind of scratching to find the positives really as they're 3 versus 4 down, 45 seconds left to go. They haven't really had much impact on site yet, and they're going to have to start working. This Monty is now, Vitaking's become doubly important to be a real spearhead for this attack, to be that utility, to give them something to work with. Handy manages to pick up Lasmo, 3 versus 3, and this is FaZe's opportunity now to start trying to find some space.
They don't know.
Oh, they've no idea about Virtue.
Has finally been picked off there. I know the kill feed looks wonky, by the way. Don't worry, it just means he was traded there, essentially. He's done the work, though. Robbie will collect his second of the round, and BDS with a pretty comfortable first defense against FaZe, who I think had the right idea, Tim. They came in fast and aggressive on that top floor. They forced BDS back, but as soon as BDS found that single kill, everything became about trades. It was really well played.
It was all kind of played at BDS's pace. Like you say, as soon as they get the first one, it's then, right, we can decide when we go back to site. We can decide which fights we take and which we don't. FaZe, you know, made a close run of it. They're always going to. They're a great team. But yeah, BDS managed the round really, really well. You don't always see teams do that. You know, get that kill. It's a team that, it's a thing that old NIP used to do really, really well. Talking sort of 2021, 2022, roundabout when they won SI and beyond that. It was something that they did really, really well, was they would get an opening kill in the round, and then their ability to manage the time, manage the round, and manage the map from there with a man advantage was just absolutely phenomenal, and it won them so many rounds. And BDS, you know, showing exactly why that is still important in Siege today. If you can use that advantage smartly, not just throw men at people because, oh, we've got an extra man now, go and attack them. That's not what it's about. It's about managing that round. When do you take fights? How do you take them? Where do you take them? That's what it's all about.
Sure, let's see how things build up into the second round. Then a good solid first defense. Can it be repeated again, or do FaZe learn from their mistakes? For the most part, it's the same lineup coming out here, despite it being the complete opposite side. We're not worried about the downstairs here, Tim. Everything is up on this second floor. Still sticking Vidaking, of course, onto the Monty. It's a role that he's all too happy to play. Very, very good at doing it. It's worth noting at the same time. Cyber probably a player to keep an eye on. It's worth stressing too, because historically Cyber's been one of those players that can have lights out performances at tournaments, but has sometimes struggled on the entry to really be the space maker for his team. They've often got the results they needed, but in big games when they really need to shine, it's where he stepped back. And is the first game of Reload that game where he's got to go absolutely nuclear? No, but I think to show us that he's going to have a strong tournament, we see his team making it to that main stage. We do want to see him putting up some numbers today.
Handy looking to be particularly precise there, because he's wanting to use the method of using those Hibana pellets. If you get him in the right position there, it clears off the entirety of the reinforcement, much like a Mav would do when they take the top and bottom off. You can create the same effect with those Hibana pellets. That's why he was willing to waste a couple of them to make sure he got them in the correct position. Going to come around now and just try and deal with this IT wall. They don't necessarily need to open it completely, but they do need to just deal with that mirror window and get a line of sight in through there so they can prevent anybody playing on sort of catwalk door and in IT.
And for now, just figuring out where these last few players are, making sure they've got eyes on all 5 members of BDS to know who's playing below, because there is one down there, and I can pretty much guarantee it's one of the 2 players running around with a C4. You can see him off towards the left-hand side of your screen there a second ago. Freck still unbothered here for over half the round inside a garage, set up on catwalk. He was there at the very, very start of the round, and to this point hasn't had to move anywhere, because for FaZe, as mentioned earlier, Tim, they can be a bit of a slow team. They can find themselves getting a little bit stuck and losing to the clock more than anything else, and it's starting to feel like that could be the eventuality here unless they get moving quickly.
Yeah, the Monte is going to help them do that. Vidaking just moving up onto the warehouse steps, needs to clear out the barbed wire, will do exactly that. Then the keeper barricades, a little bit of an obstacle course to be run here by the big shieldy boy. Souls manages to pick up Virtue, and here goes Handy, pushing on in, finding a kill. P4 does manage to get one. Lasmo as well, 3 versus 3, and again, BDS are holding on well. There's 40 seconds left to go, and this is not a given for FaZe.
Not quite sure about Handy here. He was kind of taking a little nap while the rest of his team went and got absolutely slaughtered. Steps in hoping for the best, but also put on his backside. It's all up to KDS here with enough HP to take a single bullet. So all it's going to take from Freck or P4 is a single shot. This round is theirs, and sure enough, there it is. BDS up 2-0, and largely, Tim, looking unbothered by FaZe so far.
Yep, another solid defense from them there. It was FaZe, you know, yes, they got a couple of kills there on catwalk, but that was all they achieved. I come back to that metric that, you know, anybody who's watched us casting before will probably have heard me say this, but it's not something that you can put a number on. But I look at it and I say, how bothered were the players inside? Were they bothered, or were they not bothered?
Freck was sat still for 2 minutes doing nothing. Like, all right, when does the fun begin?
They were unbothered, and that to me shows signs of an unsuccessful attack. Yes, you can get a couple of kills. Yes, you can bring it down to a 2v2. But if those site-based players have never really seemed concerned, if they've never been pushed out of position, if their utility hasn't been cleared, if there isn't some element of site that has been taken away from them that you've had some sort of control over, then your attack has not been successful, and you're unlikely to win the round. You know, yes, I will put the caveat on that. If you just run in and kill 5 players elsewhere in the map and never have to go near site, then of course it's not the point. But if you've got 2 or 3 players that are playing a site-based role like that and are never being moved around and never being disrupted, then you got to improve. You got to be, you know, dealing with the extensions of the defense particularly. They paid too high a price for dealing with catwalk there. Losing 2 whilst they were trying trying to deal with that was too much.
And that's why I think in this round you've got KDS going onto the Dokkaebi. I wax lyrical about this operator all the time, but I think when you're struggling to get through the map here and you're being blindsided, sideswiped by a couple of players on BDS at different points, a Dokkaebi is a really good way to cure that. She sort of band-aids over and covers up a lot of issues that a team can have because of how effective she can be here. So now it's on BDS to be able to respond to that. But FaZe, I imagine, once you see the phone call come through, will be pushing forward with quite some force, hoping to catch out a couple of players.
Once again, not happy with the positions of those Hibana pellets, needing them a little bit lower. Like I said, you got to get it right. It is, you know, a good way of opening the entire barricade with 8 pellets, but each time it's taken 12 pellets. It was handy last time, it's Saga this time. It's taken them 12 pellets because they've had to reposition them. So, you know, there is a little bit of risk in there.
Well, at least for now, the wall has opened up to him, and that is the important part. Freck, once again, barely having to move his feet, even though this isn't the same site. He's still positioned around the same spot and looking to cause a bit of bother. So for FaZe, we're nearly halfway into the round, yet to force these players out of this top floor. King inhaling a lungful or two of gas here, going to find himself very much pincered in. A third one comes out as well. They've tossed everything at him and only done a limited amount of damage. Could have been to evade and dodge away from this, but it now means Robbie can't keep him at bay much more. Freck getting rid of Souls, the ace taken offline. What is going on for FaZe team? They're struggling to get control of this top floor.
I like what FaZe did there, though. They really bullied that smoke usage by getting all 3 of them used so quickly. Freck is lucky to get away with his life there, but will do so. Robbie was taken out in the mix of all that, but yeah, I like the way that King dealt with that. He took very little damage from 3 smoke canisters coming at him, and they were all within about 3 or 4 seconds. So one thing that you're looking at with those smoke canisters is to burn as much time as you can. So you want to play one, let it dissipate, play another one, so on and so forth, to burn the clock as much as you can. But he got them done in about 20 seconds, and it was really well done. FaZe are looking better here for my money than they have done so far. Cyber manages to find one onto Freck, 4 versus 3, and I think the rest of this round is going to be tougher and tougher for BDS.
Out of phone calls now, which is really where you'd hope to see BDS shine a little bit. 30 seconds on the clock gives them a chance as well. Has to be careful about the trade. Oh! Almost managed to get rid of KDS, but didn't quite find the head. KDS responds in kind. Looking good here for FaZe as you say Tim with the diffuser now going down. King holding it in place, comes off for a second, and like that, Tim, 2 quick kills. 10 seconds on the clock, and FaZe might have folded when it matters most.
Yeah, they really might. We see that flash come in, but it comes back off the door frame. Doesn't stop them, however, moving in and getting the kill. King has to hold on to this. He can't come off. The challenge is made, but KDS, he's just able to spin and find his man. And that's going to be FaZe getting themselves the first round on the board. The big question now is, how do BDS respond? We've seen them win 2 rounds. That's the first we've seen them lose. How will they respond?
Do they ban the Monty away here, or do they feel they've got the answer to it, given they've won 2 defenses so far? I want to give a nod towards KDS in that round. It's worth stressing, by the way. Like, twice he was challenged, twice he didn't die, and twice he immediately got the responding shots out to kill the player that was assaulting onto him. Both P4 and Lasmo fell down in exactly the same manner. Bans have come on through. It is going to be Monty taken away and the Fenrir on the defensive side. So going to force FaZe's hand here, Tim. Force him to do something a little bit different. And that's going to be Bring the Blitz, of course.
I was going to say, that's going to be Blitz or Blackbeard then.
It's never that different, is it? Come on now.
It's going to be one or the other if they're still available. So, heading down to the bottom floor this time, BDS, we've already seen them defend down there in the first round. It was very, very solid from them. They got the opening kill up on the top floor, and then they just orchestrated their fall back to site beautifully. It's another one of them rounds. I would say round 1 and 2 particularly are rounds where I would say the same thing. Were the site players bothered? No, not really. And then, you know, round 3, yes, FaZe have had a little bit more success with moving them around. So they need to be finding a bit more. I'd like to see FaZe maybe try going a bit more direct to site. We've seen them playing a lot around the map, and that's fine. You can't just leave players out in the cold always. You're not always, you know, you might get hit on the flank. You're not always going to get away with that. But I come back to this, you know, are the players in site being bothered? Are they being disrupted? And so I'd like to see FaZe guarantee that. Get the site wall open. Force them to play elsewhere. Force them out of their initial positions where they're going to be the most comfortable.
And here? Shield has been taken away. Instead, King goes across the round. We are attacking into the basements. They want that soft destruction. Not forgetting last time we did this, Cyber went down very early on the buck, and they didn't really have any option to get verticals opened up anymore. Hatches they could do, because the Monty had the hard breach gadgets in back pocket, but that was really all they had going for them, which forced a very predictable attack, which BDS dealt with very well. So I like they've got a little bit of insurance policy here, having a second soft destructor to play for the verticals to do some work for them. Robbie taken out by KDS, who, as I've already mentioned, is having a great half so far. Yep, 5 kills to his name. You might say, okay, it's not that big a deal, but he's just always been in the right place at the right time and taking the right gunfights.
Yeah, a bit of a situation, a bit of a different situation for BDS here rather than the first time they attacked. This time, they're being forced back to site potentially because of the numbers game. Cyber is going to be taken out, but not before he found one for himself. Handy manages to pick up Virtue. 4 versus 2 now, and FaZe are seriously in the driving seat.
BDS are almost like, we know we're going to lose if this comes down to an execute, so we want to swing everything. They're just determined to catch out a player or two on FaZe's side before they can even think about getting inside the building, but as you've seen, Virtue's already lost his life here. P4 wasn't too far away, and his challenge coming out at the same time. So now they're going to have to face off in a 2 versus 4, and this is not a pretty situation to be in.
Freck's just going to be holding that angle for as long as he can here, just trying to catch himself. At the minute, BDS are just hoping to catch a cheap one, I think, as somebody from FaZe moves into position, just pick them up on a long angle, and all of a sudden you've got a 2 versus 3, and it becomes a little bit more winnable. But I don't think they're going to get that grace, that good opportunity to do that, because FaZe, they know they've got a minute 30, now down to a minute 5 left on the clock, and they're using that time to clear utility, to create new angles, to apply vertical pressure, to try and push BDS around. I come back to that same question. Have the site players been bothered? I'll tell you what, they're about to be.
The site player, singular, Tim. P4 is the only player left, and he's got it all to do here. It's not looking pretty. Bitter King with a closeout. Very composed and disciplined coming out from FaZe. I'll give it to BDS. They tried to get aggressive. They tried to swing onto those windows to take down a player or two, so it would be more balanced come the execute. But FaZe, they've seen this one 1,000,001 times. They're never going to let a team get away with that.
No, not at all. Just closing that out very, very comfortably. We're going to have BDS timeout is going to come in. And this is what I said, if you remember. After they lost round 3, how do BDS respond? We've seen them when they're winning. How are they going to do when they lose a couple? And that's the position they're in now. It's not quite backs to the wall, but FaZe have reeled them back in. They've leveled things back up. It's kind of start again at 2-2. And Liloon decides she's seen enough, and there's something that she can contribute here in attack timeout.
I think you've just seen FaZe change their approach here, where it's been a bit more slow and composed. They've not really given any opportunities to BDS to capitalize or cause any trouble. I touched on what we've seen from the Dokkaebi previously to help with that as well. I just think at this point you're going to have to reimagine things a bit and come up with a different idea. Not forgetting, of course, that with it now being 2-2, FaZe can come out of this half probably feeling pretty happy about that. I'd be surprised if they're going to settle here at just 2-2 and go on and pick up 3, maybe even 4. For BDS to come out of it at 3-3, they'll feel a bit disappointed given they started out so strong with a very comfortable 2-0. But now you've awakened the beast, and FaZe are not ones to back away from a challenge.
Yeah, back up to the top floor we go for BDS. We saw them there in round 2. They were able to get the win. A lot of focus from FaZe towards that warehouse catwalk, and BDS were able to pick up players elsewhere who were kind of, you know, left a little bit unsupported maybe because of the numbers being thrown at catwalk. We'll see whether FaZe play it a little bit differently this time. I'd like to see some pressure. Again, I'm thinking about more direct towards site. Get yourself into meeting. Get yourself into control. Get that wall open behind pillar. Prevent BDS from being able to use all of those positions that they want to. Taking warehouse catwalk is no bad thing. Completely agree. But put some pressure on elsewhere as well. Team up, get a couple of walls open, and just make them really think about every angle that you're pushing from.
Change here coming in, still some of the same sort of setup we saw before, particularly Fret being on that as army is the one I'm looking at. You know you're going to see him set up around catwalk. The one I'm most interested in, Tim, is the one you can see on your screen now. It's P4 playing on that pulse. Typically played from below and looking to disrupt teams when they step in, with soft flooring above your head. It's an easy C4 kill. But I think here it's more anything else to see when is the push coming on through. When can they try and do something about it? No smoke on sides to impede FaZe either. Of course, that has been the sting of when they've attacked him with the Monty a couple of times, but no shields on side here. BDS changing tack a little bit. FaZe sticking in towards that Dokkaebi once again. Just try and mitigate the damage these Romans can do.
Clever drone work there, just trying to see at distance whether there was anybody playing in behind that wall to try and affect those hard breach charges from being successful, whether it might be an impact nade or something like that. Obviously Bandit is banned out, so it wasn't going to be any sort of Bandit tricking, but just wanting to be aware exactly what was going on behind. As it is, I think FaZe making, again, reasonable progress here. Going to be looking to use the little can opener, the secondary hard breach utility, just to create that line of sight. They can then go on the roof or on the rappel and just try and make life a little bit of a nuisance inside of control and electrical.
There's quite a lot to clear through those for FaZe, admittedly. Like, even the Flores Rotero drones aren't really much use at the moment because of the mute jammers that are scattered around. They've got walls that have been locked up tight. They've got mirror windows. They're sat behind the next hurdle. They've got P4 feeding in from where the push is coming in from. So there is a lot for FaZe to work through here, and you can understand how halfway into the round they've got very little achieved so far. Still sniffing out where these roamers might be, sniffing out exactly what the setupists have got to deal with. At least getting rid of the mirror window here with souls on that Ash. But the clock is running down as we come towards those last 60 seconds. For FaZe, it might be quite an explosive execute here, Tim.
Yeah, the Pulse could come in clutch here. Just P4 feeding that intel in. They know exactly where the pressure is going to mount from, but not much that BDS can do about that at the minute. I like this from FaZe. Like I said, get themselves into positions that's going to force the defenders to worry about it. Take their utility away from them. As it is, Virtue manages to take Handy's life away from him. 5 versus 4, 40 seconds left to go, and despite the pressure that FaZe are mounting, this is all BDS so far.
Again, it's looking a bit too big a mountain to climb for the side of FaZe, but if anyone can do it, it's them. It's Cyber in particular. Finds 3, finally shut down, and it's into a 1 versus 1. Vidiking going in for the plant as well. This is so risky, but it's going to force Lasmo up close at this point. He's going to try and stick it. Comes up there, it's the 1v2, but can Lasmo get away with it? Yes, he can. Cyber might have gone nuclear, but Lasmo's the one to clutch out the 1v1.
Well, I think if BDS end up in a situation on day 3 where they need that 1v1, Des, it might be Lasmo that we see getting thrown into it.
Might be your man.
Might just be the man. We've got auditions all through day 1 and 2 to see who is going to be the person that could well go into that situation.
I was sat talking with the team actually over dinner yesterday, and I was saying, if you guys come into the 1v1s on day 3, who's going to take it?
It feels like taking a penalty in football,
what really
it?
made me laugh is they were like, we actually have 1v1 tournaments like all the time, like just as a thing to do. And it's like, and everyone's different in different scenarios. Like, someone, if they start losing the playoff, they don't really care about it and they'll troll a little bit. Someone else is a real sweat about playing it as well, and they were deciding who's got to be that person. Then the funny thing is, as soon as I said 1v1, one of their ears perked up. So I want to see if he's going to be the player that gets picked in for it. I'll reveal who it is when it comes around to it, but it just really made me laugh.
Should they get there? Should they end up in that situation?
Should they need the 1v1? They might not even need it at all, Tim.
Might not happen. Might not happen.
Very funny.
We will have our final defensive round for BDS. Honestly, Des, this roster has impressed me so far on the defense. I think they're looking pretty solid. They've made it difficult for FaZe. They've stood up well to some difficulty as well. Cyber getting 3 kills there, still managing to close out the 1v1. Not easy for them. And I like what I'm seeing from this BDS roster. It's still not going to be an easy second half for them. I think the attack of Nighthaven is probably going to be more difficult for them. I always say this about new teams. Coming in on your defense, when things are pre-prepared, when everybody knows exactly what they're doing, is one thing. When you get on the attack and you've just got to play into the setup that's there, and you've got to adapt, and you've got to communicate and work with each other and work around each other, I feel like that's generally the more difficult aspect for a newer roster. So we'll see how BDS do in the second half, but so far, so good.
It's one of those, like you say, when they're really dug in, they've got layers of defense set up. That's where FaZe has struggled to break them down in time, because as a remark before the game started, they're not the fastest team in the world. You've seen Vidiking playing on Shield. You've got Cyber doing the same here. Admittedly, a little bit faster running around with the blitz. You're trying to do what his name says and quite literally blitz the other team off, get them out of there nice and quick. But I think BDS have got to show that they can play this roam game the same way they did in the first couple of rounds. Can't take that away from them. They played a really good, effective couple of rounds to begin with. It did start to slip. Very confident they can do it again, but that Dockerby, let's keep saying teams crutch onto it because of how effective it is at helping you deal with roamers, and that's exactly what they're hunting down. Virtue taking out 1, does get traded, so a good bit of team play coming out from FaZe. But Lasmo might be using his teammates as a bit of bait here. Never mind, the vertical is in play. FaZe bring things back to a 4v4.
4v3 though, this is something that BDS have done very well. They always seem to have an answer. Like we've saw in the first round, we've commented on it throughout. They get a kill and then they play the trade game really well. They're just able to go 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, and it keeps them on top of things. Handy manages to find Robbie. 3 versus 3. Can FaZe cement this manpower? No. Once again, Handy wanders into an EDD taken out from beyond the grave by Robbie, and it again creates that situation where FaZe cannot hold on to the man advantage, cannot hold on to those numbers as they are. BDS always fighting them back. 2 versus 2 now, and I don't think they're aware of Lasmo's position. I really don't.
He could be the fight.
He's going to win this round in about 2 seconds.
No, you can't bowl that one. It's always KDS that should be dying, but just doesn't. Fret's going to be lamenting his teammate there. That should have been a closed-door job. 4-2. Bish, bash, bosh into the next half. But now Fret's got it all to do, and BDS could end this half 3-3. They'll feel like they deserve more.
Just going to hold the tight angle around the corner. If Fret wins this first one, the round becomes very winnable, but just missing his opportunity there, and I know it's a fraction of a second, but that can be the difference between a win and a loss. They know exactly where it's likely to be. No, they're going to go for the plant. They're going to get the kill. KDS manages to find a double at the end to wrap things up for FaZe. 3-3 in the first half, and honestly, Des, I think that's a fair reflection of the score. Nothing really to separate these. FaZe have had their moments. They've come out big in a couple of rounds where they've needed to, but BDS have also played the defense really, really well.
They've played it well, but I feel they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah,
this is the kind of conversation you have.
4-2 would have been realistic.
This is the kind of chat you have afterwards where you'll be saying, oh, we could have won 5-1 because we did this wrong in that round and this wrong in that round. Without that, we'd be 5-1 up. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit. FaZe may even to some degree feel like they've managed to scrape through with 3 rounds on this one. Probably surprised they're not walking away with 2 or even 1. But all that matters is the number of rounds you've got at this point in the game. They go on to the defense at 3-3. Now bans are coming on through. Immediately seeing the Monty go away alongside the Maverick, and on the other side, the Azami being taken offline. Going to break away from that combo of a Blitz and a Kaid that we've seen through, Bandit and Kaid that we've seen most of the day. Still keep the Kaid away, but also going to see the Azami removed.
Just as a reminder, at the halfway mark as well as to what this match means, we've got a reload of 1 bullet for BDS and a reload of 2 for FaZe. So a little bit more on this one for FaZe than BDS. And right now, I mean, obviously that shows a lot of confidence. FaZe coming in here thinking new roster, you know, we're on home turf, we're world champs, we're going to come in, we're going to do a job. And right now, maybe not as clear-cut as they might have thought, but I feel like the next couple of rounds are a really big test for BDS now on the attack.
This is where we've seen the teams today that are a bit newer, a bit fresher, coming into this with the new roster trying to figure things out a little bit still. They've come undone because on the attacking side it requires so much more coordination. I wouldn't be surprised to see BDS struggle at this point, especially against FaZe. They are a defensive powerhouse. Basically every tournament they're at, they're topping the charts for defensive success, and I do think this could yet be a step too far for BDS. Don't get me wrong, they'll probably get a couple of rounds out of it, but they're going to need some players to go massive if they're going to walk out of this one, sending us towards overtime or even getting a map win. A few people have asked, by the way, what does reload mean? What does the bullet icons on top mean? Like, Tim spoke about this a second ago. Think of it this way. 6 is what you've got now, and the number up to the left, the 1 in this case in red, is what you lose if you lose, or you gain if you win. It's as simple as that. Don't worry about any further than that. So FaZe will either go up to 8 or down to 4. BDS will go up to 7 or down to 5. That's the nice and simple answer to it, and you'll see that number going up and down. When it comes around to days 4 and 5, if you are top of the leaderboard and you're now top 4, then you go through to the live stages. That's the simple part of it. There's a bunch of other mechanics that I won't dig into right now because Robbie has found himself dead from above. King getting himself a freebie unleashed from the shields that he had in that first half.
Yep, nice and easy kill through the floor there. We saw, I was going to comment on BDS's drone work. They had a nice position in warehouse. They were watching what was going on in IT, and I thought they were looking good, but maybe not as thorough as we might have thought because they've just walked right on into King's trap, and he's going to continue watching from above and just preventing that entry coming into that area of the map. 1 minute 40 and not really a lot of progress for BDS to speak of just yet. And this is what I was concerned about. We're only just starting to see walls getting opened up, a little bit of adversity on the attack. Where's the adaptation? What are we going to do?
Are those red bullets equivalent to elo in a way? No. The red bullets are more like, it's what you're willing to put on the line. And it's more what if you lose, then you lose one. If you win, you gain one. You can obviously put up to 2 if you want to in these first couple of days of the tournament. Day 3 onwards, you can put up more. So think of it that way. Don't worry about it too much for now. You can worry about it tomorrow when teams start getting close towards 0 and facing elimination. That won't be happy times for any team.
I mean, rather than elo, it's your points in the league. So
yeah.
6, as it stands now, they have 6 points in the league. If they get the win, then they'll have 8 points in the league. It's, simple as that.
For now, at least being stalled out. Tim, we're coming down to this last 45 seconds. A couple of smokes, and there's 3 C4s to still play behind. A lot to keep BDS at bay here. I think FaZe probably have got the number. They know what to expect. They know how to deal with this. BDS making themselves a bit predictable on their pushing towards this wall. Nervous for them.
Just watching that very long angle here, but it feels like BDS are waiting for something to happen rather than trying to find that catalyst themselves. They're on the attack. They can't just hold the angle all day waiting for that first kill to be the go signal. They've got to just decide that they go in and go for it. Handy gets taken out, Souls with one, KDS another, and the problem BDS face now is that they're having to rush. They're running out of time. As I suggested, they were just a little bit too slow. They stalled out. They didn't seem to have too much of an idea on the attack. They couldn't break FaZe down, and then when they have to rush in, FaZe are ready and just cut them to pieces.
It was very similar to what we saw out of BDS in the first half, where the defense just completely shuts out the other side, and a remark that FaZe are consistently one of our best defensive teams at any tournament they play at. I think you've seen it there in that half. They've just starved BDS out, and I also remarked that you see a newer team coming together, maybe struggle on the attacking side to get the synergy together to break down those kind of defenses. I feel that's what you're seeing, and I think FaZe here could just go on and win a couple more rounds and propel themselves far into the lead.
That would be my concern if I was a BDS fan. Absolutely, that FaZe now start running away from this. Like I said, BDS coming onto the attack was going to be a different thing to BDS on the defense. Don't get me wrong, they could have excelled. They could have come in here absolutely, on fire. It's always going to be difficult to do that for a new team on a big map like Nighthaven Labs. There is so much for the, and we've just seen it there. And that was only the top floor side. It's going to get worse for BDS, I would imagine, because there is so much to do on a map like Nighthaven. You've got 3 huge floors to work, and now they're attacking onto the basement floor, and that is just going to make things worse. Where on the top floor, you can kind of just go straight towards site and just worry about site. Now you've got all these other positions to worry about, and FaZe are going to take full advantage of that. FaZe will be everywhere. They'll be all over this map. They'll be setting as many problems for BDS to go and solve as they can.
Sure enough. There's a lot of things that they can stall time out with. I mean, look at the lineup. It screams defensive, right? It screams that we're going to dig in deep and really make you sweat to break us apart. The Goyo for time wasting, the Fortress that turns into a mirror window, the goo mines to slow them down. I do like, at least for BDS, they're trying to speed things up with the comp they've got. I speak about the Deimos and the Dokkaebi combination a lot. Ironically, the old BDS roster were the one that played it the most and saw a lot of success with it. Lasmo to also punish off the back of that. So they've got all the right tools for the job, mainly focused on roam clears. They have a good amount of time to actually execute, identifying that FaZe are stalling them out here and making them sweat a little bit. I feel like it's the right approach to the round for BDS, but as we all know, Tim, you can have all the right ideas in mind and the right players in the right positions. It can all fall apart with a couple of bullets.
Again, BDS just seeming to come to locations where, oh, it's reinforced. I'm going to have to dip back away. I don't know how thorough the droning is being. They've got 6 left on the board, so they shouldn't be short of intel. But again, it's just like there doesn't seem to be sort of a clear, cohesive plan of how they're all going to push together. They've been basically chasing shadows for half of the round. They haven't had an engagement with FaZe, but they've been nowhere near sight. This is, I won't say perfect defending from FaZe. They get this opening kill and it will be. Handy, he does get shut down by Freck. They needed to win that first fight. He actually does very little damage to Freck as well, so that is good for BDS. But they need to push on from here, get some urgency.
Frustrating as all hell having the Vectra as well with that rate of fire that you didn't find the head at all, instead just getting a little bit of chip damage really down. He knew what was coming as well, was the craziest part, but it was a great response by Frack. Give it over to him. He's got a kill that they very sorely needed. Mirror offline. I mean, a C4 is removed from the team, but far from the end of the world for them. Here we go. First Dokkaebi call coming out too, hunting their way through. Second one even, sorry. But they need to find someone at the back of it, Tim, and sure enough, they get rid of one, but you heard him. The call was ringing out. You should have known that Cyber was there.
Yeah, that's a big slip up from BDS there. He did check the top of the Aqua stairs, but it's like he didn't believe Cyber won't be stopped. He drops all the way down, gets another 2 inside of sight, and this is the problem when you're playing against FaZe. Players like Cyber that can kind of just decide, you know what, I've had enough of this, and they're just going to get one kill after another from top floor to bottom. He's just absolutely run through BDS in about 10 seconds flat.
It feels like fighting shadows, as you said. Like,
yeah,
over half the round are gone. They hadn't seen anyone, but it wasn't like FaZe were hiding. FaZe were actively roaming the map trying to find them. More like passing each other, and FaZe were just being very careful and knowing where they had information and where they had control. And BDS just looked a little bit lost in that round. Not forgetting, Tim, they haven't got a tack timeout to use here. You might get a mini one for a quick second more between yourselves as players after this round where you get to ban another operator, but of course the coach can't intervene at that point. Just feels like I mentioned that a couple more rounds and FaZe have completely run away with this one, and BDS are going to struggle to play catch-up.
Moving into the third choice defensive side, then it's going to be control and storage for FaZe. They need to, it's going to be much the same as they did last time. They're just going to have a presence in a number of areas. They'll have at least 1 or 2 players up on the top floor. They might have somebody knocking around in basement as well. There's a couple of nitros, 3 nitros in fact on side. Somebody like Vitaking would be perfect to play, not necessarily in the basement specifically, but somewhere where he's got quick access to basement. So again, he can just play that deterrent role. So you don't want to go in and plant necessarily because you're worried about what the Valkyrie's going to do underneath. And they will certainly try to be holding on to server, to IT, to electrical. We can see the utility that they're committing in those areas to make sure that they've got what they need to do so. And again, BDS have got a full map clearance that they need to be doing here. And that's where the problem comes in. They seem to be unable to kind of, on a big map like Nighthaven, going all the way back to the map veto. You remember I said it, it's a big map. There's a lot of strategy to worry about. There's a lot of time to be taken up. And that's what BDS are struggling with on the attack.
Got the Rower on side, Tim.
We do. We do have the Rower on side.
It's funny, actually. I was speaking to Liloon yesterday over dinner when everyone was coming down and chilling out in the mess hall, as it were, of this event. And I asked her, I said, are we going to see much Rower at this event? And she's like, we play on a few sides. You'll see it come out. Won't show it to the max of all the strats that we've got in mind, but you'll definitely see it getting used by a number of teams, us included. And like now, you're seeing it using combo with Smokes to push on through and start getting control. And look at that, Tim. They've locked out control to give them an angle straight in towards sight here. Trying to keep FaZe locked away, but no, they've missed the mark on one. Handy had slipped the net, got rid of Freck, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2.
We have a major flurry at the beginning of the round, really. There's still over half of this to go. BDS is going to use that time, and while they get in the drone's position, we'll just give you a quick idea of what Rower does. She's actually gone for the round now. Frekka's been taken out, but just applies a panel to a door, much like a castle barricade. It's fairly similar, but can be deployed at range. You just saw one on the door as we were passing through it there. There's a little target up at the top, and attackers or defenders can shoot that. They just need to be close enough to the panel, and it basically either opens or closes it. It just allows the attackers to create new safe spaces and to, you know, lock defenders out of areas, create new angles, all sorts of things. We find ourselves now in a 1 versus 1. Vitaking versus Robbie. Robbie is low health on the glass though, and Vitaking with maybe a little bit of intel from his fallen teammates as well. I'd have to back him for this.
Yeah, he'll just hold this angle and hope that Robbie comes searching, because Robbie might not have the confidence here to go for a plant knowing that he doesn't know where this last man is. But looking like he might actually took himself in the corner here. He's gone away from that site entirely and tried to drag his man over. They've got the ping down. He's going to spray the wrong spot though if he's not careful. Oh, doesn't matter. Was just off to the right of that ping and finds his man. Wins out the 1v1, as you say, Tim. FaZe up to 6 and 3. And BDS, try as they might, it was definitely a good effort. Just cannot find a single attack against FaZe.
BDS had a great first half. I feel like FaZe have just kind of took it up a gear. It's, you know, they've always got that extra gear, don't they, this team? And they've really stepped it up now. And BDS are starting to feel the full force. They're cruising here at FaZe. You know, I said that pretty confidently in that 1v1. Yeah, you know, Vitaking wins this, really. And it's because I know how FaZe is going to play. I know that they're going to be on the cams. I know they're going to have some intel. I know that Vitaking's going to have everything he needs to close out that situation from his team. But I also know that Vitaking is going to play that super smartly. I think Robbie did the right thing. Get in there. If you feel like you've got a space, get the diffuser down, especially on a class. You know, you can maybe then play it at range. Try and play to your strengths. My point is not that Robbie, you know, isn't capable of winning that situation. It's just that Vitaking is so good, and his decision making is going to be so solid.
that it's very difficult to do anything against him that's going to get you the win.
Certainly not easy, and I feel at this point for BDS maybe their time is up. Definitely tried. That last round was a good idea they came in with. Just missed out 1 or 2 players on FaZe who completely dismantled the round from that point onwards. And it's hard to beat a team that have got this much experience, this much discipline. FaZe has mentioned one of only 2 teams here at the event who haven't made a roster change since 2023. They know each other incredibly well at this point, as shown by them lifting the hammer not too long ago, just a few short months ago in Boston. And at least starting out their account here with a very solid win, it looks like. I'll be surprised if BDS can claw this one back to him. Feels like the conclusion is pretty clear for all to see.
Yeah, it would certainly seem so, but let's not write them off just yet. They've shown us some good siege, just unfortunately for them, not on the attack so far. But we've seen this already a couple of times today, and at this point, when teams have faced match point, they have been able to come back with a bit of something. So let's see if BDS can do that for us now. The drones go out, 30 seconds into the action phase. They're going to be looking to get themselves established inside of meeting towards control. Electrical have already spoken about this take, about this presence from the attackers. Try and get yourself in there and prevent the defenders playing in this space. Bitter King, I talk about his fantastic decision making. You can't go for the drone there. You know someone's going to be following it.
The thing is, look how many drones they've killed, Tim. 6 are gone, only 2 are out on the field. Like, FaZe have denied so much intel away from this BDS side. That's the kind of advantage you want when they're walking in blind. It's exactly when you can have the biggest impact. And Bitter King maybe fancy himself going in for afters at this point. As C4 at the ready, looking for that main breach. Could find someone out too. And sure enough, it's going to find P4.
A nice little trade, but Virtue manages to find KDS. Cyber's just playing tight on this door. He's had such a good game as Cyber. A couple of rounds where he's really dragged FaZe over the line and it could have gone the other way, but you can just see there, hopping out of the electrical window. BDS knew that that smoke canister was coming from Handy and they didn't want any part of that whatsoever. So it's kind of back to the drones now. Like you say, there's not an awful lot of them to go at. They are using the Twitch drone just to get a little bit of intel inside of electrical so they know if anybody's pushing them. It's a big concern for them. They've also got the Grim Bees out there as well. They know that Cyber's feeling it. They know that he wants to get aggressive. He's looking around this corner, finds his man. Beautiful headshot onto Robbie.
We said at the start of this game it had been a bit of a slow start for Cyber. They needed to see him come online, Tim. He's done just that. Up to 13 and 7, dominating this lobby through and through. Makes it a 3K for himself here in what might just prove out to be the last round. Will he make it an ace for himself to close things out and open up the account here at Reload? Certainly looking to do it. 2 left standing, just Lasmo and Virtue between FaZe and a win.
You're going to see some smart play from FaZe now, and I genuinely think Cyber will step back a little bit, and he's not going to he's not going to over-aggress, and then he runs into control and over-aggresses. Cyber's going to go down, Handy's going to be on the deck as well, and BDS maybe fight this one back. It's all up to Souls. We know that he's a very clutch player, but this is not going to be easy. 24 seconds left to survive.
Oh, Lasmo! I tell you what, he's got a bit nuclear there, Tim. It's a couple of times today he's looked a bit naughty with the pistol. It was the Ella earlier on. Has gone pretty big in this round when required, but many will look at that and just think, how have FaZe thrown that one away? That was theirs to win.
I'm a little bit surprised by Cyber there, but I'm going to put it down to the scoreline. 6-3, they know they can get a little bit active. It's not the end of the world. Just get in there. Try and see if you can get a couple of kills. Finish the game off there. I think if that was FaZe at, say, 5-4 or 4-3, you'd have seen a very different ending to that round, and that is that they'd have given them absolutely nothing. That's what I expected when Cyber dipped back into server. I thought, yeah, he's just going to get himself out of the way here, and they're going to let BDS sort of bring the fights to them, and they'll cut them down as they do. But no, him and Handy got a little bit aggro and decided they wanted some kills instead, which, given that it was 6-3, they've got the space to do that. I wouldn't expect to see that again from them. I think also in the back of the mind as well, they know that they've got basement to come. And it's like I said, this for me is always going to be the most difficult site for BDS to attack because there's just so much to do through the map. We saw them spend a minute 40 running around the map last time. Didn't see a single FaZe player. They were there, they just couldn't find them. They were constantly revolving around them. And it's always going to be a very difficult one for them. FaZe will play it in the same way. They'll just get themselves out in the map and get active. Burn as much time as they can from BDS, and I think all of those factors probably play into them not really being too worried about just running at them at the end of the last round.
Yeah, it looks very similar to a comp we've seen coming out of FaZe previously. All about hunkering down, wasting a hell of a lot of time when it comes to the execute, but a couple of players that can play it on the roam too and just keep BDS guessing. What I'm quite curious to keep my eye on though, Tim, is Virtue here, playing on the Nook. Of course that changes now what feel like a while ago, where unless you're sprinting, you don't see the full charge going down. So essentially, you can be invisible to cameras for the entirety of the round, as long as you're not rushing your way through. So is he going to be the X factor for them? Is he going to get a cheeky little stab in somewhere? He's tried his best here, but nearly gone down for it too. They knew that he was coming, and now he's got to get himself out of danger. Try something else.
Yep, certainly doesn't hurt to give it a try, but it is the kind of player that I would expect FaZe to kind of be prepared for, kind of be ready for. We know how good they are, guns up. Players like Cyber, you know, they're going to make it so difficult to win a gunfight. The tracking is active at the minute on Cyber. He's ducking and dodging, he's
pushing
diving,
behind.
he's weaving, he's doing everything he can, but it was surely a matter of time. Handy does manage to take Virtue out along the way, but this is much better from BDS, a much better clearance. This is what they needed last time. Instead, they got nothing for the minute and 20 that they spent looking. This time, they've got 2 kills.
And the key one is, Tim, they've done it inside about 1 minute and 15 seconds. It hasn't taken them 2 minutes to go 2 for 1, which you maybe look at there and say, actually, that's pretty good for FaZe, because they've still got to clear the whole map and think about hitting the site, whereas here, no. They've still got half a round to play with. This is not bad for them at all. FaZe probably now starting to think, God, okay, how can we get ourselves out of this? 2 choices, fall back towards site, try and play tight together. Second is actually try and go aggressive and put down a player or 2 here to even the scorings out. So when it comes round to the execute, the clock becomes that 6th man and you start to get a bit of an advantage. But as things stand now, FaZe are in a losing position.
Just going to see the boogie drone up above, starting to rip those floorboards up. Give it a little bit of vertical access for the attackers. And there is another kill. Freck managing to take down Souls. 4 versus 2 now. It takes a little bit of damage along the way, but he won't mind that whatsoever. And especially with the Deimos still active here as well, it just makes this an absolute nightmare for FaZe to try and hold on now.
Oh, he's got him down. I was going to say, surely he gets him here. Roy picks off his man. It's always a danger when you're roaming against a Deimos, and it's a 4 versus 1. Vidaking with it all to do. And Robbie's about to have another track up if they need it at this point, Tim. He is going to be dead to rights. Not that it matters, as Lasmo hit like a laser beam today, Tim. He's having a good game. Really can't fault him. And now BDS, Tim, after losing 3 rounds in a row, have won 2 back-to-back and are a single one away from sending us to overtime.
I'm going to see a tactical timeout come in there, I think. It certainly looks like that. Coaches have got headsets down. So FaZe will be calling the tac timeout. They are, is it fair to say, Des, a little bit rattled?
To a degree. The thing is that they haven't played badly. Like, look at Cyber getting the 3K and still losing the round. Like,
this game says more about BDS than it does FaZe.
It says a lot about Lasmo to me, honestly. Like, he's had some big moments across this half, and it's enough. It's making the difference. You know, where the rest of his team maybe is a little bit quiet, no one else is positive at this point, he's the one dragging his team through some of these tough rounds. And even KDS, who's been very consistent across the map. I was touching on his ability earlier on to get into a gunfight, not be the first one firing, but always the one to get the kill back in response. It's not quite enough. Him and Cyber trying to do all they can. There's more work to be done for FaZe. They don't want to see this one go to OT. They want to close it out here and now. And it's going to be a top floor defense to see if FaZe can do it here and now, or if BDS send us into overtime.
I honestly thought the basement was where they were going to lock it down. You know, just as they had done before, get out in the map. But it shows. I said, you know, new teams will sometimes struggle with adaptation, with working around each other. But BDS, again, are showing a good ability to do that. They recognise what they struggled with the time before. They've made adjustments. They've come in. They've got the kills. They've got themselves the man advantage. And then they've forced themselves down onto site. Really well played from BDS. Exactly what you'd be looking for from an attack on that site. They need to go again. It's going to be up on the top floor. FaZe, can you hold on?
That's the big question. Starts to worry about the mentality if you find yourself going to OT, like past ghosts come back to haunt them.
Yeah. Well, you start, you know, you start dissecting the rounds that they lost then, and you know, 3v2. Do they need to be as aggressive as they were? Do they need to, you know, Cyber's getting out into control and trying to find that kill? Do they need to? Can they dip away? Can they play their angles a little bit more? It could have been over.
It could have been, but it isn't. Still with a chance here to make something happen, and Lasmo getting on a less mobile operator here across, of course, onto the Blackbeard. Bit of a surprise to him, because I've seen him shine, of course, with these more mobile operators throughout the game, as mentioned. Not quite sure going slow is what they need right now. Keep going fast.
Just going to be getting the IT wall open nice and quick. The Thermite of Virtue will do the job. Drones will go out. BDS playing, nice, and you say Lasmo's had a fantastic day. Great kills, great situations that he's been able to deal with, but they're playing nice, sort of organised Siege as well, playing in behind the intel where they can. They've still got 8 drones on the board, 5 of them active, going through there, trying to get a real picture of exactly what FaZe is doing.
No need to rush it for sure, BDS. We've seen the move with good pace. It's been the key thing, but they haven't rushed things and paid the price by not droning out correctly. Even in rounds where they've had no drones left in, they've still managed to get away with it. Here we go. That looks like it might be, I was going to say, a bit of a fast push coming in here, but stopped in their tracks by that Goyo canister. A C4 finds out Robbie. Handy taking a few chip bullets as well. But for now, FaZe have got the numbers advantage. But we've been here a couple of times now, Tim. BDS always find a way back.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, as FaZe have shown over the last couple of rounds. Like I said, at 6-3, behaving how they did, getting aggressive, looking for that kill is one thing. I don't think we're going to see that from them here. They're going to give BDS absolutely nothing. Anything BDS want, they're going to have to go in and take. Are they aware of the player on lower aqua stairs? I'm not sure they are. The challenge might just attract them too much to face up that way. Beautiful teamwork. Nitro comes out to draw the attention. Cyber pops up with the challenge. They know that there's another one there. Be careful of the team kill there, potentially. Handy gets himself out of danger's way. KDS will be taken down, though. However, Cyber finds Freck, and that is likely going to be all she wrote.
Wrote? Is it, though?
Is it FaZe?
Yeah, it's looking like it is. Unless P4, I mentioned earlier, P4 has those kind of games where he goes nuclear or doesn't really offer an awful lot. And sadly for him, this game is one of the latter. 5 and 10 he finishes on, but for FaZe, it was getting close there, Tim, but that tack time up was all they needed to get the job done.
Look, we can always say that teams, of course, want to come in and they want to win. They just want to win every single game. I think BDS will be happy with that performance. I would be. You've just taken the world champs to 12 rounds. You've really worried them at times. You've pushed them, and you've played some great Siege. I think there's a lot for BDS. It's no wonder to see Laloon smiling, Helby's happy, he's come in there, and it's no wonder because I think there's a lot for them to take away from that game as a new roster. Brilliant stuff from them. FaZe, they do what FaZe did. They had a few big rounds, but they will heat up as they go as well.
FaZe will be the ones more bothered by that result, I think, and how the game played out. Like, yes, they've got the win, but not in the fashion they wanted to. But don't forget as well, for a lot of teams like BDS and various others here, they've made a lot of changes, and this is their first time playing together on LAN. This is like the perfect warm-up for them before starting to look at stage play coming in, and of course heading into our next event later this year. Yeah. It's a good opportunity for them, so I'm not at all surprised to see them smiling, and it's a good thing to see because they did play really well. I think if everything clicks for them throughout this year, they could be a real scary team to face off against and a real contender to finish in the top 4 of events, genuinely, if they get it right.
Yeah, I think, there's absolutely no reason why not. What a great foundation.
Hopefully may that continue. On that FaZe side as well, Cyber again is that player that we've got to touch on for a second. He was absolutely lights out unstoppable today.
He just has them moments, doesn't he? The one that I particularly liked was the basement defense where he was Ella and he went from a kill on the top floor all the way down, and I think he finished on 4 kills for the round, just whoosh through the entire map. Unbelievable stuff from Cyber. Well, unfortunately for Cyber, it's fully believable stuff. For anybody else, kind of unbelievable.
We have to start saying that now. It's unbelievable stuff from Cyber, same stuff, different day. Always the way that it works out. In case you wanted to see how those numbers have stats up come the end of the game, Cyber on 16 and 10 as we mentioned. And I do want to give a nod over towards the other side as well. I think Robbie and Freck were 2 players who were looking at today to do a little bit more, but Lasmo has definitely shown what he's capable of there. Styling on Souls at one point and making him look silly. It's great stuff to see. A couple of 1v1s being won out as well. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, like I say, I think, overall, what have we learned from that? What do we take away from that? And for me, BDS, a one to watch. Great roster, and FaZe, we expected them to win. In reality, coming in, they expected to win. They reloaded 2 bullets for it, so they come away with 8 overall as their new total now. But yeah, BDS, I think we've learned a lot about them there.
It does, and that's the end of our 4th game of the day, and we've got a 5th one coming up very, very shortly as well to round things out. It was that mystery game that, of course, wasn't on your screens earlier on, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it breaks on down. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, that last game will await for you. Don't go anywhere.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. You real ready for a reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for reload?
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, A bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Well, welcome back to the B stream for the last game of the day here at Reload on day one. I'm Dez, this is Tim, and we have got Liquid versus Secret coming up for you. What a game that is to end the day on as well, because for Liquid, breaking news if you haven't been following along, that legendary duo of Nesk and Palu has been ripped apart. It'd be like separating me and you, Tim. It'd be brutal.
Imagine. I don't want to. I want to sleep.
Tim's in a dark place now. He's crying.
I want to sleep.
Cheers, sun's
Let's
crying.
have a look at that Liquid roster then. A couple of changes. Lugonis has gone as well. We see Ask returning, and Lucas Diaz is coming into the roster. So, couple of changes there. 40% switch up for Liquid. This org continues in search of that last hurdle, that greatness. We have personally cast them lose several grand finals.
It's painful.
They've been so close, time after time after time, and yet still haven't got to that very, very pinnacle. This is going to be the new 5 that tries again.
Yeah. We often said, like, you can't imagine a world where Nesk and Palu don't lift a hammer together, but that is the reality. That is the timeline that we live in.
Imagine if they play each other in a final now.
Oh, now that'd be naughty.
And one of them has to lose for the other to win. Oh my gosh.
That would definitely make for a storyline. But yeah, as you mentioned, Ass is coming in. Used to play for Liquid before. Diaz, of course, has played a number of North American teams for the last few years, but he's Brazilian. So here he is, back in his home country, playing with a team from Brazil. Going to be really exciting to see what they can do. It is some big changes, but I think Liquid have identified they can't keep making small little changes here and there. They've got to really change the core, and yes, it was a painful decision, but one that could yet yield great results. Let's take a look at Secret as well, because over on the other side, they've got a pretty notable face in there too that many would look at and go, what? It's Mowgli joining the team, formerly on Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that Mowgli is, I would say, a really great impact player. That's how I describe him, an impact player. He's going to, pull out that big player, that crazy player that just changes around, that gets you the round that you need. Can be an absolute gunner at times. So we'll see how Mowgli goes on the side of Secret.
I think of Mowgli and Nuaz as two very similar players in a very weird way. Like their parallels are striking, like both fantastic entry players, like arguably the best entry players in their regions you could put them up for on the right day in the right environment. But that last word I used, their environment, is what has been the problem. I think both players on their respective teams just haven't been able to shine. Nuaz stuck on oxygen a little bit. Mowgli, I think on Wolves, got a bit frustrated, was often trying to make plays by himself and playing way far ahead of his team and being punished. So he looked a bit crap at points, being frank. But I think on the right day, with the right support around him, he can really shine in the same way Nuaz did with SSG today. So he's on keeping my eye on. If this goes right for him and the rest of Team Secret, they can fly, I think, and these changes they've made could be what propels them on to greater than the top 8 finishes that we've seen from them over the last year.
Adrian as well is worth mentioning. If you remember his breakout season in a UL as it was at the time was absolutely unreal in terms of the stats that he put up. Then been a little bit quieter after that, after he's become a bit more established. So again, he's one of those players, if he can really turn up and deliver here, this is a force to be reckoned with.
It's a lot of potential for both teams, but we've got to see who can deliver, and we're going to Clubhouse to see what that potential can look like for either side. Any particular feelings going into this one, Tim? Do you think Liquid are the ones that you'd expect to come away the winner?
No.
No?
Oh, no. I think initially when you just think of the two names, you think of the two teams, you want to say, yeah, Liquid, we go for. They've got two new players in there that have got a gel. We've said this about other teams. You've got, slightly less change on the side of Secret. I don't know. I just think Secret are going to come in here, and I expect them to kind of hit the ground running a little bit.
They had a bit of a bump when it came to SI, of course, not playing well, one of the first teams sent home, but I think across those two events throughout the year, pretty big finishes, and they came out of nowhere, because let's not forget the Team Secret of old back in the Leon Gids days. They were a team that we'd see winning like the Allied Minor back in like 2018 and pushing up at the Paris Major, finishing third. It was like, wow, high time. And then Secret essentially vanished for like 6 years, and it was only last year where things really started to come together. And, it's not fair to put it all on one person, but I'd say seeing what Twister has done is a good sign of things that could happen for this team if they get this right. Let's find out whether it's Liquid or Secret, who have got the better changes coming in, though. This is their first game here at Reload. It's the last of the day on the B stream, and Clubhouse is our battleground.
It's interesting you mentioned Twister as well. Obviously, a coach that is from Brazil has come through playing against all these teams, all these players.
One bullet each.
Knows them very, very well. So, again, a little point on the plus side for Team Secret. We will see how the bans go. For anybody who has not been with us throughout the entire day, we will explain it again. We don't mind. We don't mind.
So each team is going to ban 2 operators of the side that they are not starting on. So Secret will ban 2 defenders, Liquid will ban 2 attackers. We do that simultaneously now, so it has sped up the banning phase massively. It's half the time that it used to be. So we'll have those next 2 bans come in. We've got Blackbeard and Kaid gone so far. Kaid and Bandit have been a really popular duo so far today out of the games we've seen at least. This time it's not going to be the case, but we are going to have the double shield ban, which has been another popular one. We're going to have Blackbeard and Blitz that have gone for the time being. So Secret, if they want to use a shield, they're going to be having to bring the Monty with them.
Shout out to Beastad in chat. This is my first full tournament. This is pretty well put together. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, and I hope the whole tournament continues to impress. And welcome indeed. Any questions far away, we're here to happy and chat and do a little pseudo podcast style thing on this stream. It's the way it often goes, especially towards the tail end of the day. We'll get into it now on clubs. Starting out in the basement, it's Liquid. That probably means you're going to see a bit of roaming around the map. The Secret are going to be the ones who are going to have to decide how they approach this. Direct towards site and trying to fit maximum pain, or you're clearing around the map. Knowing Mowgli, he wants to be that spearhead. Of course, he's on the Ashe. You've got June playing, of course, on the Deimos. And a potential change away here, but I do expect to see a bit of a map clear coming out from them first and foremost.
Yes, you would hope so.
You'd hope.
I would have thought Liquid...
We're kind of past the days of rushing basement now when a team are roaming.
Knowing the Liquid players, they will be out in the map. At least 1 or 2 of them. Players like Maya, I would have thought, would be out there, definitely on the roam. So that's going to be a job for Secret to take care of. Like you say, I don't think you can really ignore that these days, realistically. Don't get me wrong, there's always the possibility a rush works, but look, this is why I say you can't do it, because immediately what's Diaz doing? He's looking up towards that window. Liquid are aware that that is a possibility and they are watching for it. They're ready. So if Secret try to just run on into sight, I'm not sure they're going to get away with it.
I mean, with having a Monty on side as well, like a rush is really not something you'd expect.
I think they're going for it.
I mean, June's in a pretty good spot. Yeah, they're trying to make fast progress here and ignore the roamers. That's why I think you've got a couple of players hoping to get the pinch onto those falling back, but sadly,
that's your problem.
Goes nowhere. Myers found one. And now he is very largely unchecked here inside a garage, can drop down to oil. Of course, it's got to be mindful of the fact that we had Savage around blue not too long ago, but he's not there anymore, so this should be a safe return back to site for him.
And Maya's been able to find one because there was no support for Noah, because everybody else is stood around site, not really doing very much for Team Secret. So Liquid have taken full advantage of that. They've gotten away with it. They've got Maya to safety as well. Just going to switch up those FNAT positions now that he's back down behind the boiler and can just start holding his position. Just a little challenge onto main stairs. Just a reminder for everybody, of course. I don't think you need reminding. We're all very excited about it, but we are on Siege X, of course, and this is one of the updated maps for Siege X. So you will see you've got those environmental aspects around there, the graphical changes, everything else. You've got the pipes that can be exploded. You've got, you know, fire extinguishers that can turn into a couple of seconds of smoke.
Well, I bet you can employ it. I've seen a couple untouched so far here as well, which I thought
particularly down in blue. That's the one that prompted me to say it. That's the one I'm watching. There's a gas pipe down in blue.
They can obviously push past it, but it's still a bit like, maybe should have been shot out a while ago. For now, though, not bothering. Feels like Secret was sniffing at first that rush as we spoke about, Tim, but once they lost the one man, it was like, yeah, never mind now. Savage is in a spot of hot bother here. He's trying his best. We'll get it down, but is it enough? A 2 versus 3 breaking out. Mowgli's found Maya as well. A player that I mentioned we should watch out for, but Neska shuts him down and finds one more at the bottom of main. Nesk on for a 3K.
Is Nesk going to have one of those days? You never know if it will be or not from him. We know that he is, more than capable of greatness. We've seen it time and time again from him. And he's just going to deliver for his team when they need it there at the end of round 1. We would expect Liquid to win down in the basement, Des. That's the reality. So, yeah, they've got that one locked down. Box ticked. They now move on. They need to be getting at least another one of these sites. They're going to head to CCTV and Cash. They need to win that, or they need to win Bedroom. You're looking for a 4-2 half on the defensive clubhouse, realistically. So, that's going to be the main aim for now for Liquid. It's not necessarily about winning every round, but it is about winning this one, because it gives you some more freedom in round 3 then. The pressure isn't on to get Jim and Bedroom done. If you can get it sorted here, then not a problem. We're not gonna see, interestingly, the Monty being brought along. We do have the Capitao. I was gonna say one of the other you kind of need to make sure that you're able to clear Catwalk out if Team Liquid choose to play up there. For anybody newer to watching Siege, what are the attackers going to try to do here? They're going to try to get control of 2 areas. One is Catwalk and one is the half roof that you can see on your right hand side. They're going to open that wall up, and what they can do then is they can hold the line of
sight from that half roof on the right of your screen, right across sight, so nobody can move into the bottom half of the site. And then from the catwalk window, you hold down towards red, and all you've done is create a completely safe space in behind that server rack to get in and get the diffuser down. If you've got the manpower, stick one underneath as well in lounge and make sure they can't come and use any nitros or any verticality or anything. But that's what they're going to try to do, and that's what executes on site in Siege are about a lot of the time. It's creating that safe space, using crossfires and lines of sight to create a little bubble inside a site where you can go in safely and put the diffuser down.
Interesting as well, seeing the Jaeger and my combo once again. Worth noting, as someone spotted it on the A stream earlier, that Jaeger ADSs can indeed now catch those Capital bolts, so an extra reason to bring him along. And of course, paired up with the fact that for a short amount of time now, we've only had 2 flashes rather than 3 in back pocket. It's a lot harder to chew through a big utility stack or anti-utility stack like Maya and Nest bring along to the table here with that Jaeger and the Wamai. So very dug in, and it's going to mean getting yourself up onto that catwalk without being able to fire out Nest here. It could prove a real challenge for Secret unless they really pull themselves together and work as a team to clear this out.
Yeah, Mowgli, I think he knows that there's one just in front of the window there, so he's just looking to see if he can get an angle up onto him, but Maya is not going to be giving anything away. This is the angle that he wants to use. He's not going to stand up. He's not going to give them any opportunity to challenge onto him. He just wants to be able to hassle the Monty if they push too far forward onto the stairs. He will give his life if needs be, if it means he can take the Monty down, because that's going to be the key operator for getting up there and getting established on catwalk. Mowgli manages to find Maya. That is big, because as you can see now, look, the Monty can start propelling forward, can start making some progress. However, Nest does manage to find one. 4 versus 4, continues fighting, make that another. That's 5 in the game so far before Mowgli takes him down. 3 versus 3.
All things equal come the end of it though, Tim, for sure. Like, Maya was absolutely toast, and Nesk has done a great job bringing down a couple of players with him. Balances things out, but as noted, you've still got the Monty on side. There's still 60 seconds to play with here. A single C4 in the back pocket. If they can bait that out past him, this starts looking pretty straightforward to get the diffuser down.
My concern here, they do have the line of sight for Noah to use through sight that I was talking about from that half roof, but it's only the mirror window. They haven't got a big breach on that wall, so it maybe does offer a little bit of wiggle room for Liquid to be able to move around here and make a bit of a nuisance of themselves. They kind of got everything in position. Beautiful, but Resets is there to cut him down.
Great
However,
play.
the Monty pushes forward. 1v2.
So beautifully executed by Secret here to force us into a 2 versus 1. But he's got to win it, but no! The Monty loses it out. Savage has gone aggressive and may well pay the price here. Instead, Noah steps across and gets his second of the round to get Secret over the finish line. But again, to come back to it, Tim, they were baiting out the hits onto that barbed wire. Noah was stood at the ready. They get the kill onto the player at top red, and immediately Savage on the Monty charges into red to catch out the second player stuck there. And like that, they've got rid of a couple of players on the side of Liquid. Just so well orchestrated, and it really left them in a spot to win. Sure, Savage nearly threw it away for them, but they got it over the line in the end. One apiece.
I think there's a couple of decisive moments from Secret there that really got it over the line. Had they not been so decisive, had they sat back for an extra couple of seconds, then there's a real world where Liquid get that round won, but they knew what was coming, they saw their opportunities, and Secret took them, so it was well played from them. Like I said, it was a little bit shaky had they been looking to plant, and I think that's in part why we saw them pushing for the kills, rather than trying to get that diffuser down. Savage pushing in, getting aggressive, just trying to find them to create a little bit more space.
All right, at least I've seen both teams show a little bit of flair on what they can achieve here. Who presses on to take themselves into the lead? Gym and Bedroom, site number 3. And then again, we'll see another ban for both sides. Another attacker taken away and another defender removed. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Monty following through as our next ban, Tim, because that's then all of our shields taken offline. Yeah. It's almost like pick your poison for Liquid. You know you're going to have to play against a shield for at least 3 rounds. Which one don't you mind playing against? They chose the Monty.
Just holding a very slim angle under the main door there for the time being. Not going to catch anybody. Secret will be too alert to that kind of danger. They're not going to give themselves away that easily. Rotero drone is going to go in, look to just take out one of those environmental aspects, the gas pipe that we've spoken about. Get that exploded now so it can't be used against them. That should give us a little bit of a signal. It will also give Liquid a little bit of a signal as to where Secret maybe want to station somebody. We've already seen the shields working up those main stairs, looking to bully their way in towards logistics, in towards Bedroom from there, so that might just signal for us that that's going to be part of the plan for Team Secret.
Sure. Don't lose too many players early on is the key thing as well. Not really done it so far, but I mentioned Mowgli before back on walls. What I'd always remember about him was that he often would play a bit too far ahead of the team. At least here held back by having to play on the flourish. You've got those Roteros you've got to toss out. And Savage is really being the spearhead for this team. Of course, on the Monty, that's what you look to do. Here we go. Mowgli's in there. He wonder this one. For a second there, I wonder what was going on, but has got a bit too keen here. Has not tucked himself into safety and may well pay the price for it. Not going to get recovered. Maya finishing him off.
4 versus 4, and it starts to crumble for Secret here as Maya manages to get another ask onto Noah. They tried that aggression, they tried to just take what was given to them, but it seems to have been a little bit of a trap. Diaz manages to find that final headshot. And Secret thought they'd seen the gap, Des. They thought they had the opportunity to just walk on in. But guess what? They were invited. Team Liquid were ready, and they've cut them down. And it's a good round, 2-1 now, and that'll be the start that Team Liquid are looking for, and we'll go in to that extra ban.
Secret definitely expected a swing from Construction Daughters, not so soon. I think the flashbang would have definitely deterred that player, but Mowgli's probably wondering, where's our third or fourth teammate here? Who's supporting us on this push through to make sure I'm not going to get sideswiped like this? And they paid the price for it. Well, really well played by Liquid to collapse onto Team Secret and shut that attack down before it really got rolling. Last couple of bans, then, as mentioned, you're probably going to see the next shield ban. Indeed, the Monty is offline, and we're completing things out with another electrification ban. It's the Bandit being taken offline.
Well, the question now is, what are Secret going to do? Because a lot of their attacks have been behind that Monty. It has been about that shield presence. That's been the tip of the spear, and working behind it and get a bit of movement, get a bit of intel, and go from there. That's not going to be the case now. So we're going to have to see a different Team Secret attack. As it stands, they're going to be working into basement. We've got Ram on side, so with Deimos as well, I'm going to expect a lot of verticality here. Getting in, ripping up kitchen floor, kitchen corridor floor, get that hatch open, get a bit of presence in dirt. If they're going to do all that though, it means they're going to have to clear the map this time. All they did last time was sent Noah on his own to try and find Maya, and he lost the battle. So this time Secret, it's really essential that they go there in numbers, meaning to clear the map out. Go and find him, get those kills. 1 or 2 will be out there, Nesk and Maya probably, and make sure that you've got the map control that you need.
I like at least when Liquid are willing to play more aggressively around the map here and try and force, well, they have to force Secret into forcing their way through. And I think without a Monty on side to make that push in towards this top floor a little bit safer, this is where they're saying, right, this is our time now. This is where we can be a bit more aggressive, get a couple of kills. Even if we lose our lives out on the roam, at least we've taken down some key operators in the execute. Imagine, for example, if you remove the Habana here or get rid of maybe the Capitao of Doom. Those are 2 massive operators to take offline that are going to diminish the actual execute coming out of Secret at the end of the round. The question is, how long do Liquid want to hold up on this top floor, though, before they acknowledge, if we stay here, we're dead and we're getting nothing for our efforts here. We've wasted time, though. Back towards site would be the place to be.
Maya still locked in around construction. Knows that the challenge is going to come. The question is, can he win it again? As you can see, the red silhouette ahead of you there, just telling us somebody is moving on into CCTV. It's Noah, and it's the same outcome. Maya manages to find a headshot, takes out his man, and that leaves us 5 versus 4, and Secret are having the same problem that they did last time they attacked this site.
There's just no one there as a third man to come and collapse in onto these roamers. Like, yeah, if you kill Maya there in the first case, you ain't got to worry about it, but now he's so free to just sit here and waste more time. Doom trying to square himself around, has the right idea, but Ness gives absolutely nothing. Finds himself yet another. He's up to 8-1, and Liquid have bullied Secret here. Punished them for a poor roam clear. Mowgli might get a kill or 2 here as consolation, but with 3 players still to get through and 80 seconds to do it in, I don't know. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Mowgli. But I do not expect Liquid to let him have this.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Nesk's just really having one of those days, isn't he? 8-2, like you say, now 3 versus 1. It's going to be too tough for Mowgli here. He's moving his way through, gets picked up on the cam, sprayed through the wall. It's all going against him. He did manage to land a shot, but it doesn't matter as Resets moves through to Moto with the shotgun in hand, closes out the round. That's going to be Liquid 3-1. Starting to look pretty comfortable here on the defensive clubhouse.
Yeah, I think outside of a couple of flourishes from Secret, it has been very much that, a Liquid domination. You gotta give it to Secret. They're showing a couple of moments of brilliance, though, and I think they're probably going to double down on this, have a conversation now during this tack timeout to figure out what's not quite clicking? Because it has felt at moments, Tim, like they were expecting a third player to be somewhere. Think about Mowgli's pushing towards bedroom, for example. I'd expected a player to be on the window to cover construction, or to have them swinging in towards gym and doing the same. In that round there, they had no one to then punish Ness because he backed away in towards bedroom. Just small parts of their ideas. The ideas look good, but they're missing one or two elements to really make it a top-tier play that's going to net them 2 or 3 kills. So I'm not surprised here that Twister's in and saying, right, let's course correct.
Spirits look pretty high on the side of Liquid as well. Not too much of a surprise, given what we've seen from
I feel
them
that
so
pain
far.
from Ness there, trying to open the water. Yeah, I was exactly the same.
Honestly,
earlier,
I've still let 3 of them already.
You try to open it and just the lid just rips off, and not the lid, but like the little tab, to actually open it. I'm just like, this is pointless. Like, what the hell? So now the admin has got in there and opened his water for him. They're Siege players, Tim, not expert water cup openers.
Yeah, it certainly does take some doing. I say I've spilt a few of them today. And I'm sure I will continue to do so, as will everybody else. So we head back in. It's going to be round 5. We're going to be in CCTV and Cash again. Something that I think on the whole, it wasn't perfect, but on the whole, Secret attacked it well last time around. They didn't really deal with the breach on the main wall. They just kind of relied on the mirror window that they'd been able to take out. No mirror on side this time, so that's not going to be the case. They're going to have to use that ace, get in there, get a nice... I prefer that wall to be more open than just a mirror window. And like I said, I think it did shape their attack a little bit. They took the opportunity to go for kills rather than looking to get that diffuser down, because maybe just weren't quite comfortable with the cover they had. Noah's impact was then potentially limited because he couldn't get in through the breach. So I think just get up there, get that nice and open.
No one in this game for you and your fantasy team, is there, Tim? I think it's a pretty calm one for us both.
No, nice and calm for me on this
riding
one.
on this one. Maybe tomorrow.
They can do whatever they want.
I mean, Maya's doing just that. He's getting straight onto Doc. What was your fantasy team name, by the way?
Ace in the hole.
Very good. Mine was Docked and
Little
Loaded,
golf
so I kind of felt
restaurant.
it was actually pretty perfect to now see a Doc on the board. Yeah. You could not sound any less disappointed or interested if you tried. Cheers, Tim, for supporting my interest and creativity.
But it's more just that your team's irrelevant to me, Des.
Wow. I did farm like 67 points off Kangaroo Kenny winning for DZ.
That's big.
Yeah, mega. I think he was like the MVP of that just through being the coach. I was like, yeah, cool.
NA have had a very good day today.
They've had a fantastic first day.
NA have had a very good day.
And still obviously ongoing now. I think over on the A stream we've got MAT a round away from beating W7M, who, not forgetting, have also been a very considerable force themselves.
Yeah, they've had a fantastic start to things. You know, we know that they've got some big rosters and some big names coming in, but the performance internationally, I think it's fair to say, has been you know, a little bit up and down over the last year. So very good to see them coming in and having that big start to the tournament here in Rio. As it is, Resets is going to be moving down. There's a challenge very close to happening down there at the bottom of stairs in Lounge, but it will not come to fruition for the time being.
I mean, they should know what's going to happen here. It's going to get chewed up and spat out by all the ADSs and the magnets that are around. They've been quite creative in trying to EMP it from below to try and deal with the cluster of ADSs, but looking at this, Nesk is just unbothered. There is nothing to move him out of the middle. They know where he is, but they've burnt so much utility, and he's still here, Tim.
Yep, he's just
going
to
keep frags. You've got 4 in back pocket. Let's get them going, boys. You're always missing that last step to make a brilliant bit of team play, and now he's just got the freedom to do whatever he wants, and he gets a freebie. Oh, man.
Beautiful from Nesk and Maya. And the reason that Maya's moved across to Doc there as well is if they do manage to get the fire arrows onto Nesk up at the top there, then you just keep stimming him and you can stim him through that fire and he can survive it. So great teamwork from them, cutting down 2. Glaz and Capitao, 2 of the most important operators on side for Team Secret. And it's kind of back to the drawing board. Yes, they've got the kill onto Nesk, but you've still got Maya up there who's taking his place. Still don't have catwalk control. This is going to be super tough from Secret for here on in.
And they've invested everything in trying to make this happen. Look, 2 players pushing on forwards now, and sure enough, the nade into gunplay is what you want to see. But Tim, arguably they've left this one a bit late, and look at that, resets into another, a C4 in back pocket. Adrian and Noah to push on forwards here. Only got to find a couple more shots and he is toast, but he'll get away with this one and keep himself going. A C4 in back pocket, Tim. He could ruin the round here for them if they're not too careful. Up and over the top, doesn't find one. A bit of chip damage, but Noah rounds into red. Gets the kill they need. Secret get another round on the board.
And if you remember, I spoke about getting that main wall breached, and that's why. That's what I was talking about. Noah was able to win that round. He was able to close it out because he could get in through that breach. It gave him the option to get in there and support his teammate, move around into red, and find that final kill onto Resets. Honestly, I think Liquid are going to be kicking themselves themselves a little bit after that round as. With the work that Myra and Nest did to get that double kill, you're 5 versus 3, you're keeping hold of Catwalk, to then lose it from there, that's really a round they should have been winning.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was just one of those again where for Secret, they're missing that final piece in the puzzle, as I remarked at the time. It was like playing chess and you've got them into a stalemate where every other square is danger, but where the king is right now is perfectly safe. And Nesk, very coincidentally being the king here, was sat comfortably in the middle of all this fire around him and just didn't care. Got themselves a couple of kills, completely shut things down, and it is, I don't want to say a miracle they pulled it back, but they really didn't deserve to have that one, given how they failed to clear Catwalk, which was really step one of the whole execute for them. Liquid will be kicking themselves, but have still got a chance to go 4-3 here. If Secret can bring it back to 3-3, Tim, Liquid are definitely kicking themselves doubly for it.
5 seconds to go.
Certainly are. It's got to be a 4-2. Like I said, really, that's what you're looking for each time. You're wanting to win basement every time, and then one of the other 2 off-sites you need to keep hold of. And this is going to be gym and bedroom for Liquid to try and do that. It's exactly the same as the last rotation, so I don't think they'll mind that too much if they can get it done at least and go 4-2. But certainly nothing given on the attack of Clubhouse. So Liquid, either way, are going to have the work cut out for them a little bit. Now then ask, has he been spotted out here on the Valkyrie, just sat up on the counter inside of the corner of kitchen?
But they know, I'm pretty sure at this point, Tim, I was going to say they have to have him dead to rights here with 2 or 3 players gathering around. Adrian losing half his life in the process, but still getting the kill. That's the critical one for them. So, 45 seconds in, they've got a kill. 0 complaints.
Yep, that's good work from Secret. You've got to, due diligence, get your drones in, recognise if somebody's trying to play, if somebody's just trying to catch you out, get in there, take advantage of the situation. Brilliant stuff from them. Don't get a chance with the Rotero to take down the Vulcan canister. It's going to be shot out before it could get towards that utility. So that is, again, another point in the favour of Liquid.
The game's gone to OT. Probably isn't a bad thing, because as far as I'm aware, Tim, they're going to be waiting for us. They're waiting for this game to end so they can close out the show over on A-Stream with the draw. So, in a way, it's probably a good thing that that game is still dragging on here. It's up to 6-6 at the moment. This one looking like it could well go the same way if it keeps on going. Unlucky timing on the rollout of that nade. Didn't stay put to get rid of the castle barricade, which means they're going to have to find a different way through or commit a second nade in towards making it happen. But Secret feeling a little bit stuck here, Tim, and actually clearing out this east side hole. Bowley working his way out towards red, as which Nesk is aware. Bit of a demon so far in this game. Sees the man's head popping up, but they're just waiting to try and find something. But no! A classic Siege timing moment. They look away, and they get punished. Maya with the trade was looking for another, but Noah's found his man.
4 versus 2 now. Secret just need to start mounting the pressure, but they don't need to be in any rush to do that. 1 minute left on the clock. They can take a little bit of a step back. They've got 5 drones left at their disposal. They can send them in. They can see exactly where everybody is playing. Where are those last 2 Liquid members? And then go in and try and create the win-win situations. Challenge 2 or 3 at a time and don't let them get those early kills.
For now, at least, it just feels like for Liquid it's going to be a case of trying to hold on as best you can. Secret pulling this back to a 3-3 will feel like robbery from Liquid. It felt like they should have had the last round, maybe even 1 or 2 others along the journey. Instead, everything turns towards that Secret side to bring things all square and even here. Plant now going down. They've got the cover in place, ready and waiting. 1 more comes through. Noah onto a double in the round, waiting for 1 more. Diaz, they know exactly where he is. If they wanted, they can make this plant happen again. In fact, it's already been stuck down, no problem at all. The 3 versus 1 in the post plant. This one's toast. Diaz there for the trade at the end. It's enough for Secret to take 3 rounds in this half.
I think Secret have done pretty well on the attack there. It did really feel at points where it was kind of, Liquid running away with it, and Ness was having these big moments. Maya was playing really well, and I didn't know if Secret were going to be able to keep pace with them, but they have done. They've leveled it out at 3-3, and that's a great attacking half for Clubhouse. Like
really
I said,
good.
we would kind of expect a 4-2 half on the defense for Clubhouse, so there is a real opportunity for Secret to win here and to pick up that bullet that they've reloaded, get themselves onto 7 and start pushing up the table. We're going through the start of the second ban phase at the half here. We've got Kaid and Ace being the first 2 taken out, followed by Bandit and Maverick. So we have doubled up in both ways. Double hard breach, double denial is going to be taken out, and then we will have an additional ban if we make it to round 10, which we definitely will.
We'll start things off down in the basement. No surprise at all to see the Habana coming along for Diaz. Need that for the hatches that you've got to chew your way through. And the rest can be somewhat flexible, but you definitely want some vertical destruction on side. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a Buck or potentially the Ram getting brought along here as well. Ask for now at least donning that shield. We saw the triple shield ban coming against Secret in that first half. No big surprises. Savage is a shield savant. Manages to make a lot happen with those operators when put in the right position. I think actually, Tim, we always see something like a Skopos as well for Doom here and get quite excited about the possibilities. The high fantasy that many have for this operator often doesn't come to be, but can still do an awful lot. You leave one of the shells down on site, the other one you go and roam up on that top floor, and when things start getting a little bit heated, you just teleport out down to your shell in the basement, and all is well and fine.
Absolutely, you know, we do see that use where it's being used as a roamer, but also don't forget, in reality, Skopos brings an absolute ton of utility. Not only is there impact nades there on the side for Doom, but that other shell basically provides a bulletproof shield and a bulletproof camera. So if you just sometimes position that shell somewhere to say, actually, it's a deployable shield and it's providing camera intel as well, you don't really need to worry about using it as a second shell. You can just leave it there as a whole chunk of utility. So effectively, you're almost bringing 3 items with you. And don't forget, you know, the additional health as well, potentially. If you transfer, you know, you can maintain the health on that original shell.
It's very risky to try and play that game of, like, maximising the 2 health bars, admittedly.
You're going to take 99 damage and then change.
Absolutely. Well, Noah's been taken down here with the keeper barriers now being taken offline. Of course, Azami, a really powerful defender on every single map, and it feels pretty much every single site you can find some kind of use case for her. But being taken offline, those gadgets do recharge as the round progresses. That's no longer going to be available for them. So a bit of a risk taken, and one that didn't pay off.
Doom still up on the top floor along with Savage, manages to find a kill onto Maya and then is going to transfer back. That's perfect use of the Skopos. Get yourself out there, waste a minute and 15, get a kill and then get yourself safely back to site before there's any danger. Perfect stuff from Doom.
Exactly what you want to see in Maya being taken down that buck. I mentioned about the vertical destruction they've been needing. Now really what you're turning towards is going to be ask on the Deimos to do a little bit of that for you in towards the hallway. Unless a bunch has already been done, of which, as you can see, nothing has been done. So that's a bit of a kicker for them. No breaching charges to work with either, so they're not going to get the full coverage they need from above. But at least can get some of the crucial things set up that they might need.
Just looking for the vertical angle, thinks he sees the feet, but can't quite find the shot. Just going to get away with it there, Team Secret. 4 versus 4 then. 1 minute left to go. Liquid in control of the map, but the question is, can they now soften up sight? That's their next job, is starting to remove this utility, force defenders out of position, and create that space, that bubble of safety that I was talking about, where they can think about putting that diffuser down.
There we go, the Grim Bees coming out normally is a sign that there is a push of some kind about to begin, just making sure that Generator is safe to push in towards. Got one player inside of Oil here, Ass down to a slither of HP, finished off by Savage as well, and Ness has got a great reverse shot coming back the other way. It is back and forth between the two teams though, and Secret hold on, stand up tall. 2 players left in DS and resets here to make anything happen, but Savage, living up to his name, is absolutely shutting them out of this round. Secret in the lead.
Mowgli with a nice little quick peek out into long there, finds his final man at bottom main. And that's going to be Secret, as you say, going into the lead 4-3. And like I said, they should be winning these defenses here on Clubhouse. It wasn't easy for them. There was a bit of a 3v3 there at the end where you think, oh, you know, maybe Liquid can get something going. But then Savage had his say in the round. And before you knew it, it was 3 versus 1. Liquid looking a little bit more sort of dejected than maybe they were earlier. We've mentioned the player changes. It's also worth mentioning, of course, Hugzord has moved on as well as the coach. So the coach has been replaced. So there's kind of been wholesale changes there.
Again, it's like you can either make little changes here or you can cut deep and make a big change that was going to completely upend the system. And sure, you keep hold of the quality that you have on that team. You know, it's hard to see Ness being moved on anywhere. Similar story for Mai, you know, one of the hot prospects back on Lost One in the day as well. You're not going to move on most of these players, and I think that back-end change plus a couple of changes inside the team itself, including removing out, you know, one of the biggest cultural players on that team in Palu. Certainly a way to swing for the fences at making a bit of a difference. We'll see, of course, if it pays off. As things stand now, it's not. Secret are the ones in the lead, and they stay on the defensive clubhouse here. Gym and bedroom for round 8.
Hugzord move into Elevate for those interested, along with Psycho and the other Brazilian players that we saw earlier today against Furia. But let's get back to this one. 4 versus 3, 4-3 rather on the scoreboard, 5 versus 5 in the round. Another couple of rounds before we get that additional ban. And it's going to be Liquid attacking again, this time onto Gym and Bedroom.
Can they get away with it though? Last time around, they got a bit stuck, if you remember, on pushing in through this east side. I mean, more for secret, they got stuck there, but this is the big thing about this site. You have to clear out this east side roam. You've got, what, 3 players out here, one in construction to cover to make sure the 2 players that are actually in Cash and CC can afford to fall back, safe in the knowledge that the teammate has got their bats covered. One at the top of red, one actually inside of Cash itself, a bunch of reinforcements put down. If they can run through 2 minutes of the clock here before falling back towards site and actually do so in safety, that's a big win for them, and this is where you look towards people like Jude. You put down that Kiba barrier on the stack of lumber just inside a construction window, and you can make it pretty safe for the team to get back safely. But of course, Liquid want to pinch on towards those players, punish them, so when they come for the execute later in the round, there are far less players here on site that are able to defend the push.
Ast knows that there's one going to be challenging from into CCTV door. He's going to punish him as Mowgli does so. It was a little bit telegraphed there. Savage does manage to pick up Nest though. And once again, it's every round has been back and forward. We've not really been close to any flawless rounds here in this game. There's always been trades. There's always been kills going in either direction. As it is, Liquid come out on top so far. 4 versus 3, they find themselves plenty of time left on the clock. This could be a naughty nitro.
Oh, almost gets him as well. Maya down to half HP from it. Would have been a beautiful one to thread through that softwall and get the man from below, but not quite rewarded for it. Secret now finding themselves on the back foot though. We spoke about this hold, Tim, and wasting time. It's all well and good as long as you can get players back towards site, but they've lost 2 in the process, and it's Liquid that have now got the man advantage as they're starting to think about what hitting site looks like. Now we're into the last 60 seconds.
Adrian just holding position, going to take out that drone, knows that there's a potential push coming from construction, and that's going to manifest itself inside of logistics, which it does. He can't make any challenge at all as Maya comes around the corner with the shotgun, finds the kill, going to flip to the Vendetta, cannot get another as Savage, again, doing big work for Team Secret to keep them in this one. 30 seconds left to go, and surely too much to ask, and it's going to be Ask that finds that final kill. And Team Liquid, they get themselves their first attack, 4-4, and this one looks like it could be going the distance.
It's neck and neck, isn't it, the whole way through?
Neck and neck. You're welcome.
Why do they still bring you here?
I don't know, I'm 5 years in, I think it's part of the furniture.
It's not the same without him around. The woeful dad jokes.
You love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, 4 apiece. In we go to round 9. After this one, we get those next set of bans as a reminder. Wonder if we'll see another hard breach ban. You know, a way to really rock it would be to like ban away the Hibana and then play like basement, because it would be a nuisance trying to get through a bunch of those hatches. Of course, you've got hard breach charges that you can use, but get rid of 1 or 2 operators using those, and before you know it, they have no way of getting through a number of these hatches, and it becomes hell on earth for the attackers.
Like your impact tricking becomes much more valuable then. So you know what do you do as Liquid? Do you start bringing 2 or 3 operators? So you're losing then other utility essentially. By having to bring enough to guarantee that you've got enough to get cleared through. Because if you've got a couple of impact nade operators that are going to clear them off, you end up in a real battle of wills then about those hatches being opened or closed.
The other game has ended over on our other stream as well. W7M narrowly beating our M80 in overtime over there. Just to keep things on. I think it's the only overtime we've seen so far today. We haven't had one here.
We haven't had one on B, so...
As far as we're aware, there wasn't one on A at any point either. There we go, destroying those destructible ingredients that we call them. Environmental ingredients. Something ingredients, anyway.
I don't think it's an ingredient,
No, that's the official name that Ubisoft give it. Yeah.
An ingredient?
So you're laughing at me, and now you feel like an idiot.
I do?
I'm pretty sure they call them destructible ingredients.
Here we go. I guess if you think about it as being a part of the strategy in the way that an ingredient would be part of a recipe, then yeah, I guess
environmental destructible ingredients.
There you go.
Just to add, 3 words when one would have done. Destructibles. I wonder what they're cooking though, if they're the ingredients they're throwing into the mix, Tim.
Oh, I like it. Either way, I'll tell you that. I'm going to see the Hibana just getting up onto the rappel there, looking to get that breach opened and just give the view through into side. They've already got a little bit of what they need, but they could just do with being able to see through towards that catwalk window as well, just to prevent any movement back through into sight. The gridlock just going to make extra sure that nobody's going to be coming up main stairs. That's 4 track stingers deployed there, Des. 4 of them, all over main stairs.
If you look up the definition of excessive in the dictionary, you see that. It's a screenshot of what Nesca's just done. It's a bit much, let's be honest.
The thing is, you don't really need them anywhere else. I guess you could make an argument for like lower garage stairs, the small stairs, but you don't really need them anywhere else. So,
granted, yeah. It's a lot of work for Savage to chew through. If he wanted to get out in the roam and cause a bit of bother on the Vigil, then he's got to chew through a lot of tracks to be able to get on the backside and do a little bit of damage to the attackers here. Liquid very focused on this construction side here. Wall being opened up. Should be able to get themselves in. Any impacts available to dodge this one away? I think there are, but they're not going to be able to be used. It would be Savage that you'd expect to do it, but of course, he's trying to keep himself busy below. Had the opportunity maybe to deny the wall, but he's not going to get away with it. Right idea too. There is a player outside the doorway. Mowgli's found 2. Finally gets punished, but the damage has been done to him. Myers offline, Nesk offline. The 2 big fragments for this team in this game removed.
Savage is battling underneath as well, trying to get himself back safely to site, which he is able to do. That's a really big play from the Vigil because it gives them numbers now. Adrian manages to find resets, and Secret, they're starting to run away with this round. It's 4 versus 1. Ask is inside, but it is a lot to ask. He manages to find 1. Can he find any more? Super low health. 15 seconds left to go. Secret, they've just abandoned site. They know that they don't need to give him opportunities. No. It's going to be Savage from underneath. For a second there, Ask dared to dream, but he didn't have enough in the tank.
I didn't catch the play that Mowgli made, but getting those 2 kills, absolutely awesome. In for attack timeout then. In fact, no, sorry, it's the band's coming in this time around. Round 10, 1 more, and by the looks of it,
tactical timeout as well. The coaches aren't allowed to talk to the teams during
I saw
the additional
the headset come
ban.
down. I was like, is it attack timeout? But no, there's bans to do. So I think it's bans first, and then the attack timeout
it's all
comes
at
in.
the same time.
There we go. That's another hard. I said about banning the Hibana away, Tim. So now there's only the Thermite left out of the dedicated hard breaches in the game. Yes, there's a 10 openers in back pocket you can use on some operators, but they're gone.
I think that's the perfect time for Secret as well, and again it's just giving us a really good example of how impactful this new ban system can be. And you've got that situation where Secret now have got themselves 1 round in front, and all of a sudden they've dealt a body blow to Liquid in saying this has actually just got more difficult. Not only have we taken a couple of defenses already, this has just got harder for you because now you don't even have the Hibana.
Mental. Really trying to hamstring their opponents here. Bless him. A lad called Nova's just popped up in chat and says, Liquid have lost today in LoL, Valorant, Dota 2, and now Rainbow Six. They're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
I can understand getting excited because it would be the quadra loss. Would probably suck for the organisation today, but as things stand, they can bounce their way back in. They've had that tack timeout. Maybe they can turn things around here, but Secret are looking good, Tim.
I do like the little crest that they've got on the chest of the new Liquid jersey.
I don't like it.
All right, okay.
No, I prefer the logo.
That's that conversation over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, let's move on.
See, opinions are beautiful things, but sometimes they're just wrong. And yours, I'm afraid, just then is very wrong.
What did I like? The crest.
Yeah.
We're going to head back down to the basement then, Secret 5-4 up. This is actually sort of working out perfectly for Secret here. So they've got themselves 5-4 up. They've banned out Hibana. They get to go back to basement. Everything is stacked in their favour. This round is extremely difficult for Team Liquid.
Yes, they lose this one, it's going to feel pretty tragic, which I think is why they found themselves dipping back behind the shield here. Ask getting across onto that Monty. We saw Savage, of course, putting it to great use back in the first half. That's not normally the guy I'd regard as a huge shield player. I know he's definitely played it previously, but...
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to take it because Lagonis was doing it previously. So
someone's got to be that guy to step into the old shoes and start donning the shields for the team.
Just a little bit of careful preparation going on from Nora. He was very conscious about the potential for anybody dropping oil pit. Didn't want to get himself caught out with barbed wire in his hand. We can see the gas pipes have been left in position by the defenders as well, all around stairs. So that will give them some options potentially now then. Doom saw some success from him previously with the score pass. Managed to get himself a kill and get back to side. He's got to win that.
Doom, man.
Somehow goes in, manages to get him. He's down to a fraction of his health, but Doom had so much opportunity to take him out.
That's a real killer. I mean, Doom has not had the best game today. You can see that by the stat on his scorecard. 2 and 8 he finds himself at. Fortunate that Noah, Mowgli, and Savage have been having a great game so far, to be fair, but you'd expect to see a little bit more out of Doom. You know, remember back when he was on Delta Project being coached by Fabian, and Fabian himself was like, there's so much potential in this kid. He could be something amazing. At least here, not quite putting up the sort of performance you'd hope to see from someone with giving him such high praise, but it is just day one. Maybe there's more to come from him.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough and continues to be so. We're going to get the hard breach charge onto the wall. Anything would have done. Ooh, interesting. I was just going to say anything would have done because the wall wasn't reinforced, but Secret have taken the opportunity to be able to just spray through the soft wall. This is always the difficulty when you're looking to use a hard breach gadget or an exothermic or anything on a soft wall like that, on a soft surface. It can just be shot out. Sometimes that's where you need your buck, you need your ash, something that can just open it up. I mean, they're making a little bit of a mess of it at the minute.
A mess?
Liquid. They'll get in eventually.
Making a meal of it, Tim. Look at it. How hard is this? Come on now.
They'll get in eventually. There you go. They're in. But 55 seconds left to go and a lot of work to be done yet. A lot of work to be done.
They've still got 3 smokes in back pocket, Tim. This ain't going to work. They can't rely on the Monty getting up to Dirt Door, I don't feel. They'll just keep on wasting time happily here. Secret are in a good position. Admittedly, Liquid aren't looking too bad. They've got a couple of players spread around. You've got one hanging out towards blue. You've got one on main stairs. The Monty pushing in here largely, I won't say by himself, but waiting. He's going to have to force his way through, Tim.
Remember what I said about the hard breach charges as well. They've had to bring 3 operators, so they've lost a bunch of utility that they might otherwise have. With the resets, manages to get a double. Savage does pick Maya up somehow. Team Liquid are doing this, they're brute forcing their way into sight.
Man, if Noah turns this around, he's a hero. Has found one more, but he's on for 4. Got to get one more at the bottom of main stairs. Won't find it, and that Monty is now going to step back, and there is very little that Noah can do about this. Information being fed by the Monty. One more was at the bottom of stairs, but he's got up top Tim. This one's looking pretty cooked. He's got to try and win something if he can. Doesn't even know where the diffuser is at this point, Tim. At least now he knows. But I don't see how he wins this.
Hang on a minute, he's just prevented the Monty from having too much of a direct impact. Nesk is going to have to drop here. He wants the fight with Nesk because he's on such low health, but Nesk has just shown why he's so good at this game, what that experience counts for. He was so low health on Striker throughout that entire round after Doom almost killed him. Don't forget, that's a kill Doom probably should have got. Nesk escapes with a fraction of life left, and then you saw him at the bottom of main stairs. Noah gets 1. Nest doesn't challenge it at all. He's having absolutely nothing to do with it. And as soon as he thinks it's safe to do so, he gets upstairs so he can start working vertically. And then only drops when he absolutely has to. Just really, really smart decision making from Nesk.
It was just a great bit of player thing coming in through Dirt. We were really worried about the whole smoke play and them being choked out, not having time to get up to the main door to start putting any kind of threat down. But we touched on resets in blue. That side swipe where he pushed, he was a little bit late to the party because it was looking a bit frantic for a moment for Liquid inside of Dirt, and I thought they were going to lose 2 players, but resets finally gets there and nets 2 massive kills for his team, enough to keep things all square. These teams have constantly been within 1 round of each other. It feels like overtime is all but guaranteed, but we could see some madness in these next 2 rounds, Tim.
It was a great round from Liquid. You know, you give me that position. You say you've got a Monty and another player in Dirt Tunnel, 50 seconds on the clock, a Vulcan canister's just been detonated, you've got 3 smokes in pocket, and you've got players lined up ready to challenge in Dirt. And I'm going to say your defensive team is going to win that most of the time. So Liquid have done a great job to crack their way into sight.
All right. This round, they mean business. You've got the Deimos, you've got the Dokkaebi, you've got the Lion. Tim, they're going hunting here. Specifically, Roma hunting, trying to find out these secret players that maybe are a bit too far away from sight. You wouldn't expect to see loads of them really for this site of Gym and Bedroom, but there will be some, no doubt, out towards the east that are trying to isolate and pincer off. If nothing else, scare with all this global utility and tracking-based utility to force the players back and mean that Liquid don't get so stuck trying to clear out the east side of the map this time around.
Ness just holding that long angle, like you say. They're just trying to flush secret players out at the minute, force them into lines of sight like that, and just see if they can take advantage of any opportunities. Going to have the exothermic going off, and how about that from Dios? Absolutely beautiful. Knew exactly where Doom was, finds him over the top of the weight rack, takes him down, and what an opener from Liquid.
It's a good start though. Doom once again, rechargeable gadget gone, but also the player that hasn't been having the greatest performance so far today removed. back onto camera duty for his team here to help them try and hold on. Noah has retaken control. How has he got away with this when Nesk is the one on the rappel? Should never be able to get control of that window once it's been cleared once, but it looks like that's what they've done. Tim, it's a 3 versus 2 though, and Secret in position here to hold on.
I don't know how Secret are doing it. Despite losing bodies, they always seem to come out on top. They always seem to find that extra kill. Mowgli has been downed. At the minute, he's just living intel. He's just a camera that's giving information. He will be taken out by Nesk. 2 versus 2, but the onus here is on Liquid to get into sight, to put the diffuser down. They've got time to work with, but right now, they're just embattled. They're embroiled in this gunfight. They can't move anywhere without Secret challenging them.
Problem is, Liquid pulled the trigger in that first push without even using a phone call from the Dokkaebi, so a little bit misaligned here, but it's the shots that count in the end here. Ness can't win against Savage. DS with it all to do, still with the diffuser in back pocket. Goo mines scattered all around him. This one feels a little bit hopeless, but he's got 35 seconds to pull off some magic. The new boy on the team coming back to his home region after playing in NA for years. He's got a chance to keep his team in this, but it does feel a little bit hopeless, Tim.
Secret are just waiting. They know that they can just hold on, force him to play the diffuser, play for time. There you go. He will eventually have to show himself, and Savage cuts him down when he does. That's going to be Secret getting themselves onto match point, but they will only get one opportunity. They will be ecstatic if they can get a win on opening day against Team Liquid in the final game on B-Stream. You know, what a result for Secret that'll be.
It'd be massive. I mean, I'll give full shout out to Savage as well. I know I've touched on Noah playing well and Mowgli playing well, but every time it feels someone's got to pull out a bit of a flourish and do some magic, it's Savage doing that. And it's nice to see because we're so used to seeing Savage as the shield player on this team. Of course, here on the defense, he's got to play something that isn't shields, but it's just great seeing him putting up some good numbers here. Into double digits he goes, joining Noah and Mowgli. And that could be enough to see them over the finish line here. Liquid arguably a little bit too dependent on Nesk. And we've got a rehost coming in.
It looks like we could have, so we will just get everybody out and everybody back in as soon as we've got the issue sorted. But, you know, what a time for it as well. You can't plan these things, it's just an unfortunate thing. But, yeah, it just gives the players a few minutes to sit and think in their own mind, you know, what's going on, what's happened, pick apart them players that maybe they feel like they could have done something more, done something differently. Secret, I think, have the edge at the minute.
They do. I'd say momentum's on their side.
Obviously, in terms of the score, they do. But I just mean in terms of the momentum, in terms of the way they win in the rounds. I just feel like it's potentially it's Secrets to take, really.
I feel part of that, honestly, in that last round was more on Liquid, like losing it by making a few mess ups where Secret just had to play out the round from there. And it sounds bad to say because he's had such a good game, but honestly, 2 critical mistakes from Nesk in that round.
There was.
One, he lets Noah get across onto that west window inside of CC, where he gets a kill from the window onto a south balcony. And then second rule, when they actually start pushing forward and trying to make a hit happen, he sat there with both Dokkaebi calls still in back pocket. You can't bring a Dokkaebi and not make use of arguably the best gadget in the game. Like, that's why you bring her along in the first place, man. And so he's cost his team a little bit there, I wonder. And I don't think it would have come down to a 1v2 for Diaz if they'd managed to get that right in the first place. So a bit of a noopsie by Nesk. You're forgiven because he's kept his team in this game for a number of rounds. But it is Secret who now sit at 6 and 5. And once this rehost is done and we're back into game, you start to feel a bit nervous about Liquid's chance of getting a win out of this.
You do if you're a Liquid fan, not so much if you're a Secret fan. I think you're quite happy with that fact. But yeah, I think it's definitely an uphill battle for Liquid. I wouldn't be surprised to see overtime with how close it's been. It's kind of one of those games where you feel like a team's all right, they've got a bit of momentum now, they're building something, and the other team comes back and just smashes them apart in the next round. And so you just don't know which way it's going to go. But Liquid, these for me, you know, if we're looking towards Liquid and we've spoken about them winning, not winning in terms of tournaments, these are the games that they need to prove to me that they can start winning. You know, when things are difficult, when the heads do go down, that they can still get the results.
Twister's really being a true coach and giving all of his players a massage before they get back into it. Someone said actually in the chat a minute ago, they were just like, man, Secret's coach is so cool. It's like, he is cool. Twister's a great guy.
He's a nice guy. For those who don't know, the Brazilian lore.
The
Brazilian lore. So Twister started out as a coach for Furia when Furia first came into the Brazilian league. But so the league was expanded. I think it was 2021, if I'm correct, which I'm pretty sure I am. 2021, they added 2 additional teams, which were W7M and Furia, and both of them have grown absolutely fantastically since then. And Furia was coached by Twister at the time. And they were not good in the first couple of stages that they played. I think in 2 stages, as the league format is now, they won 1 game in the 2 stages out of like 18 games, because there were 10 teams in the league, so they played 9 in each stage, and they only won 1. They were literally losing every week, and I used to love talking to Twister because we did the English speaking broadcast, and Twister speaks very good English, and so made himself available for a lot of the interviews. And even though Furia were losing every week, he was coming and speaking to us every week, and that's not always an easy thing to do, you know, when you're losing those matches like that. And he used to come and speak to us every week, and he'd say, you know, like, Ace, I know that we've lost again, but I believe in this team, I believe in what we're doing, I believe in what we're building, we will be at the Invitational one day, we will. And he used to say these things, and it was like, you could look at it and think, you know, I'm sure it would have been easy to laugh, really, and say, you're getting beaten every week and you're talking about being at the Invitational. But then what happened was they went into the relegations. They almost got relegated out of Brazil. They went in there, they survived, they came back through open quals and got to SI. And then they were like every major after that. They just kept consistently qualifying. And in part, you know, obviously there were players on the team, there was the backroom staff, you know, everything else that went with it. But, you know, in part of that was Twister's belief and his attitude towards what was happening there. And eventually he moved on from Furia and, you know, he came to find himself at Secret. But his genuine belief in what he can build and what a team can achieve, I think, does drive them on massively. And he's always very happy, positive. You know, he's always.
I think at the end of the day, he's been coaching now since the start of 2017. He's literally got 8 years of experience in coaching. Like, he's done a bit of analysis work on the way there as well. He's done all the things that you need to do in the back room to have a real well-rounded view of the game. I think also probably to give him some fair respect, you know, he's only 25 years old. But for someone who's that young, I think, to have the maturity that he carries himself with, I think it's such a beautiful thing. And it definitely shows, I think, in the good vibes that you see in the team. And also, like you say, the kind of things that he'll say in an interview. Very positive thing to see, including
I've
for
got
Secret.
one of his old Furia shirts as well that he very kindly gave.
There you go. Again, look back at last year. Secret made, you know, the quarterfinals of 2 events. Like, they've shown that they can do this, that they can perform to a high level. And as we've said already, if he can give the right environment for Mowgli to thrive and to be at his best, this could be a real world-beating team come later on in this year. And it's what's so exciting about a lot of the teams that we're seeing now in the partnership program is the potential that they're starting to build on side. Anyway, let's get back into the game. Secret up 6-5. They win this one. They take it 7-5. We're done and dusted. Otherwise, it's OT to see who walks away the winner here on Clubhouse.
Secret, you feel like they come in here not just because they won the last round, but with the momentum. It's felt like they've been a little bit more solid. You know, Secret have, been able to, Liquid have been able to come away with a round here and there, but it's felt a little bit scrappy and they've kind of kept themselves in it a lot of the time. But Secret, like I said, by contrast, have just felt a little bit more in control of things. It feels like the game's being played to the beat of their drum. If anybody's. For the time being, the drones are going to be raiding through before Liquid start pushing on in. They're happy that Strip is clear, so they're going to take that ground. That's what I want to see from Liquid. Some nice decisive play. This area's clear. We're going to go in and claim it. We're going to move our way through. We're going to grab the entire map, and then we will look at site.
Bit of a change up for Liquid as well. Like, we've seen Deimos obviously for the majority of these rounds. We've seen a lot of like Dokkaebi and Lion being brought along as well. Nowhere to be seen here in this round. Instead, going in towards the Striker. And I remember for a time we were looking at both Striker and Sentry, and there were a couple of teams, FaZe being one of them, that played the living death out of those 2 operators because of the extra utility that they brought to the field, especially at a time when you no longer have 3 flashbangs, you only have 2 now. It just helps you clear through a meta where I think you're going to start seeing quite a bit more Jaeger and Wamai, given the buff that we mentioned earlier, where Jaeger can now catch things like Capital Bolts. This makes life a little bit more frustrating for attackers to burn through heavily defended positions. So maybe you'll see the rise of those 2 operators even more so. And there we go, one of those ingredients being taken out explosive pipe so it doesn't get in their way later on when they try and push down through oil.
Yeah, it's just going to, like you say, prevent it becoming a problem later on. It only burns for a couple of seconds, but it is just that damage that gets done and the fact that you've got to be aware of it. There is a Vulcan canister stacked on the wall as well there, so there is still utility that needs to be dealt with. We can hear lots going on in terms of that clearance at the minute, but no coming together from the players themselves yet. And Noah just showing good patience here. He's not panicking. He's not popping that Goyo canister just yet. He's going to bide his time and wait for the moment. If anything, you want to wait till you get down to that 20-25 second mark so you know it's going to see out the rest of the round, but he's got about another 30 seconds before we get to that point.
Sure, it's almost a bit nerve-wracking for Liquid and for both, really, that we've got to this point in the round and no one has died yet. There's a lot of work to do, though, for the attackers. Right idea as they step forward. The Fenrir FNAC giving away that the bottom stairs has been lost to them. And here we go. There's push on forward, but the Goyo canisters go out. Zoom into one. Asuka in the trade, but Savage will not stop today. Noah into another. It might be back and forth, Tim, but there's only 2 left on side for Liquid.
Noah's very low health at the minute. Needs to be careful of that. Also pinged out by those Grim Bees. However, Adrian is there on the cover. Manages to find Maya Diaz onto the low health Noah, but 2 versus 1. Adrian and Savage holding on. Toxic Babe canisters coming out just to prevent that passage of play from happening, to prevent him pushing, and that moves him into position for Savage to cut him down from Church. And Team Secret take themselves a big day 1 win against Team Liquid.
Can only imagine how much that means to these boys. And look, you can see it on the screen yourself how excited they are about it. It is only day 1, but to bring down a big household name like Liquid is a great start for this team and a really good, well-rounded performance. Noah, Mobley and Savage, for me, all played absolutely brilliantly today.
Yeah, it just sets you up perfectly for the next few days, doesn't it? Because you've got that win against a big name. Twister, as I said, you know, he's played against these boys for years. He knows all the Brazilian players, all the Brazilian teams, so there'll be a little bit of pride there for him coming onto home soil and getting that win as well. So fantastic performance. Liquid didn't look bad. At times they looked a little bit, I think, out of sync. They've got a few new players in there, kind of makes sense. But yeah, work for them to do, but honestly I think they'll be okay.
Round 10 and whatever it was, the one that I touched on, you know, Ness made a couple of big slip-ups in that round that otherwise I think would have seen that round going their way. And then we're talking about overtime, in which case it's far closer.
Could easily have been overtime.
7-5, it was not an absolute stomp over. I'm sure you'll see them pick themselves back up and come in tomorrow. Bit of an improved team. I think everyone's had their kind of first game shakes now. Tomorrow's when the real business begins, and you've got to start watching those bullets because you can sit down the rankings and you're a single game away from elimination then.
Well, this is the point that I love, because obviously last night I'm going through prep, I'm looking at the teams, but you're kind of limited. It's been a couple of months since the teams have played, so you can look at all the numbers. And there's loads of roster changes too. There's been all sorts of changes. You look at the numbers, but it doesn't always mean too much. But now I get to go back tonight, have a look through what's happened today, and now we can really start saying what's likely to happen tomorrow, because we've got more of a picture. We've seen how people are performing, how teams are working, how they're not working in some cases, and we can go from there and start really building some ideas.
Well, Tim, we've had 10 games today. We've got 10 more tomorrow and 10 more the day after. Loads of Siege to come still this week. But for now, that's for all of us from here on the B stream. We'll throw it over to the A stream to go and round out the show. Catch you guys a bit later.